streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, March 5th, episode 123, 12:09 p.m.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for all the social and political commentary on the weekly news, pop culture, and sports, as much of it as you can handle. And the best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and that pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I am Colin.
I am Donovan.
And today we have got a special show coming up for you. We're going to play around with something new that we're going to explain here in a little bit. But before we dive into that, a little bit of what we're going to get into today. We've got four main segments coming up. We're going to have our standard pre-showy, pop culture, local politics stuff. We got some major movement in legislation regarding Second Amendment in our state.
Yep.
We'll cover that here in just a bit. Then we're going to take a little break. Then we're going to be talking about the State of the Union. And then we're going to come back after we're done with that. We're going to take a little break and come back and we'll talk about the Ukraine and Russia situation, a.k.a., dark times. And then we're going to take one last break before we come back and hit some grab bag stuff and hit some sports and get out of here.
Yes.
Yee. So, anyways, I feel like I am forgetting to mention something all of a sudden.
Nope.
Nope.
No, that's it. Before we move on, we're going to go over the structure of the show because we're going to do things, like you said, a little bit differently today. I do want to remind everyone to go ahead and like, comment, subscribe to what you have going on here. We are growing slowly. Thank you to everyone who is helping us, who is joining us. And make sure that you go to our Patreon also. We have patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Also, we have YouTube, obviously, where you're watching us now. Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. Facebook, Facebook.com/saltofthestreets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
I could be Big Butt Offie if you want.
Big Butt Offie if we want him to be. We had the first review preview show drop on the 1st. That was for last month's book in the book club. It was In Order to Live by Lemony Park. And this month's book is The Indifference Stars Above by Daniel James Brown. So go there and check out the review preview. Get started. It's only a few days in when it's the 5th. So you have plenty of time if you want to get started on that book. It was fantastic. I finished it very quickly.
I love it. It's the 5th. You're like, yeah, I finished it real quick. It was really good.
I haven't finished it yet. I'm still reading it actively. I haven't finished it yet. I'm still reading.
I would say if you're going to just like hammer one out real quick and then do it again before the month is over, I mean, you're just going to have that much more detail, bro.
Yeah, I may be reading 4 books at one time. I may have added a 4th book to the repertoire. It's pretty bad. It's gotten horrible.
Oh, my gosh. That's so funny.
We had the beer show that dropped last night that you did, obviously. That was for Thaw Out. That's Silver City beer behind us. So Colin asked that. We have the clips that are coming out every day. And, of course, we have the newsletter that comes out on the end of the month, very last day. So we had one that dropped on the 28th. Go there. It's an article written by me and also an article written by Colin. It's there. It's beautiful. My article this month was called If You Do Not Try, I Will Not Comply, which is very prevalent today. And what was the name of your article? I'm sorry.
The name
Colin's
was it was called Colin's article.
No,
How
I
about
have
I
it
pull
here
it up right
I
here?
was going to say I have it on my computer. It's no problem.
Yeah, I was like, it's somewhat. It's
Number
it's
4.
it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's
Something
about,
doesn't make sense.
because
That's
it
what it is.
doesn't.
Because it
talking about Ukraine and the Russian invasion and some weird situations going on in
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
Stuff we will talk about in third segment today. We're going to be bringing up a lot about that. There's
Yes.
so many different angles to talk about there.
Yeah. So the segments that you were talking about, we are going to try a new structure for today's show. So traditionally,
you notice I went to go. Traditionally, we always introduce the topics real quick,
Right.
and then we dive, and then it's like, wait a minute.
Right.
If I introduce the topics too much, I don't want to do anyway.
No,
So
no
yeah,
problem.
new stuff, fun stuff.
Yes. So traditionally, the way that we've done it is obviously we have a pre-show. We'll take a break. We'll start a new stream, and then we'll do the regular show. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do one. I called it a mega cast.
The mega
Yeah,
cast.
mega stream when I first laid it out for you. And instead, we're going to kind of compress the two, right? So it's not going to end up being twice as long or anything like that. I think it may end up being a little bit shorter. Than 2 episodes, I mean. And so the way that we're going to do it is we're going to have segments, as you said, and we're not going to stop the stream in between segments. We're going to just kind of pause and have a little screen come up. We're going to take a 3-minute break. 3 minutes, right? We may come back quicker than that, but that is the most we will take is 3 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll start the next segment, right? All one stream, all continuous. No one has to go anywhere. No one has to worry anything about it. We're going to have some, and we're trying to get some different music and stuff for you in between there. We can probably eventually figure out playing different videos as the breaks, that will be nice. So,
It would be nice.
yeah, I'm sure that there's no problem
Ooh,
doing that.
Maybe little promos and little clippies.
Exactly. Clippies,
So if
shooting
that
footage,
sounds,
things like that.
And
Yeah.
if that sounds good to you guys, let us know what you'd want to see in our little break times.
Yes. And
If,
also,
whatever we do, please don't say skits, because as
No.
much fun as that would be, you need to pay us to do those. Okay,
Yes.
that would be great. I'd love to do that all day
So
and
make
show
su-
Crowder how it's done, but we need paid first.
some of those are real bad. Some of the ones
They're
that Crowder does
so
are real
yeah.
bad.
I don't want to get into it.
So make sure you go to the Patreon. If you want to see skits, go to the Patreon. Be a patron. Help us make more of our content.
Do
That's how you
it.
get there. So
Because I want to make them. I'm just saying, just not until
We'll
it's
do
my
it.
job.
we have the creativity for it. Yeah. So with that, the segments, as you said, this week we're gonna start with our pre-showish type segment here. Next, we'll talk about the State of the Union. Third will be Russia and Ukraine, and after that, we have a grab bag. We're gonna talk about some child tax credit, right? Some of the like the policy in
It's
general.
brought up during the State of the Union.
Yeah, exactly. The PRO Act and a Rubio bill that came up, and then also two bills that came out to stop stock trading within Congress. So we're talking about those things. It's going to be fantastic.
I'm going to be really interested in at some point one day people comparing our views on stock trading and stuff today compared to what it. God, I know we've talked about this stuff in the past, back before it was ever really in the mainstream of the conversation, like because Nancy Pelosi and all these politicians have been they've been becoming like multi-millionaires over 6-figure salaries and things like that, and it hasn't changed. And I know we've talked about it like way back in the OG days, so I'd be really curious
Right.
for like an OG fan one day to go back and dive into that and start showing like a progress meter of you're just going to be like shooting far right every day, farther.
They're like, this got really bad, really
Like
quick.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really excited to talk about that just because I feel like it's been a long time since me and you really dived into that kind of stuff. It's real philosophical. So I'm excited to talk about that in the closeout. And then, of course, the end of that last segment will be sports.
Yes.
And we got a few action stuff coming on in the sports world.
Yep. A couple little things going on. So, yeah, we have I haven't watched into the Combine, but the Combine is happening. March Madness is coming up, things like that. So,
It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm stoked about it.
This will also give us the freedom, just so everyone knows, this will give us the freedom to have probably more guests. Because
Yeah.
there are a lot of people who just aren't able to make, an entire show work. And so this will give us freedom to have more guests for one segment, people that come in and stream with us for one segment, and then they can leave and we can keep going. You know what I'm saying? So we'll have lots more things like that coming on. I think will be excellent. We will also hit the comments in the beginning of every new segment. So if there's any comments or any questions or anything like that, we will hit them in the beginning of every segment. It's going to be fantastic. I also want to remind you guys, before we start on this stuff here, Swab Blended in a few weeks if you need a haircut. Location Skate Shop if you need to skateboard. Lexi Kaya on Twitch if you want to watch some gaming. And then, of course, Leggings and Aprons on Instagram, only for the next few weeks because she's getting pretty pregnant. So
Yeah, I was gonna say.
we're closing in on the last days to order. So,
Dude, it was not that long ago where she was like not pregnant at all.
right.
I feel like it was like last episode and not pregnant at all. And then last weekend we all got together and it's like, damn,
Yeah.
you ready to pop, girl.
Yes,
Just
and-
it's that perfectly rounded beach ball ready
Yeah.
to just
Yeah, and she's
That's-
still got 3 months left, so there's still lots
Still
of
time.
time. Yeah.
and then
still
it's
time
then
to
it's
cook.
just gonna be
Well,
right?
and
That's how that worked.
That's what we're hoping. Yeah, we're talking this morning. The baby sits so low, and she's already got her head down and everything. So I told Jordan, I was like, hopefully you'll be able to just kind of squat and cough, and she'll just fall right out of there, and it'll be okay. Like, hopefully that's all that it'll take.
Did that come from that book that you're reading now? Did the term squat and cough come from that?
I don't know. I think that's more of a prison thing, but.
So yeah, it's gonna be a good show, obviously.
Yeah. Let's start with the
We
shots
need a shot here. Cheers,
So,
buddy.
Thank you everyone for joining us. To liberty.
To liberty. And my outfit today is not by accident. I'm purposely wearing Rebels.
It's nice.
Because of all the anti-empire talk that I anticipate today.
Yeah. So you know what?
Because I feel everywhere when we talk about our State of the Union, I feel like I'm talking about the empire.
The State of the Union, our own state.
The state of our true union.
Yeah, here's hoping, Jordan says.
Here's hoping.
Sorry, Chloe.
Coughing.
Yeah, squat and cop.
Squat and
so let's just start here. Let me ask you this. Right? This is how we started most shows here. Let me ask you this, Colin. We pride ourselves on being an objective show and objective people, right? And that's how we build the show. That's how we live our lives. If we're an objective show, why do we focus or talk so much about the left?
Well, if we're an objective show,
Yes.
that would, to me anyways, it would be because obviously we feel more threatened by the ideas being spouted by the left.
Yeah.
If we were threatened by the ideas being spouted by the right, which we are, just not as often, obviously, then we'd be talking about them.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to be talking all sorts of shit today on the right-wing people and the neocons and that old school conservative stuff today, especially when we're talking about Ukraine and Russia. But for the most part, I hesitate to use the term the threat, but in a ideological kind of, sense, that threat is coming from the left.
Right.
The left is attacking my liberties and my rights. Right now, the right's not doing that. They're mostly just shutting up, and some of them are kind of supporting them. So that's
Right.
why we talk so much shit on the left.
I like it.
Right now.
I like it. And I would also point out to anybody who says that, that
Slam dunk.
yes, no, that's an excellent answer. I'd also point out from the time that we started the show until Trump got out of office, we shat on Donald Trump for that entire time. Not that there were not things that we did not support, because certainly there were, but we talked. There is a quote even from me. I couldn't tell you what episode it is, but I know that it exists because Kyle brought it up to me once, where we were doing the show, and I said, "God, I hope a Democrat wins next time so we can shit on him too."
Oh yeah,
And I said that, and the very next week I was at work, and Kyle said, "You said this," and I thought it was so funny, And that's the only reason I know for sure I said that. So
that's great.
yes, and I also wrote down. I'll read exactly what I wrote here. I would argue the left's embrace of Marxism/socialism is more of a concern than the fringe right. Marxism is actively growing at a faster rate, in my opinion, and is tougher to defeat than far-right extremism.
Yeah, and I would add on to that to also indicate and think when you really listen to the minds that talk about this stuff, like James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian and the deep academic intellectuals will teach you that what we see on the surface as being a threat and the things that we're talking about now in like the ideological battlefield, if you will, is only literally the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
There's an entire subculture and substructure. I mean, where do you think the humanities career path came from?
Right.
It was when people like me were looking at going to college, and their parents or their, whatever it was talking about, like, why would you want to go get a degree in underwater basket weaving or whatever it is? You go, you get some bullshit humanities degree, and there's no jobs out there for you, except, oh wait, you get enough of them, they're going to create a market for it.
Right.
This didn't exist 20 years ago, but all the foundation was laid to the point where we have institutions now that are built by this, and we're just now, it's that the ocean volcano has finally peaked above the surface, but you have an entire foundation to fight against for probably the next few decades.
Right. James Lindsay has an entire podcast, New Discourses, that he reads and breaks down different Marxist papers, socialist papers, all those things. He reads through them breaks them down so that they're easier to understand. It's a fantastic podcast for anybody, especially parents, because
What's it called again?
It's called New Discourses.
New Discourse.
And especially for parents, because he focuses so much on schools and children, that I would recommend that to anybody. The episodes are about an hour and a half, pretty standard podcast length episodes. And yeah, they're I don't know, he doesn't even do videos like he does YouTube shows, but it's just a picture and then his podcast. So, but yeah, I would recommend that to anybody who is starting to see the threat, feel the threat, doesn't really understand exactly what's happening, but knows that they're uncomfortable with what's happening.
Yeah.
New Discourses is a great place for you to go. There's a lot of very introductory things. What is critical race theory? What are these things? Breaking them down by the actual people who wrote the papers, who made the arguments. He's breaking down their arguments to explain to you exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, it's funny. He was on the IRL podcast
Just
on
last night.
Friday.
Yeah, and
last
I
night.
did not get to watch it.
Oh,
but
it's
I saw
pretty
it.
damn good.
I am in love with James Lindsay.
And it will, it wasn't too contemporary, which is nice. So it'll still serve you good on Monday when you have time at work or whatever. It's a great one. But the dude is just he's a living encyclopedia against critical theory.
Yes.
And I mean, this is the guy I think we talked about at the time, but him and his partners, Peter Boghossian and Helen Pluckrose.
Yes.
Helen Pluckrose wrote the series of papers back in, I don't know, when was it? It was years ago. At this point, when the critical theory was really starting to be flooded out there.
I think it was around then.
And it was like they wrote these bullshit papers, totally made up all the things and just made it all fancy, used the right language. I think they did one where they converted Hitler's manifesto into like its own version of like a leftist propaganda thing.
Right.
And they submitted them through the academies. They were fucking peer reviewed and they got approved. And they were like, oh, hey, by the way, this is a hoax.
Yeah.
We caught you.
One of the papers was about how the penis is a social construct, and another one was
the dog park one killed me.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to
That's the
say.
one.
The dog park one was about rape culture.
I got to see if I can find the title.
Dog parks, carried out by people where they said that they went and inspected the genitals of a ridiculous amount of dogs, like 100,000 dogs or something like that, and went to all these different parks and interrogated the owners, and it was.
Dude, it was so great.
Absolutely bizarre. And it was accepted into an actual journal for critical theory, And so all of this was done in an effort, like you said, to point out how ridiculous these fields are, that they aren't, the purveyors of these fields and of these ideologies are not even able to decipher what is bullshit and what is real. And that's how ridiculous those
It was Mein
fields are.
Kampf that they did that.
Yes,
for.
Mein
And they
Kampf.
turned it into they just changed it to feminist language.
Yes.
But I can't find the name of the papers right now.
I had them written down somewhere.
They're so long and complicated, but they're all about these like various grievance studies.
Yes.
And if you Google search grievance studies hoax, then you'll come across some of these things. But yeah, it was at some point throughout
We'll find
the
it.
episode.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we'll
find it because they're too good, man. They're too good.
We'll find it. And the second part that I want to ask you about, let me ask you this, right? Feeds to your question. So now let me ask you this, right? With the insane, with the insane tensions, right? Is the conservative war hawkery, no-fly zones, things like that, a more immediate threat, right? And I think that you answered that it is. You're going to be talking a lot about that today.
Yeah.
We are not afraid, and the whole point of the podcast is to talk about what is threatening your liberty, right? And we discussed that last week in general terms more about Joe Biden, because at the time the administration seemed like they were really pushing for war, and now that it's going on, now that war is happening, we're seeing people from both sides of the aisle arguing for it for different reasons.
Yeah.
But some of the more bold actions that we're going to get into later, or like you said, are coming from a lot of the conservatives, Republicans that are talking about no-fly zones, things like that, things that need to be enforced by American military that would unquestionably enter us into a direct war with Russia.
Yep.
So we're going to be getting into a lot of those things later.
My Commentary magazine boys are having a real hard time right now because, they're old neocons, except for like Noah, and like Abe has got a good head on his shoulders too, but, good old John Podhorns is like, let's do it, bro. Let's do this. But, oh, wait, we can't do this because World War III, blah, blah, blah. But it's really interesting, and we will discuss it again later. But the 180 change coming from a lot of these people that were like, within, I don't know, when was Afghanistan? February-ish last?
January.
It was in January.
No. The withdrawal was in August.
August. Thank you. Not that long ago.
Right.
People were giving him a bunch of shit for that, all this stuff. The concept of even pulling out. And now they're like, oh, yeah, let's start another one. Let's do it. So it'll be really interesting to talk about there. But and some of the anti-war voices are kind of surprising, too. But that's really what this is coming down to. Is like who's okay with who thinks it's okay to have war right now, and who is like, no, this is a really bad idea. I don't care how we do this, but this cannot happen.
Right.
Because I was having a conversation with Carolina yesterday about this. Nobody that is alive today, except for a very few older people, have any concept of the devastation and the bloodshed that a world war could mean.
Right.
Because as bad and bloody and terrible as Vietnam was, and I think we all know how passionately you see that travesty of Vietnam, and we've talked about it before, a world war in 2022 is going to make that look like fucking playtime.
Way beyond that.
And nobody in our generation can even comprehend. And war is just a thing that we do over in the Middle East that we don't ever have to worry about.
Right.
This is real shit. But
we'll get into that later.
Yep.
We keep saying that.
Indeed. Yeah. I got to veer away.
He's excited.
I want to talk to you real quick about some pop culture then.
Yes.
Have you, just off the top of your head, have you watched any major movies or anything over the last couple of weeks?
Yes. So I watched several, and I made sure that I made a list of them, right? I watched Watchmen twice because I watched it one by myself, and then you watched it the next day, and then I told Jordan
we did not plan
it.
that.
No, just happened that way. And then I told Jordan that I watched it, so she wanted to watch it. She loves Watchmen. So we watched that again. I watched a movie called The Darkest Hour.
Ooh. Yes. The Churchill movie.
Yes, exactly.
Is that the Gary Oldman one, or is that the other one?
Whoever plays
Darkest Hour, I think.
Whoever plays Commissioner Gordon
that's
in the Dark Knight series.
Yeah.
That's who plays Churchill in this.
That's God,
but I couldn't tell you what his name is.
I'm blanking on it.
You just showed him to me last week.
Yeah.
In whatever movie you were talking about. In like
Gary Oldman.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Yep. Yeah, he's amazing.
It was incredible. That was a very good movie. It took me a minute to get into it, but once I was watching, I was like, okay, I'm here for it. I don't know,
because there's two of them. There's Darkest Hour in 2017, and then there was. No, wait, no.
There's one that just came out within the last year or two, right?
Yeah, and that's a different Darkest Hour.
Yeah.
But there's two Churchill movies, and I'm trying to remember, they have different actors.
Yeah.
And they're both great movies, I will say that, obviously. But I remember the other one, I don't remember the actor. I want to say he's from Frasier or some shit. I'll find it eventually. But I actually like that version better than Darkest Hour. Even though I think when you stack them up, that'd be a fun one to watch both of them and then just try to see which one can get, because it's by a hair.
Right.
One of them wins by a hair, and I'd be curious which one. But that's a great movie, man.
And I don't know
great movie
that much about World War II. I obviously have the general idea, probably a deeper idea than most, but still not that much, especially not from a British perspective, from a UK perspective. So it was interesting just to get more information on that, even if it was just surface level drama stuff. Been reading the Lemony Snicket series, right? So I watched that movie with Jim Carrey in it after we talked about it last week, because you and Carolina are on your Jim Carrey kick.
Yeah. Me, myself, and I read.
That movie's terrible. Not me, myself, and I read. The Lemony Snicket movie is fucking terrible. I knew that it was when I watched it, but I watched it again just because I was at work and looking for something non-political, and I was like, this movie is fucking trash. Jim Carrey is great because he is a crazy person. So
he is.
A
great crazy person.
Yes.
And the right kind of crazy.
As I'm watching it and as I'm reading the books, I think I'm realizing that the movie, for it to be good, would have to be serious. But the book is not totally serious. The books have comedy in them, and he writes it's narrated with comedy, so it's supposed to be funny, and that's why it was a good Nickelodeon property, because Nickelodeon made that movie, so that's why it was good for them to make it. But you can't take this book and convert it into a movie for it to be good, because the type of humor that's there is not going to translate into a movie. It's just not. Yeah, it's just not.
How many fantasy series were made of books and stuff before Game of Thrones finally nailed it? It's not easy to do that kind of super fantastical stuff.
Lenny's
here.
Lenny's here.
Lenny. What up, Lenny?
Thank you for joining us, Lenny. Got a couple of new structure today, some segments and stuff going. It's
Yeah.
going to be beautiful.
I'm gonna have to think about this Churchill movie thing because I'm
What
seeing
movie
The Gathering
again?
Storm is another one,
Okay.
but that's not the one I'm thinking of, and I don't think the one I'm gonna have to do some research on this one.
Yeah, the
because
Churchill
it's
movie-
bothering me. I've seen like a gang of them. I watched them all during COVID. I watched a bunch of Churchill movies, and they were all fucking great. I think there's like 3, but
Yeah.
anyways,
For Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
the Churchill movie is The Darkest Hour. The one that I'm talking about with Jim Carrey is
Lemony.
Lemony Snicket. It's the series of unfortunate events movie.
Yes.
And that was on Hulu when I watched it. That one's still there. Netflix
Mm-hmm.
did a series where NPH, Neil Patrick Harris, is Count Olaf, is the Jim Carrey character. So I'm going to try that again and see how that is. I don't remember that being that good. I've watched part of it because I looked at it on Netflix and some of the episodes are watched. So I know that I've watched it, but I don't remember it being that good or else it would be more memorable in my mind. I also watched a movie called, it's about Vincent van Gogh, where Willem Dafoe plays Vincent van Gogh.
Yes.
It's a fucking incredible movie. Absolutely incredible.
I have not seen that, but I have heard epic things about it. That's funny. The Ghetto Boys are like, "Hey, what time is the podcast?" Right now, buddy.
Right
It's right now.
now.
It's hard to communicate with people when they don't have any social media, right?
Yes.
It's super weird to say that, but it's real. Maybe the one I am thinking. It's got Albert Finney. He's a British dude. These are all like super British actors. I'm telling you, I'm thinking the wrong Churchill.
We'll
Either
figure
way,
it out.
all
It's
of them are
okay.
good.
Yeah. No, I know it's so easy to get, especially something like that. So easy to get like stuck on it.
Moving
when you're
on.
in the middle of the, yeah. So
I'm closing IMDb.
the Willem
Moving on.
Dafoe movie, incredible, right?
Okay.
I don't know fucking shit about Vincent van Gogh. I
Yeah.
don't know anything about Vincent van Gogh.
Like, Willem Dafoe can do whatever he wants.
He's so good.
Yes.
He's so good. And you know me as far as art goes. You know, I'm just not an
Not
emotional
a whole lot of
intaker.
symbolism to be
No.
had there.
But
Symbolism.
I did pick up on some things that I was kind of proud of myself on,
Ooh.
right? A lot of the paintings and shit like that
Oh,
Vincent
yeah.
van Gogh did have a lot of like yellow hues, and like that's a lot of things. He stayed in a yellow house when he did this whole series, for like a year, when he did, all these paintings and shit, and in a bunch of parts of the movie when you're seeing things from his perspective, there's like a yellow haze over everything, and I think it was just to like instill like this is how he's seeing the world. All these yellow hues in his paintings, like that was his view of the world. And so much of what he was talking about is like, I'm just trying to show people how I see the world, and it's so different, and it's fucking crazy. He's a crazy person, I have an absolute crazy person.
It was the cut off the ear guy, right?
Yeah. So he was in, according to the movie, he was staying with another artist that he was like friends with, and it kind of seemed like almost like he was like in love with him a little bit. He's a crazy person, so he may have been, but who knows, right? And then that artist wanted to leave. Galgan, I think his name was. He wanted to leave. He had to go somewhere else. He was starting to become more famous, so they had this disagreement, and he cuts Zir off and to try and give it to his friend, and he can't find his friend. The reading that I did said that his friend ran away from him. This just says that he can't find his friend, and so Vincent van Gogh gives his ear to a woman who works at a bar who knew his friend also and was like, give this to my homeboy. And then he got arrested because he gave a woman his ear.
It's weird.
She was obviously disturbed by it. So he spent some time in a mental institution, and then eventually was allowed to leave and lived with his brother for a while. And
we need those people, man. We need those crazy artists because they give us cool shit.
The reading that I did said that he shot himself. The movie that I watched showed that he was like almost like instructing 2 younger boys, and one of them shot him. And then they like buried a bunch of his stuff, and said that he never mentioned it, but the boys found out about it somehow. There was like a book that he got from someone, an empty book that he filled with drawings over this time that he gave back to the woman, and she didn't know that he had drawn in it, and it stayed in her house for like over 100 years, and her family found it.
Whoa.
I think in like 2016 it said. They found a book of like 70 or so drawings that Vincent van Gogh did of just nature and like shit in the countryside of France. I learned a lot of shit.
Honey, we're rich. We're
Yes,
rich.
yeah.
Guess what I found in the basement?
Yeah, so I'm trying to read more about Vincent van Gogh is what I decided. So if anyone knows any good books on Van Gogh, drop them in the comments here because that'll be my next one. The 4 books. The 4 books I'm reading. The baby book.
Yep.
The Reptile Room is the one I'm on right now. That's Lemony Snicket book. Daniel James Brown. and this one I cracked into today.
Oh, the old
That
U.S.
is-
Constitution.
It's the Constitution
And
and
other
like
writings.
a plethora of other writings. Yeah.
Because mine is only about that thick, though. The one.
Yeah,
behind you
yeah.
there.
No, this one has the Mayflower Compact, the Silence Dogood Letters, an edict by the King of Prussia, give me liberty, give me death, Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, the Treaty of Paris, Virginia Plan, Northwest Ordinance, Constitution, Federalist Papers, George Washington's first inaugural address, Bill of Rights, Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address. All
That's like
kinds
all
of
the big
stuff.
ones. All the
Yes,
big stuff
all
in there.
of the things. There you go.
That's healthy.
Yes. So I'm going to be reading through this.
Well, you'll fire that in a couple of days. It's not a
Closing
big deal.
line comes out of here. This one will take me longer, I think, because the language is different. I'll have to
Yeah.
read a lot
It's
of
not
the
as
shit
narrative.
more than once, exactly, to like, what are you saying? You know, even just I read started with the Declaration of Independence today, and even that, you have to. You got to read some of it a couple of
Oh,
times
yeah.
to be like, what the fuck are you actually saying here?
Exactly, because the language is different.
Yeah, the Declaration of Independence, though, I appreciated. Yeah, a huge portion of it is just a list. It's just a list of like, these are the things that you are doing that are fucked up.
Yeah,
and,
this is what we're pissed off about, bro.
And it seems like our duty to tell you what you're doing wrong before we completely secede from you.
There you go.
Yeah, it even says in there like it's would be improper or imprudent. It would be imprudent to not list for you the things that you're doing, before we just peace out. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, even in the standard divorce, you got to have a reason. You can't just be like, "Yeah, we're out."
Exactly.
Right? It's a whole thing.
Exactly.
But I too, we talked
Yes.
about it last time.
Yeah, you
I've been
reading
reading a
last week?
book.
High Rise?
J.G. Ballard.
How
High
is it?
Rise. It's fucking dark and gritty.
The song,
And really
Vincent.
good.
Oh my God! Yes, thank
is
you
it?
very much, Lonesome Lenny. I'm here for it. Don McLean. I'm writing it down right now.
Oh, look at that! Shout out, Lenny. Always coming through with the heaters.
Lenny, if you're looking for a new book, we got the book club going. Remember,
Yeah.
book club. This month's book is The Indifference Stars Above by Daniel James Brown. It's about the Donner Party. It's very good, Lenny. Very good.
And I can't get over next episode you got to come out with another. Or actually, we get a book club this Thursday, don't we? Coming out.
Yes.
Good.
Yep, this Thursday is the
'Cause,
first live stream for this book.
Okay, because just the prose is so good in that movie. Every sentence and paragraph is like
Yeah.
perfectly designed to just hit you right where it needs to hit you.
Yeah.
And that's only like the few you've read to me.
And I did a good amount of dog earing in this one along the way. So there's a lot of like contextual things that because he does a very good job. Daniel James Brown a very good job of breaking down like this was the hygiene of the time, just things that were important to give context to everything. So it's
Nobody
very good.
understands that shit.
Yeah, no, it's very good. So I have a lot of those things and also just some prose things. Yeah, I read it. I'm like, this is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
And dog ear that one. I'm gonna make sure to keep that. So
Nice.
yes, the song Vincent. What have you watched this week? What was the last Jim Carrey movie that you guys watched?
Me, myself, and Irene.
Oh,
That
right.
was it. Yeah, we
Right.
didn't. We were
That's a good
going to do it on Wednesday again, but, sometimes life gets in the way of date night.
Yes,
But we ended up having a nice steak dinner and a lot of good conversations and stuff like that, but ended up not watching a movie, although I did purchase Bruce Almighty for the occasion.
Jake B. He's out here.
Jake B. My copy just came in the mail.
Love it.
Oh, buddy. You're about to get it. But yeah,
Yeah.
we watched that, which again, we talked a little bit about it last when we were hanging out, but it's like the movie's from 2000. And
Really?
it was a lot older than I thought. Actually, I kind of thought it was like mid 90s. Maybe it was a little newer than I thought, but I didn't expect 2000s. And then I noticed a lot of the humor in it. Like, you ain't doing that right now.
No.
You ain't gonna make that movie again.
No.
And I also had forgotten how gorgeous Renee Zellweger was back in that time. Just absolutely gorgeous. You could tell though, like the old 90s dress styles and stuff were coming out, and it's like, come on, we need to hurry up and get to the future. The 90s were a bad time for apparel, but yeah, the comedy in that movie is fucking
coming back.
great, man.
90s
He's got
apparel
his
is coming
3
back.
kids. They are, and it's not okay. I'm not okay with it. We
just
moved past the 90s for a reason, people.
I just talked to Jordan about that this week.
I don't
Literally,
want,
days
I don't want
ago.
neon bullshit again. Okay, we're not playing this game.
It's not even that. When we were in Gig Harbor, we tried to find those quail eggs, and we were in whatever supermarket that was.
right, the
and
quail eggs.
like the baggy clothing is like a big thing that's coming back, like especially for
Like
girls.
Janko jeans back in
like
the day.
yeah. And I just told Jordan, I was like, I'm just not a fan of it. Like I appreciate that when I was in high school, girls are wearing yoga pants and tank tops. That's what girls are wearing when I was in high school, and I'm fucking here for it. Now they're wearing sweatshirts that are too big for even their boyfriend to wear. They're wearing jeans that are too big for their boyfriend to wear. It's too much. Not here for it.
I blame Kim Kardashian myself. I don't exactly know why, but I'm pretty sure most of this is her fault. Gotta blame somebody.
Oh god. Okay.
But
sorry, me, myself, and
yeah,
I.
we watched that. It's a great movie. The three kids in that movie are the best part about that movie, to be honest.
Yes.
His three sons. It's
Genius
so
boys.
great. Yeah. But for those of you who haven't watched, Jim Carrey's got a split personality. It's kind of like his dark side and his good side. He represses all of the anger, and then eventually that comes out. But it's a great ride. It's a great run. It still holds up to today. You definitely get a little guilty sometimes on some of the cheap laughs you get, especially when you throw it into 2022 context.
Jim Carrey's good for that, though.
He is, and because he'll just steamroll right through it.
Yes.
But we did that, and then I don't know when we watched this, if it was before last show or not. Stop me if I talked about this before, but Raised by Wolves on HBO Max. The show that I know Ridley Scott had a hand in. He directed the first 2 episodes. It's a sci-fi show about like colonization of humans, and there's a big war between the atheists and the religious people, and there's like most of humanity's dead now, and basically the only people that are alive are showing up to this new planet on like these ark ships. But the atheists sent these 2 androids there to like raise this first group of children and get settled, and then all of a sudden the dude, Travis Fimmel, I think, the guy from Vikings, Ragnar from Vikings.
Okay.
He's like the main dude that comes down, and conflict between the atheists and the religious people, and it's a fucking great show, man. Lots of like deep human conflict ideas of like right and wrong, and religion versus zealotry, and just passion versus logic, and it's a very, very great series if you're into any of that stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's real Ridley Scotty. We'll
Raised
put
by
it that
Wolves,
way.
you said?
Raised by Wolves,
Raised by
HBO Max. Season 2 just came out.
Word.
So we're there.
Heavy
that
HBO.
and we were watching season 4 of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is out.
Okay.
And
okay.
I will say, if you haven't seen that,
have
it's
not.
on Amazon Prime. It is phenomenal. It's about a female comedian. It starts in the late 50s, and we're up to the 60s now in this season. But it's like the Lenny Bruce era in comedy, and people getting locked up for indecent language and stuff back in
Right.
the day. And she's just this hilarious Jewish comedian in New York, and it just follows her antics on stand-up comedy. But third season kind of lost me.
Yeah.
And then I gave season 4 a shot when Carolina was like saying I had to. And then I didn't regret it, because season 4, it's like they got their old fire back. So if you're into Marvelous Mrs. Maisel at all, or like a good comedy, it's right there, man. All the episodes, first 2 seasons are solid. Third's weird, but then 4th is back to the gold.
Excellent.
But that's where I'm at. That's what I've been doing. Reading. Not as fast as you, but I'm getting there.
It's okay.
And then after this, there's a movie called High Rise based off the book,
Right.
starring the dude that plays Loki. And
Oh,
so I'm
yeah,
excited
yeah.
about that. But
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not going to touch that movie until I'm done with the
The
book.
guy's name is Tom, right? Tom something?
Tom something. Let me look it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Tom
it is.
something.
Tom
Pretty sure.
something.
Let
But
us
the
know
new
in the
Batman's
comments.
supposed to come out too, by the way.
Let us know in the comments what your guys' favorite Jim Carrey movie is, right?
Yeah.
Liar, Liar. That's gold.
That's a great
yeah,
movie.
Liar, Liar is a good one.
God, besides Liar Liar, what would you say is one of your favorite Jim Carreys?
Oh, fuck.
First one comes to mind.
Dumb and Dumber, probably.
That's a
Dumb
classic.
Dumb and Dumber is good.
It's really good.
Like, real good.
Real good. It's and none of the other ones, but the first one's solid.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And then what's that guy's name? What's his counterpart's name? Jeff something, right?
Yeah, Jeff something. I don't remember.
I always say Jeff Bridges, and that's not.
It's not
his
Jeff
name.
Bridges.
No, but I always say that. I always say that, but I know that's not it.
No, Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, because he did a bunch of movies with him back in the day. 1994, Dumb and Dumber.
That's the year
Jeff
I was-
Daniels.
Jeff Daniels, that's what it
Jeff
is.
Daniels. That's great.
I also watched Steve Jobs with not Aaron Sorkin. What's his name? The same guy that was in Prometheus.
Oh,
Michael Fassbender.
Fassbender.
Fassbender plays
I always
Steve
get
Jobs.
Fassbender and the other guy mixed up. The 2
But-
British guys that are really handsome.
Yeah.
It's not cool. He's in The Island too, with ScarJo. That's not
Jeff Daniels.
That is Jeff Daniels.
Lenny's
Shout out
there.
Lenny. Lenny always is
Lenny,
there for
dude,
us.
Lenny was there.
Yeah, Lenny was there.
He was there. Yeah, so I watched the Steve Jobs movie. Jeff Daniels is in that Steve Jobs movie too. He plays Mark Markola.
I pulled it up right beforehand on Hulu.
Yes.
new series about that Theranos Elizabeth Holmes.
Yes.
And it's got that girl from Ted 2 that looks like Gollum sometimes.
Okay.
Amanda.
Oh, okay. Like
something
a,
or other.
Like
It's
a
a
biopic
show.
series.
Yeah,
Like a
and
show,
she plays
scripted
Elizabeth
series.
Holmes.
Word.
And it goes through the whole Theranos thing. It's out now. New episodes, I think, are Thursdays. There's only like 7 out right now.
She just got hemmed up, right? Elizabeth Holmes just got hemmed up.
Oh, yeah. Her whole life right now is going
I
is
knew her
going
trial
down
was
hard.
going on and shit.
Yeah, she's in a bad spot.
Yeah. Do have to mention also, Nils put out a new video this week. PNW Nils put out a new
Yes.
video with Dr. Sly. And then just yesterday, Denzel dropped a new song. Denzel
Yes, he
2
did.
put out a new song yesterday. So I believe it's called Slide.
I think it was.
Yep. So make sure you guys check those out. YouTube, Spotify, everywhere they have music. Upper left, Denzel 2 a.m., PNW Nils. On YouTube, look for Dr. Sly as well. He's working with a couple of different artists. Instagram is where he's doing a lot of his stuff. I don't remember what here. I have my Instagram up right now. I will. Out of 14 Media. That is what Dr. Sly's media company has switched over to. Is
Out of 14?
Yep. OUTTA 14 Media. The number 14.
Outa.
So, yep. Out of
like
14 Media. And this is the PNW Nils video promotional trailer. Oh, nope. That's James on board. My bad. There's Nils right there. What you think? That's what it is. What you think? It's the
think.
video they just put out, directed by Dr. Sly. Make sure you guys go check those out. Do you want to talk about some local stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a 2A update first, and then we will talk about the press conference that happened.
Oh, God. I almost forgot about the press
Yeah,
conference.
let's actually do the press conference first because that will be quicker, right?
Okay.
So on the 28th, last day of the month, Jay Inslee, usually almost always on Thursdays, right? Almost always on a Thursday, he does.
It's weird.
It's very weird. He does these press conferences.
Much like his 3-day weekends.
So he had a press conference. Jay Inslee is the governor of Washington State. For anybody who's not here, sleeper comedy called "Blow the Man Down" is well worth watching. Excellent.
Googling now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lenny. We are out here. Okay, so Jay Inslee, governor of Washington State. You guys know how we feel about Jay Inslee.
He's a bad human being.
Yeah, we're not his biggest fan. So we talked about the last time we were here that our mask mandate was going to end on the 21st of March. Jay Inslee had another press conference to say that we were going to roll it back to the 12th. So on the 12th will be the day that we get our rights back. What is it?
We get some of our rights back.
Yeah, some of our rights back.
It's a week early.
Yes.
Which we're all super jazzed about, but I'm so glad the science is going to
The
change.
science has told us now that it will be okay on the 12th, even though last week, 2 weeks ago, the science told us that it needed to be the 21st. But I feel like it's almost like
It's almost comic.
the people on the left are like, oh, these conservatives are, oh, the science changes. But that's what you're saying. Like, that's a dumb thing for you to say. And it's not that the essence of what you're saying is not true, that our understanding of what is accurate scientifically does change over time. But for you to be saying you need to follow the science, just this narrative of the science, like it's like the big lie, you know? It's
You
a
coined
ridiculous-
this, okay?
Yeah.
You coined the ridiculous concept of the science. And now you're really upset now because nobody's deciding that it's important because we all understand how ridiculous it was from the concept.
Yeah,
Not that I'm passionate
The narrative
about this at all.
idea of the science is not
Stupid.
It's not good. It doesn't help anybody.
Stupid.
So this is a quote from Jay Inslee. We're going to move forward as a state. Working as counties has not helped us. And if we remember, right, in the beginning, we were working as counties, and then we were working as sectors that were like districts of how the healthcare systems were organized, and then we were in districts for a very short period of time.
Yeah, we Hunger Games
Yeah,
for a minute.
we were on the edge of having to volunteer as tribute. Like we
Yes.
were right there.
It was close.
So the districts happened, and then we went back to counties, and now we need to move as a state.
Yes.
So again, with no explanation, it's just, oh, we've been looking at it the wrong way this whole time, even though that was the right way at the time. There's no explanation of why it isn't the right way anymore. Just this is how we need to do it, right? Again, I don't disagree
asinine.
with what you're saying, but the complete inability or unwillingness to explain anything that you're doing just because, well, I just know, you know, I know better. The science is telling me, and I'm the one that is dictating the science to you. So trust me, does not give anybody any reason to trust you. It gives them a complete opposite of that. I have every reason to not trust you because you look like you're fucking lying and you're just changing whatever you want to say with whatever is most convenient.
Yeah, because
you
what
know?
was it? What essentially was to blame for the change in the policy at this point. I believe there was reference to
They're going off of hospitalizations per 1,000.
Yes.
That's what their number was. And their model was saying by the 21st, that's when we were going to be at 5.
it was
Something
modeling and projections.
Yes, and something in between. And then when they asked, right,
Mm-hmm.
because someone asked specifically, I tested positive for COVID February 23rd and February 28th tested negative. Only had mild symptoms. We're out here.
Damn.
I'm happy to hear it, Lenny, because
Yeah.
the first time we heard from you, we were very concerned. We were very concerned that might happen to you. You have a lot of complications. I'm very happy to hear, Lenny,
Indeed.
that you are just fine.
And by having that too, like you've got the top tier at this point, man.
Good to go.
You're
Plus, you
top
said you
tier.
were vaccinated, so that's literally all those things. You have the best protection you could possibly ask for at this point in time from coronavirus.
A fully loaded magazine of antibiotic. That was a stretch, bro.
Out here though. No, out here. So
Lenny gets me excited. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
let's see. Then he said, this is another quote. We are empowering families and individuals to make the right decision instead of mandates.
Make the right decision, bro.
We're empowering you to make the right decision, even though, again, not even 2 weeks ago, we couldn't empower you. Sorry, 3 weeks ago, because we did an episode 2 weeks ago. We couldn't empower you to make the right decision. We needed to tell you what was done. Only now that you've almost definitely had coronavirus, like many people have, only now that, 70% of people are vaccinated, only now that all these things have happened that have worked in our favor and have done what we have asked to do, now we can trust you to make the right decision from yourself. When this first happened and we didn't know what was happening and you didn't know what was happening, we couldn't trust you to make the right decision for yourself because you couldn't figure it out. And
Couldn't
it's the
figure it out.
Same reason that Pfizer needs to withhold some of their data, or what was it, the FDA withheld some of the data because they were afraid it will cause misunderstanding. People won't understand the data that's being presented. So we left out this portion of the data because we don't want anybody to misunderstand what we're saying. We're not even going to give you the information because you won't even get it. So just trust us when we tell you that this is what's happening.
Bro, all you got to do is just listen. They tell you what to do. All you got to do is listen. I don't see what's so hard
You don't
about
even have
that.
to try out.
Yeah, you don't even have to
Yeah.
figure. I can't even remember
No,
how
no.
bad that was.
He did made sure that we're going to continue to protect the right to do so regarding wearing a mask. Right, we need to continue to protect the right. God forbid an employer demand that they're, for whatever reason, because again, like I said last time, I cannot imagine a world in which an employer tells their employee, you are not allowed to wear a mask when you are here. That seems crazy. I can't imagine a reason why an employer would say that.
OSHA would be up your ass like
You
nobody's business,
can't-
bro.
you
L&I
cannot
would be up
protect
your
yourself.
ass. You
What are you
can't do
talking
that.
about?
Exactly.
Yes, and
That's
so-
it's an insane fantasy that is. It's a straw man. There you go. It's a straw man argument. Doesn't actually exist.
Straw man argument to justify,
Unless, of course,
the-
you're Ron DeSantis, because
It's to justify the retention of the emergency powers. And he doubled down on that again, he has to keep his emergency powers because we need to make sure that we have access to federal funds, even though we're running a state surplus. The last time I checked, we were flush with cash. We had money in the overflow fund
tons.
to spend on shit.
we were giving
Right?
people millions of dollars for getting a jab.
So, but we still need to maintain federal fund access, right? We need to maintain the ability to protect people's rights to wear a mask, and then
I have a clip.
let's hear it.
I have a clip.
Let's see the clip.
Because this is the one I was thinking of at the time, but no, it was about his emergency powers talk.
Yep.
So let's see. Magic
They
button.
don't believe the numbers that you're using are really up to date. They believe that the metrics are already in place, that there's enough room now to reopen and have everything happen today. And they don't believe you need to continue the emergency powers. Why not end that emergency today? Let them join you in all these decisions. And if you need another emergency, just call it.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to, Keith. So if they want to sit down with me and look at the numbers, I'm hopeful. I'm very willing to talk with them. They're open. They're available. The numbers are the numbers. There's no question about this. They've always wanted to follow Donald Trump. That's the central problem here, who first said this was going to be over by Easter. Then he told us you can take horse deworming products, and has always diminished our ability, and who refused to help the state of Washington when I asked him to help. And the Republicans in this state have followed him and continue to follow him and continue to refuse to stand up to his coup attempt. So, with all due respect, I will be happy to talk to them about the numbers. But we need this emergency order for the 3 reasons that I just articulated. We need it to protect hospitals so that people don't get sick from this still deadly disease by requiring masks in hospitals. We need it to protect employees, and apparently the Republicans don't care about employees who want to wear their masks. I do, because a lot of people in this state are still going to want to protect themselves by wearing a mask.
It's true.
It's
That is true.
God.
I can guarantee there will be a shitload of people, a metric buttload of people still wearing masks after, after the mandate ends on the 11th, the evening of the 11th. I guarantee there will still be,
and that's totally cool. I don't care, bro. Right. You should keep sporting them. I don't care as long as I don't have to.
Yes,
then I'm good, right? But yeah, that was
our state Republicans.
It's Donald Trump, and what was the other reason he gave? It was like Donald Trump, COVID's still killing people. We need it because I need the funds. This is our fearless leadership of Washington State here.
He also said at one point, let's see if I can.
Bitter and angry too, I might add.
We've ended 95% of the controversial orders, right? And so it's clear the Republicans are not for workers, but he is. He said that in a clip there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is the quote. We have ended 95% of the controversial orders. So it's fine. We don't, because all the things you're complaining about, this is what he's saying, all the things you're complaining about, they're not even affecting your life anymore. So if we keep the emergency powers, what does it really affect you? Because 95% of the things are already done with. So even if they stay around forever, what does it matter? The legislature is still working because I can request that they come back at any time because I have the emergency power. So if we really need something, I can demand that they come back and do it. Isn't it better if I can control when and the legislature does and does not work? Isn't that better? Because I can demand that they do it, right?
Yeah.
All these controversial things.
Sounds monarchical.
It's not even there. It's better because I can access the emergency fund. So we should just keep it.
Yeah.
Why do we need to end it? Right? Why? If all these things are over, why do we need to end it? Mm-hmm. Because you're a fucking fascist, and this is a democracy. It's a democratic republic. This is not a monarchy. You do not rule the entire state as the executive. He has ineffective control of the legislature right now, and no one cares.
Yep.
Because the other 95% is done, right? We don't need to talk about all these things that I can control the legislature. We only need to talk about that I can make sure that you can still wear a mask because your evil, horrible, corporatist overlord boss would strip your right to wear a mask from you because they don't care about you because they're a Republican. They're a conservative. They care about Donald Trump, and they want to go with Donald Trump. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to do it. You need to make sure that I can keep these powers so I can protect you. That's what he's saying to you. That is what he's saying to you.
Like how is the entire state not up in arms after a speech like that?
Because they feel protected.
And they're just going,
so safe now.
You watch the fucking Twitter feed, dude, and it's so sycophantic. It's we love you, Jay Inslee. Thank you for saving us and protecting us from the evil Republicans and blah blah blah.
Comments are
when they're enabled.
The complete opposite. They're the
when they're enabled
opposite.
Yep. Yeah, I've noticed that too.
No. Yes.
It's bad, man. It's real bad. And that's the kind of leadership that leads us to our current state of Second Amendment affairs in this
There's
state.
one more thing I want to hit on, Jay, and then we can move on to that because there's a quote that he has here. Yeah, it was because I started for a second. I really agreed with him for like a half a second.
Whoa.
I was like, oh my God, I'm
life shattering.
Yes. So one of the things that he did in this press conference said he was ordering all state agencies to identify and terminate any Russian business ties that they had. Right.
Oh,
I was like,
word.
Okay, I'm here for that. If you want to make sure that our state, because that's right up the tilt of the far left, right? As like, we're not going to do this. And if that's what you want to do, I'm here for it because at this point, fuck Russia. They are actively infringing on the liberty of the Ukrainian people. They're actively infringing on the sovereignty of the Ukrainian people. I'm here for it. If you want to make sure that tax dollars aren't going to support the Russians, I'm here for it, right? So he says that and then immediately says, and I'm emotional about this because this is a quote, because our democracy was attacked on January 6th and continues to be attacked by those who partake in the big lie. We are fighting for it in Washington. We're fighting for democracy. That's why, right?
I remember
that's why
this
it's so
now.
emotional.
Yep.
Because we are also fighting for democracy here on January 6th. January 6th is the same thing as what's happening in the Ukraine right now. Those 500 Russian soldiers that are dead, the thousands of Ukrainian civilians that are dead, murdered by Russian military. That's the same thing as January 6th.
Yeah. It's
same thing.
Governor Inslee is basically the equivalent of Volodymyr Zelensky. I mean, and he wants to make sure that we know that. I mean, he's basically a wartime, governor at this point. And we should respect him as much as we should. Is Jay Inslee up for re-election this year?
Not this year. I'm going to his Wikipedia right now.
He did just survive a recall, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people have been trying to recall him for a while.
Been in office since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm just trying to see the last time that he was elected.
Governors can hang out for a minute. Well, because the Lauren Culp election was a recall election, correct? That was not the general.
He was elected in 2020.
Oh, so it was.
Re-elected in 2020 was the vote. There was a push for a recall that didn't make it.
Yeah.
And
Recalls
so
never make it, man.
Inslee became the first Washington governor elected to a third term since Dan Evans was reelected in 1972. And so that means that he's in for the next 22 for 2 more years, and Jay Inslee will. Well, I was going to say, and then he'll be out, but he'll be up for re-election. So,
yeah, because governors, I don't think have that pesky kind of term limit problem. I don't think
so.
Because didn't Bloomberg do 4 in New York or something like that? I don't know. Them governors it's weird, and I bet you every state constitution spells out pretty clearly. I would sure hope. Otherwise, what are we doing here? So yeah, good times.
Yeah. So that was the last point that I had as far as the press conference goes. That just remember whatever's happening in the Ukraine, whatever it is, because it's the same thing as January 6th.
It's the same thing.
The same thing that happened on January 6th.
Just
Our democracy is being
another
attacked.
coup attempt.
Yep.
On our democracy.
Coup attempt. Yes, a coup attempt. It's too much. Where no members of the military are involved.
No.
Where there's, the only person who's killed is a civilian.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very. Very interesting.
Soft ass motherfucker.
Yeah. So next we have a 2A update for the state. We've talked a lot about this over the last few weeks. And last night,
the worst
Friday, was
fear
the closing
came true.
of the legislative session for Washington State. And we have the magazine ban that was passed last night, and also the ghost gun bill that was passed last night. Can you tell me?
Yes.
The when I read the bill for the magazine ban, it was 10. Even this morning on the radio, they said it was 15. Was that did she misspeak? Is that what it is? Because I feel like
she misspoke.
I feel like even the article I have,
I have it here. I have the actual engrossed Senate bill,
and it's
from
10,
it,
right?
And it was 10 when I read it this morning.
Yeah, and this says 10 also.
Yeah, engrossed Senate bill. Oh, I got it right here. It was 10 rounds. It's towards the top. Yeah, no, I know it's 10 rounds. We're going to go ahead and say that. And then if I need to add a correction to it, we will. But I'm fairly confident it's 10.
It was introduced as 17, as we went over the last time. And then after it was brought onto the floor, it was amended down to 10, which is obviously an attempt to mislead people. Because even when we talked about it, I was like, oh, well, at least it's 17. Not like at least it's 17, but they're doing this because people said 17. All the times that people complained about 10, they said 17 is a standard number of rounds. It's very common number of rounds in a 9mm handgun, a full-size 9mm handgun is 17. So introduced as 17, amended to 10, passed through the House and then through the Senate, and now is on his way to Jay Inslee's desk, where he will definitely sign it into law.
All right, here we go.
So I know...
quote, large capacity magazines means an ammunition feeding device with the capacity to accept more than 10 rounds of ammunition.
More than 10.
Or any conversion kit, part, or combination of parts from which such a device can be assembled if this part or possession or under the control of the same person. So yeah, 10 rounds. There it is right there.
This is the magazine.
You can't have that.
For the handgun that I carry every single day. This is the magazine that came with my firearm. This is the magazine that will continue to be in my firearm. This is the magazine that my firearm was made to accept.
I got a 10 round in.
Yeah. No.
I only have one 10 round. I think the rest of them are larger. Shisha.
So
that's fun.
Title of my last piece that we wrote for the newsletter, which again on the Patreon, if you want to go there, become a patron, help us make more better content. I think you're still in the search.
Yeah, I just gotta tap into OBS, otherwise it doesn't like it when I switch cameras.
Yeah. So The title of my last piece for, again, on the Patreon, go there, subscribe, help us make more better content, is "If you do not try, I will not comply." I did everything that I could as an individual. I know that 15,000 other people in this state did everything they could to try and get the legislature to understand what they were doing, because I feel very, very confident that the people who just passed this law don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They have minimal, if any, understanding of firearms, the way that they work, probably the Second Amendment as a whole. I will not comply with this. This is absolutely ludicrous. There's a grandfather clause, there's all the things. I don't care. I don't care. If I go somewhere, if I have the opportunity to buy a magazine with more than 10 rounds in it, I will buy it. I will sell them to other people. I will give them to other people. I don't care. I am telling the state now, I am doing this. For the rest of the time that I live in this state, and this is a law, I will break this law. I will not comply with this. I will not comply.
It's an unconstitutional law.
I'm not doing this. The next one is obviously the ghost gun bill that passed. I have a piece here. This is from the Alliance for Gun Responsibility. They put out, I'm going to go ahead and send this to you. Yep, they put out a statement last night because they're just so jazzed. I'm pulling up Signal. Update available.
I love the updates. So much signal all the time.
Yeah, I'm just going to send it to you in our regular one because our group conversation didn't switch over to here.
Yeet.
But yeah, so this is from the Alliance for Gun Responsibility. They're just so jazzed that we've done this. So I'll read part of the statement here. Olympia, Washington. Today, the Washington State Senate approved two vital gun responsibility bills, HB 1705 to prohibit ghost guns and HB 1630 to restrict firearms at public meetings and election-related locations, right? And the second one I want to touch on just for a second, because this has to do with prohibits open carry at local government meetings and restricts firearms at school board meetings and election-related offices and facilities. The issue that I have with this, I'm sure a lot of people may not understand, is a little bit of a deeper kind of gun guy view, right? This directly falls in line with the idea that guns are scary and guns are bad. Because if you see a gun, that person wants to hurt you. This is called in here an intimidation bill, right? That's exactly what it's called. It's to help in this particular statement. It says somewhere about intimidation, gun violence is preventable. This bill will make our elected officials, all residents who want to make their voices heard at public meetings, safer. No one should have to experience the threat of gun violence to participate in civil life. Sharing your voice and your opinions, not your gun, is what makes your democracy go round. So this, again, falls directly in line with guns are scary. Guns are bad. If someone has a gun around you, they want to hurt you probably. It's not because they want to protect you. It's not because they want to protect yourself. It's because they want to intimidate you into doing what they want.
Now, isn't it interesting that we can get language like that in a we have a constitutional open carry state. How is that? I mean, what are we talking about now? I mean, you're in a state where you're allowed to you're constitutionally, it is I don't want to say allowed, but for lack of a better term at the moment, say it's constitutionally allowed to carry a gun with you in an open forum anywhere in the state. It is constitutional. It is your constitutional right as a citizen of Washington State to do that.
Not anymore.
But it's also intimidation now.
Yep.
I don't quite.
Oh, here's it is. In 2021, it's the final paragraph. The legislature took action to reject armed intimidation by prohibiting open carry at the Capitol, protest, and demonstrations. HB 1630 extends this safeguard by prohibiting open carry at public local government meetings and prohibiting the knowing carry and possession of firearms at school board meetings and election-related offices. So it's not even open carry. You can't even have a gun at the school board meeting in general. You can't conceal carry here. You can't do any of that shit here. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I would say, how does that not completely and utterly go against? These are government institutions telling you cannot exercise your Second Amendment right. I mean, that is in direct violation. Am I totally missing the base here? I don't understand how the government can say you cannot have a weapon on you if you come to our property. It feels like, unless I'm missing something, that's like the entire. You've just completely usurped the Second Amendment altogether. You're the only people allowed not to tell us that.
Yes.
I don't. Okay. So this is just fun. We're just living in. The Constitution's just a piece of paper. I forgot.
And the next one is 1705. I have the actual language from, the Ghost Guns. Yep, this is the Ghost Gun Bill. And this is from actually my article, because this is from the bill itself. Excuse me. That I pulled. 1705 is to prohibit any person from the manufacturer, causing the manufacture, or causing the assembly of an untraceable firearm, right? So that means that's
There's a
from...
lot of causal language there that I'm
Yes.
highly uncomfortable
Yeah,
with.
that's from the bill itself, and this is from this article from the Alliance for Gun Responsibility. 1705, sponsored by Rep. Liz Berry, D36, restricts the manufacture, assembly, sale, transfer, purchase, possession, transport, and receipt of ghost guns, untraceable, unserialized firearms, and unfinished receivers. It was approved 26 to 23.
Contraband.
Yep. So, and then later down it says, ghost guns are unserialized and untraceable firearms that anyone, including prohibited purchasers, children, domestic abusers, and gun traffickers, can buy online at gun shows or from local dealers.
That's a lie.
They're often sold through kits, including all the parts, equipment, and instructions necessary to build these weapons at home. Ghost guns are not serialized, making it difficult for law enforcement to trace their origin and easy for gun traffickers to divert them into the criminal market.
Again,
I'm telling you, gun traffickers are not selling ghost guns.
No.
That's not.
that's not how any of that works.
No. So
It's,
there are many things that you can do, and I'm going to tell everyone now. There are jigs that you can go and buy online to finish your own receivers.
so jig being like a template, you can run some
Template that
tools
you can
around
use.
and all
You can
this.
buy a router. You can do these things. I'm not going to go into too deep of detail, but I will not
there
comply
goes
with
the
this. I'm
stream.
not. I just picked up a 3D printer. You cannot stop the signal. You cannot stop the signal. I will not comply. I'm not doing this. I am not doing this. We are seeing right now on the other side of the globe in multiple nations why civilians should have firearms that the government doesn't fucking know about.
Yep.
You shouldn't know about everything that I have. You should not know. That cuts directly against the Second Amendment. You should not know. It is none of your goddamn business. You should not know. It doesn't matter. You cannot stop the signal. I will not comply. I'm not doing this. I will not do this. I will print and I will cut out whatever the fuck I want. I am not doing this.
Amen.
No, it's a whole hashtag if you want to go follow it. You cannot stop the signal. You cannot stop the signal.
Hashtag cannot stop the signal.
Nope. Hashtag can't stop the signal.
Can't stop the signal.
Not doing it.
Yee.
You cannot defeat this. If gun traffickers continue to traffic guns, why do you think that this will work?
Wasn't there just a giant record bust of like of a
it brought us
cartel
two
with a
years
bunch of American guns that we sold them back during Fast and the Furious again?
I'm not doing this. I will not comply with this. I will continue to print and cut out whatever I want. I'm not doing this. This is completely unconstitutional. This is a direct cut against your rights. This is a direct attempt by the Washington legislature to disarm you while speaking in favor and in support of Ukrainian militias. They're actively doing the same thing while trying to disarm you. They're taking the same weapons from you, lesser weapons from you than the Ukrainians are using to defend themselves right now, to defend their own country right now.
Now, mind you, logical fallacy here, easy to spot. But if someone was to take if they were trying to argue, well, the government's handing out guns to the civilians now so that they can defend themselves. Why don't we just do that? What's wrong with that scenario, Donovan?
I don't know. I would rather
Lay up, dunk.
Yeah. Would you rather have to learn how to use a gun in 5 seconds or take as long as you want and actually, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah. Right? You know how long it takes to be good at shooting? I'm fucking terrible at shooting now.
No, you're
I've been
not.
shooting for 3 years now. Right? It's not easy to be good at shooting.
No.
It doesn't happen in 5 seconds. So that seems ludicrous, right?
How about the fact that, like, what makes you think your government's going to be the one giving you guns? Why isn't it your government overthrowing you and throwing you into camps, not someone else's?
Well, and it's my understanding that
I've heard that before.
No,
over the last
certainly.
couple days, and I'm like, you guys?
No, and it's my understanding that Ukraine gave up the nuclear arms that they had for agreements of protection from Russia and the United States. What the fuck are we doing now? We're talking actively about nuclear warfare for a war that's happening in Ukraine. So it seems like there are a lot of very obvious examples of why you shouldn't disarm yourself and why the government doesn't have the ability to take your guns from you, right? People are being locked up, and we've gone over this so many times. There are literally quarantine camps in Australia right now. Those people don't have firearms. They don't have them. You're not allowed to have them, right? It's against the law. And there's all this talk, we'll get into later, Kevlar vest and like all this bullshit, deer and Kevlar vest and all this stuff.
Oh my God,
And
I love that one.
the Second Amendment is not for hunting.
It has nothing to do with hunting.
It's not for animals. It's not for
I mean, it could be used for like when you live in an area where there are wild animals. It could be utilized to defend yourself from the elements and from nature. But that's almost like a happy side effect of being armed. It's not the sole intent. It's not why it's in the governing documents of the nation. It's there ensconced in government documents so that it can be used in and around the situations regarding government and your safety.
The Second Amendment is for tyrants, not for animals.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, I like that.
And that's actually, I'm going to go ahead and send you.
Where did you find that little piece of glory?
Yep. That's from this video that I saw. Let's see. Share to.
Yep, yep.
Oh.
I never would have.
Share to Messenger. I'm going to message it to you
So
on
scary.
Instagram. Oh, Jesus
Instagram.
Christ. Except when
It's an Insta message?
Yeah. Except when it tries to make me do it. Share to direct.
Yeah, it's not easy just to share stuff.
No.
Man, especially Instagram. Which, while you're doing that, just to let everybody know, the Lex Friedman podcast had an episode with the Mark Zuckerberg, man. And as compared to his normal videos, he usually gets around within like the first week 250 to 500K views. This he did the other day at 2.2 million already.
Ooh,
Obviously
Jesus.
a big deal, but I can't wait to check that out. Fucking Meta father himself
So I sent you just a short video.
on the Insta.
Yep.
Okay, let me check this out real quick. Cha-cha, cha-cha. What did I do with Instagram?
Yep. And it pertains to Joe Biden, but this is where I got this from, and this is
Joe Biden.
It's on your personal one.
Oh, well, in that case.
Oh, I can send it to. I can do this.
Por favor. I don't even know what my login is, to
No,
be
that's no
perfectly
problem.
honest. I keep it on my phone because my phone remembers my login. But when I get a new phone, I'm going to be really screwed
Yeah.
because I don't know what my login is.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's see here. Shifty. Grab. Oh, it's got to load. Fucking Meta. It's the latest and greatest. Jumping over. Okay, what are we seeing here? Is there sound?
There it is.
We got sound.
Think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests? Man, assault weapons with high-capacity magazines will up 100 rounds. You think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests?
I also love the Leonardo DiCaprio there for a minute. That's just classy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, dude, the left can't meme. The left can't create good. You know, I don't know if you'd call that a meme video. That's a meme, right?
Yeah.
It's just-
Yeah.
Left can't meme, dude. The right's got that shit in spades. That's a
Yeah.
legit video.
Um,
I live in Massachusetts, and getting a gun permit is like going through like getting through an act of Congress. Amen, dude. That's not okay, Lenny.
and it shouldn't be that way, especially in one of the
OGs.
original. Yeah, in one of the original colonies. It shouldn't be this way.
Shays Rebellion in Mass? I can't remember.
Don't put that on me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
put
you're
that
like
on
you're like my go-to for U.S.
Yeah,
history
no, don't
sometimes.
put that on me.
Word. All right, I'm gonna Google that.
It shouldn't be that way. This is
Should not be.
This is a direct infringement on the Second Amendment. We have every reason to believe that the government will not protect you if we find ourselves in a situation like they are in Ukraine right now. You should not trust the government to protect you. They do not have the capability to protect everybody in the United States. They do not have the capability. They don't have the power. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the logistical understanding. They don't have the ability to protect the entirety of the United States from itself.
Yeah,
They
can't even
don't
do that.
have the power to protect you, especially if they are the ones trying to kill you. This is not right. This is unconstitutional. We talked about the magazine ban. There were 15,000 people compared to the just over 1,000 that did not want this. They voiced their opposition to these bills, and they passed them anyway. They do not care about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your safety. They don't care about your protection. They don't care. They do not care. You should not trust them. You have no reason to trust them. You need to trust yourself, and that's why you need this. That's why everyone needs this, because you can trust yourself. I'm very upset about this, obviously. I'm very upset about this. I said I will not comply with this. You cannot stop the signal. I will continue to print and cut out whatever I want.
I mean, this is the most egregious overreach in 2A that I've experienced personally as in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a pretty big one. It's highly upsetting. So I think on that lovely note, if you would like to maybe wrap up this segment.
Yeah, I believe that
that
is
is
the last thing. No, I believe that's all that I have here. We have, let me ask you this, pop culture, 2A update.
Can confirm, by
Inslee
the way,
Pressure.
Shays Rebellion, an armed uprising in Western Massachusetts.
There you go. There you go.
Damn, I feel proud of myself.
What we're going to do again, we talked about this. The stream is not going to end. We're going to go to a quick break stream. We'll be back in 3 minutes with some beers and empty bladders.
Indeed.
And
I'm doing the pee-pee dance,
we'll be
baby.
back for our next segment. It's going to be segment number 2. We're going to talk about the State of the Union.
Amen.
Tune in, and we will be back in 3 minutes, everybody. While we're away, I want to again remind you to like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube. Go over if you don't follow us on Instagram, go to the Instagram at Salt of the Streets, Facebook, fuck Facebook, Salt of the Streets, saltofthestreets.com for all the information, including our personals right there, alpaca_Don on Instagram, Salt of the Street on Twitter, Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Subscribe, like, follow, share it, tell your friends. We'll be back in 3 minutes, everybody. Peace.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
And we are back. Look
There
at
it
that.
is.
That's called seamless transition.
We were waiting to see if we
Hot
were
dog.
gonna
Yeah.
with the mics and everything, and we're
Yeah.
good to go. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us. Obviously, I want to remind you again: like, subscribe, all those
Oh,
things,
yeah.
share this with everyone.
We got to remember this is going to, for some
Yes.
people, this is going to be brand new.
Yes,
We're going to start it off.
Gonna be segment number 2, stage 2, form 2. We're gonna figure out what we're doing here, exactly what we're gonna
Indeed.
call it. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Lenny.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Yeah. So again, like, subscribe, share us with everyone. Do we drop out on the YouTubes? What happened?
No, it's still rolling.
Okay, scared the piss out of me for a second.
Yeah,
We're still here.
Excellent
right here.
condition.
Okay. Not going to say it for a third time. We have our Instagram.com/saltofthestreets, YouTube, where you're watching us now.com/saltofthestreets, Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. If you want to help us make more, better content, please go there, become a patron. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com. If you want to go and watch some gaming, go to Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Swell Blended for a haircut if you're in the local area. Location Skate Shop if you need a skateboard. And, of course, leggings and aprons on Instagram if you want some cakes.
Get them while you can.
Yeah, get them while you can, exactly, on the next few weeks.
Somebody's wicked pregnant.
Excuse me, we had the review preview that dropped on Monday for our February and March books. We have the beer show that drops every Friday. We have the clips that come out every day. And, of course, we have the newsletter that comes out on the last day of the month. It is never too late to get that on the Patreon. That's for the $5 tier. All costs $5. You get all the things plus the articles from me, from Colin. It's fantastic. $5. So
$5 foot long.
oh my God,
It's an article that's a foot long.
This-
So that's how we're doing that.
okay.
Happy 204. What's up?
Yeah, 2 of 4. So let's see. I live tweeted the vast majority of this.
Oh, the town hall? Not the town hall.
State of the Union. Yeah. So
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
this segment, of course, about the State of the Union. The first thing I want to say, the man himself performed better than I expected, regardless of what Crowder said, because Crowder talked like I felt more shit than was necessary,
That's
or
what he
even
does.
called for. But
Yeah.
that is what Steven Crowder does. So,
That's why I didn't listen to his stream this time.
I did just because I gotta
gotta-
see what, and he also didn't
yeah.
put an episode the next day. So
Which I gotta tell
Fuck
you,
you.
man. I gotta tell you. I'm just trying.
Let's
Let me
hear
get
it.
my fucking notes up real quick. Show map. There it is. I gotta tell you, bro. I am so fucking sick and tired. I had a conversation with. Fuck, I don't remember. I might have been talking to you about it earlier today. Shit, I don't even remember. We produce a show with 2 people, essentially. You're the Crowder in our situation, and I'm kind of a mix between what used to be Quarter Black and Gerald, right? That's the way I kind of see it. You drive the show along, and I produce and then add fun stuff.
yeah,
But he has, like, in the room with him while they're doing the show, there's like 5 or 6 people there. There's 3 people at least just running the production side of it, which is sound clips, changing, cameras, and then inserting little video clips and shit like that. And then they do pictures of, like, their intern room or whatever. They have tons of employees out there. I'm like, how many people does it take to make this show? Which I'm not going to say it has a high production value.
yeah.
The cameras are good. The lighting's great. Like, all the sound is good. All this stuff. You don't need that many, dude, to do this. And then on top of that, you have all those people, and you only put out 4 shows a week. I get it, man. But if you are going to burn the midnight oil and do a single live stream where you sit there, you get drunk, and you talk shit, which I don't think they drink that much on the show. I don't remember.
They did
if
drink
he
that
does.
time.
But
Beers, I think they were drinking.
Why are you not getting up and going to fucking work the next day? I
Yeah.
did. I stayed up and I got hammered with Lauren Southern on IRL. Okay,
Yeah,
that was.
I watched that one too.
I got shithoused on Wednesday by accident. It was great, but it just bothers me that he cannot put out 4 shows a week if he has a single minor hiccup. And it's like, no, health stuff I get. That's why he's got Dave Landau. But I mean, come on, dude. It's poor form. Timcast is right up there the next day with Majid Nuaz.
Yes.
Powerful show. But I had a really good time watching the IRL cast when I did that, and then I had to go back and watch the non-commentated version. But it was pretty good, though, I will say, for watching the Timcast's first ever live stream kind of shared. They had a bunch of people on there. I think there was, because you had Ian, you had Seamus was there, Lauren Southern was there. You got,
The other Canadian guy.
the other Canadian dude. I can't remember his name.
And then Tim.
And then of course Lydia nowadays has got more involved for some reason, and so it's just
some reason.
there's too many people there to be doing that. I think if they had about half the people, it'd actually be good.
He has
Crowder
a hard
talks
time
too much.
I think Tim Pool especially has a hard time reining everybody in. Yeah,
he does.
You hear him like
Especially
guys like a lot, and they're just kind of continue to.
Yeah, especially certain guests are like that when they're in certain moods. I watch them religiously, so like I feel like I'm very intimately familiar with the characters on that show.
More so than I, yes. Yeah,
Which is-
definitely the IRL side.
Yeah, the IRL side, and then you're there for the Cast Castle business.
Yeah.
But I usually watch those about like once a week,
And you
and then
just
I
kinda rack 'em all
supercharge.
in, yeah.
because they're really fun to just put on at the end of the night when you're smoking weed and just trying to vibe out. Because the music's always got this cool lo-fi stuff, and they're like skateboarding or printing shit or something.
Yeah.
They're talking now about that like 15-foot quarter pipe they're gonna put on the side of the house, bro.
Always building something new out there too. Yeah.
Very, very inspirational stuff.
Yes.
But that was my viewing experience for that. I took a few notes. I got a few talking points that might hit throughout
Yeah.
this thing, so
Yeah.
it'll be
We're just
really
gonna-
good.
We're just going to use my Twitter as a guide. There's
That'll be-
certainly insert everything, but that's because I was live tweeting the vast majority of it. Most of the big points are in here. I have some other things that I wrote down that aren't here because obviously I was talking. Dax was still awake, so we're doing everything. I was forcing him to watch the State of the Union. So,
And then we had to rewatch it basically all week through
Right,
clips on
right.
fucking TV and podcasts and shit.
so I won't say that it was full of lies, but it definitely had some lies, and it was filled with deception.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Whether or not they
I call
were,
it deception a lie.
Yeah, whether or not they were straight out lies, I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a lot of half truths, a lot of leading comments, and things like that.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Yeah, so I live tweeted the vast majority of it, so we can use my tweets and replies as a guide because there's a couple of exchanges here that I want to go over when that really didn't make any sense. So, and then after I was thinking about it, I thought about how fucking stupid that person was. So we're gonna talk shit about that a little bit because of how stupid this fucking point was.
Love that.
So the first point that I wanted to make, right, was something that I just talked about in the last segment, was the leadership of this country being able to support foreign militias while trying to disarm their own public is never going to cease to amaze me. Because in this speech, right, he opens up by talking about Ukraine, all this stuff, right? I'm tweeting here, glory to Ukraine. Like, he's talking about it. But then 10 minutes later, he's talking about, we show the video, deer in Kevlar vests and all these things. That's a misnomer that we just talked about. That's not what the Second Amendment is about. He's actively trying to disarm American citizens while sending your tax dollars to the Ukraine to, why do we say the Ukraine?
I don't know why
Well, I
you
don't
said-
know where that came from.
Because I believe, and this also I believe came from an IRL. Somebody was talking about it. It might have been Majid, but the idea of the term Ukraine is like borderlands, and so when they would refer to the borderlands, like the Ukraine,
okay.
but Ukraine is also a nation
Now
with
it's
a
a
people
country.
and a culture and all this stuff, which is it's a relatively new nation, if I recall.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, former Soviet
World War
Union
II, I
state and all that. Yeah, I mean, right when when Russia was getting chopped up. I'm not going to pretend I
don't
know, but yeah, it's like a whole thing, and so it happens. John Podhoretz on the Commentary Magazine is terrible about it. He's always saying the Ukraine, and he finally started to catch himself lately. But yeah, I don't know. I used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
It was over there in the Ukraine.
The Ukraine. All right. Well, we'll do our best.
So
We'll get there.
it's one of those fun things to.
So, trying to disarm you while actively sending your tax dollars to Ukraine
Millions of dollars too.
to arm their militias. We're actively doing that. So, it's never going to cease to amaze me. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we'll get more into that in the next segment.
Yep.
by
And
the way.
the only thing that I have written down here is, I have two things. One's going to be really good. The bullshit argument of the deer and Kevlar vest is so tired and ridiculous. I just can't stand it anymore. So, we'll get to that last point
Yeah.
later. So
Let me give you my first 2 cents on like the overall
Yes.
from what my experience was. I felt that it was about 10 to 15 minutes of the State of the Ukraine speech, followed by 40-ish minutes of a campaign speech.
Yes.
That's the feeling I got from this thing. There was no accomplishments listed. There was nothing like that. Trump gets in there. He's like, we did this, and he's got a story for every point, and blah, blah, blah. It's all showy and all this shit. This was not this. This was, hey, Ukraine's awesome. Power to Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. We're gonna help them out. We're shipping them weapons. We're doing all the things we can for
Look at our
liberty and
ambassador.
freedom. And then also, here's all the things that I want to keep doing. Here's Build Back Better 2.0. Yeah, yep. Which is also, and I like the way Tim Pool kind of coined it. He says it's Diet MAGA. Diet MAGA.
Yes.
And that's 1,000% MAGA shit, dude. This
Yes.
is Make America Great Again all over, except it's just a little different and called different things. I mean,
Yeah.
make things at home. When he dropped the border security line and all this, which we'll get into down the line. This was Diet MAGA, bro. This is what the new Biden campaign is.
Yes. Talked a lot about energy, obviously, which we'll get into a little bit later when we talk in kind of the third segment. We'll talk a little about American energy. I have some really good articles and some charts and shit like that. He talked a lot about inflation and how terrible the inflation was. Failed to mention at all the $7 trillion that we added to the deficit. Somehow claimed that he took money off of the deficit.
Yeah.
I don't know how that could possibly be true. And
it's not.
Then
It's
said
just-
that he was going to take another $1 billion off the deficit in the next year.
Yeah, by getting rid of tax cuts. I believe
Okay.
that's what it was. You get rid of the
yes.
Trump era tax cuts, which ballooned the deficit, and then so we're gonna get rid of those. The rich are gonna pay their fair share, which means the deficit's gonna go down.
Yes. We're going to pass this infrastructure bill, and it's not going to be infrastructure week anymore. It's going to be infrastructure year. Decade. That's what it was. Infrastructure decade, right? And so I said, wait. I don't get infrastructure week anymore?
Nope.
Wait.
All gone.
Yeah.
We've had infrastructure week there for us since we started this podcast, bro.
Yes.
And now that it's gone.
I'm going to miss it.
It's gone.
Talked about how many projects had been started, or not even started, how many had been announced. We're going to do this project, this project, this project. I don't care about the announcements of projects. I care about the progress of projects. There is no progress yet. The money hasn't even been actually doled out from the infrastructure bill. There's still, all it is at this point is the senators and representatives who got effective dog years in that bill and are able to go to their districts and say, this is what we're going to do here because I know that this money is coming, right?
Yep.
Even though there aren't specific dog years, they know where the money is going. It's been appropriated to different infrastructure projects.
Well, yeah.
I don't
'cause
care about that.
They got that done, so now each one of them can go home and they have their campaign. They have their campaign for re-election right there. We got this. I fought for this in the infrastructure bill. It got passed. We fought for it, so elect me again. This is all designed to push people towards winning in the midterms.
Do you know a really good example that I know anybody who lives in Washington will be able to sympathize with this? A really good example of why I don't care about the projects being announced. I care about when they're finished because there's a bridge that I still pay for and I pay increasing amounts of money for every fucking year
Yep.
that was supposed to already have been paid for. But for some reason, we need to pay more money every year for something.
Other transportation projects.
Isn't that interesting?
So, because what happened with
See,
in
what
that
had
particular
happened
case,
was-
see what happened was they lied to us again, and they just there was nothing in law that said you had to stop charging people for this bridge once it was paid for, so they just keep it going, and then it's the
more.
same deal, yeah,
And more because it's
because
like
everything goes
$7
expensive.
now.
Hey man, if inflation is rising. Inflation also affects the government, right? They need to get their extra money too. They need to protect their bottom dollar, and they need to make sure that paint on that bridge can be redone in the next 20 years or whatever the fuck. I don't know how it works, but they're just stealing money from us.
They were in the campaign part of this, right? When he's going over Build Back, and they renamed it something else, right? It was like Build America Better. Is that what it was?
It is building a better America.
Building a better
and
America.
then he coughed, which was really weird. Right after saying,
Continually
building a better.
into the microphone.
Mind you, he's 100.
Turn your head, bitch.
I know.
Turn your head.
Who's the poor bastard that's got to clean that microphone at the end of the day?
Yes.
Is he going to be the?
Also-
Oh, is that how Psaki got COVID? Biden coughed on the microphone and then got Psaki COVID.
Also, isn't it hilarious how quickly the Democrats went from everyone needs an N95 so bad that we're going to ship them out to you to fuck it, we're going to kiss each other on the mouth on public television because coronavirus doesn't exist anymore.
I
We're going to touch
don't know
faces.
how
Joe
to do
Biden
this.
put his forehead on
Yeah.
someone else's forehead.
that was
Does COVID
creepy.
not exist?
No.
Is that not still real? It's okay that you don't need a mask, but should you really be putting your fucking face on someone else's face?
They
Should you
are
be doing
not
that?
afraid of COVID.
They don't care.
They're not afraid of it, obviously. I mean, and by all rights, they shouldn't, especially
Put his
now.
face on someone else's face.
That was one of the bingo cards on the Timcast.
Yes, he
and
put
it
his
wasn't
face
until
on someone's
afterwards
face.
because he didn't do that until after the speech was done. But he came over and gave the old intimate forehead to forehead goofiness, man, which is, can you imagine how
You
bad that
can't-
dude smells?
And on top of that, there was a vote yesterday,
Okay.
right, to repeal. it was against Joe Biden's vaccine mandate, right? Not a single Democratic senator voted for it.
No, of course not. Why
Not
would
one.
they?
You know, we do. What is going on?
You know why? Because their base loves it, man. We got protests going on in the state protesting the upcoming mask mandate removal. I mean, these people are. I mean, it's cult worship, dude. This has been their religion for this long, and now that quote unquote the science says you could take off your mask, they're not ready. They're not okay to do this. How many articles did we see over the last year about people not being ready to have the restrictions of COVID removed and get back to normal life? It's too scary.
Plus, you're prettier if you wear a mask. You're prettier.
Word.
You're more attractive, the article says.
I have seen some really good or some memes coming out, especially like I follow a lot of like anti-Inslee Washingtonian pages, you know. And there's one that was like this gorgeous woman, you know, with the mask on like this, just beautiful eyes, all this stuff, and takes it off. And now there's a fucking mustache there. Guys, what you got to look forward to after COVID.
That's awesome.
It's it's a thing.
So in the campaign part of this, right, when he's going over all the things they're going to do, the Build Back Better, which we've gone over before, maybe I'll link to that. Let me write that down.
Because it's important to remember that when we talk about the Build Back Better 2.0 stuff, it's literally the same shit that we've been rehashing all year long and that people have voted against at this point.
That just failed.
Not in short number. Couldn't even get past, you couldn't even get the 51%.
Right.
All right. And so we're going to redo this again.
And the weird thing is instead of, Biden made a comment about people going back to the office and not working from home. Yes, he did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
But companies aren't going to do that.
There's a lot of people who prefer work from home. That's
Anyways. That's neither here nor there.
What were we talking about? Build Back Better. What the fuck was I saying?
Campaign speech.
Campaign speech. Yeah, I was just gonna make a point off of what you had said though.
About people they're in a cult, they don't want to take their masks off.
Too long ago.
Damn.
That's
hate when
okay.
that happens.
So I do. In this it failed, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
When Build Back Better failed, there was a lot of argument and discussion of, well, if we break this up into some smaller bills or individual bills, then there's wiggle room. Like you can have more discussion about them. Many people said that. So instead of changing the approach, right, this is a larger political perspective that we're looking at right now, right? In the effort to try and get this passed, if you're part of the Biden administration, why would you not announce these things as individual projects, as where support was voiced for them already as individual projects, the child tax credit that we're going to talk about later. There's already a gang of people that said that they would vote for that. Mitt Romney proposed a different, larger version of the child tax credit. It was bigger.
Yep.
There's already Republican support for that. You can get these things passed individually. I would put my name on it. I would guarantee it. And at least one of these things you can get passed as an individual bill. The more you continue to try and pass these enormous fucking deficit shifting bills, what once would be a deficit shifting bill, right? $2 trillion packages. People don't want that anymore. We are paying $4 a gallon in Washington State, California $5 a gallon. People don't want, even if that's energy, it's only one thing, blah, blah, blah. That's what people correlate their costs to. And if you're going to continue to increase inflation, even if you don't want to acknowledge that your deficit spending is doing that, there's no escaping that. That's the reality of the situation. If I'm talking to the audience right now, if anyone is saying that to you, they're lying to you. The deficit is directly impacting inflation, 100%.
That's how that works.
It's not the only thing. It is 100% impacting inflation. The impacting inflation. The increases you have seen in the grocery store, at the pump, everywhere, are at least part in due to the insane deficit spending that we just did over the last 3 years. We talked about it, or the last 2 years. We talked about it. There's reason for it. There's justification for a lot of it. 3 trillion, 8 trillion, it's too much. It was way too much. So
we said it at the time. You cannot inflation, too many dollars chasing too few goods. What happens when you pump trillions of dollars into the economy? Inflation is going to go up. We knew it was coming from the beginning.
So to me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying now that it's here, we need to recognize that, and we can't let these people sell us on this shit anymore. What's the answer? Right. What is the answer to inflation? Biden says, lower costs.
Lower your costs.
Lower costs, not wages, right? How do you lower costs? by subsidizing things with the government, by spending more government money, by putting more government
overseas.
dollars, or going overseas. But
And
we're not going to do that.
no,
We're
you
going to
can't
build
do
at
that
home
anymore.
anymore.
Yes.
So we're just going to print more money. We're going to spend more money, and inflation is going to continue to rise. Just on that specific aspect alone, just the printing and the spending of deficit money, that alone is going to be detrimental to inflation. Not to factor in the rest of the problems that come with that we've done to each other. We've done this to ourselves over the last 2.5, 3 years.
Right.
But that is definitely not going to make it better. It's only going to make it worse.
And to me, because I believe, and I've said this a million times before, and I'll say it until the end, because I believe that every government institution hates you and wants you to die.
Yep.
Right? To me, this refusal to shift strategy reads as they don't care. They don't really want to do this because they know it's not going to work. And they also know, as is evident in their shifting of strategy, I'm trying to untie my shoe right now. Everyone is why I'm looking like this. As is evident by their shift of
that looks even worse, to
in
be
the
honest.
SOTS speech itself, right? So much more conservative, so MAGA focused, so America first, right? They know that a red wave is coming in the midterms. They know that. There's no doubt about that. So if they know that they can't hope for more Democratic support in the Senate, and they can't hope for more Democrat support in the House, they know there's going to be more Republicans there. They're not shifting strategy because they don't care. They don't actually want this to pass. They have to signal that they want it to pass so that people will continue to support them, and they won't try, I don't know, so that they can try and make an attempt when the next run. I don't know what the hope could possibly be at this point, because they're not going to be impeached. He's not going to get kicked out. None of that is going to happen. But the complete refusal to shift strategy on getting any of these bills passed and shoving them as an omnibus tells me they do not care about you, and they do not care about these things.
That's exactly what I was going to say when you were talking about, like, well, why don't they just, at this point, they know what's popular and what's not. So why don't they do the individual programs?
They don't want to.
Bills? Because they can't. They don't want to,
Yep.
because every institution hates you and wants you to die. Why would they actually want to try to help you by doing the small little things that they maybe should be doing to actually help people? They don't want to do that. They hate us and they want us to die.
Yes.
So what do? They maintain that it has to be done in a giant omnibus bill. And then they run on that. And it's always, now is always the time.
Major shift. That's what it is. Now is the time for major shift and reform, and that's why now is the time. Let's look at these comments here. Lonesome Lenny says, tried to gas up yesterday in a line of cars, and gas was $3.79 a gallon. Today was $4.30. Here,
Hot
Lenny,
dog.
Chevron is always the most expensive here, I think, across the board. Gas was over $4 a gallon here in Washington State. It was like $4.29, I think, at Chevron.
Don't ask me about diesel.
At Costco yesterday, it was $3.86, and the line of cars was into the actual parking lot of Costco. So that's for anybody who's not in this area. That's in our local Costco. That's like at least 7 cars in each line for it to get there. Zeke says, that's true, but the sanctions on Russia and Russia's new relationship with Saudi Arabia is going to really bring down the hurt on us. That is 1,000,000% true. Also, gas in Southern California is $6. And at $5, I just said is the state average. All I said was $5, but my reference to that is that $5 is now the state average in California. And so that's from $6 at the bottom to closer to $4 at the top, because the state is just so goddamn big that it's probably, I'm not going to say, I guess closer to $4, but still over $4 is going to get you at that $5 average in California for the first time ever.
Averages factor in there. But
yes,
I will say, and don't worry, guys, because we are definitely going to dive deeper into the oil and the energy and all that when we start talking about Ukraine and Russia.
100%.
So we'll just scroll that away for now.
Yeah, I did some digging
we'll touch
into
that
the
later.
Saudi Arabia and Russian thing.
Here's a wonderful little oil segue to get back to the speech here.
Oh, yes.
The point at which, he was talking about Russia and, the global, response and all this stuff. He was talking about how much extra oil they're going to release into the market, right?
Yes.
And it was like globally there was going to be a collective 60 billion
barrels.
Million?
60 million barrels.
Yes,
Yeah.
put out, and then 30 from the United States strategic petroleum reserves, right? And we talked about this back in the day when he first was fucking around with the sanctions on Nord Stream 2. We had more oil problems and all this, that, and the other thing. And then the gas craze where people were going out and filling gasoline in bags and shit. We all remember that. It was not that long ago.
Yes.
I think it was beginning of
Oh, I
pandemic,
forgot
maybe,
about
right?
that. That's so funny.
Yeah. And then we learned at that point how many barrels of oil, roughly, it takes to run the United States per day. And it's roughly 20 million.
Yes.
Or, yeah, I don't know why I put billion. It's uncomfortable. But
Barrels,
20,
that's why.
There you go. And we go through 20 a day, but globally we're going to release 90. So that would do America a few days of of oil. I mean, that sounds like what's up. So
it's just such a big number. You know,
It's-
just 60
it's
million is just a
so
big
big.
number. So they're just throw it
it
out
is,
there
dude.
like it's gonna. Well, it is.
it's gonna
but
it's gonna make such a huge. It sounds really good. 60 million barrels, 30
Right.
million barrels. It's gonna be good. That's what we're doing to fight against your rising prices at the pump.
you're $80 a month.
$80
Because
a
that's-
month.
Joe Biden said that.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, we are going to try and shift away from this and push to subsidize more electric cars, and we're going to build out the electric charging plants so that you don't have to worry about the $80 a month to your bill. Okay, so I got gas yesterday at Costco, which is
gonna
the
ask you.
cheapest in the area, $3.86. I put $45 in my gas tank, and I got a half a tank.
Yeah.
Like maybe half a tank. I was at a quarter, and I got to under 3/4. So maybe.
Man.
For $45.
You know,
I had to drive a 2011 Toyota Tundra. It's not an enormous truck. It's not, and that will do me.
it ain't a 7.3 liter diesel.
No. So
112 the other
we used to be
day.
able to fill up Jordan's car. She drives a Camry for like 35.
Yeah.
And that's now you get over half a tank, 5/8 of a tank for like 35.
You know what's funny is I remember back when I was in high school driving the Volkswagen Jetta
Yeah.
to high school, and it was $20 if I had waited to get down to 3/4 to fill up. $20. That got me a long ways. $112 the other day to fill up the truck. $112.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good. I don't know. Oh, anyways.
So in all this shifting of energy that he talked about, right?
Yeah.
In we're going to natural gas and electric and
Mm-hmm.
solar, and no mention of nuclear energy at all.
No.
Right? Not a single mention of nuclear energy at all.
Until Russia said, you motherfuckers need to talk about this.
I remain unconvinced. I don't understand. You don't really care about clean energy if you don't want to try and invest in nuclear energy. You don't actually care. You can't convince me. It's ridiculous. It is by far, obviously barring fucking nuclear spills and shit, it is by far the cleanest form of energy that's available. Is nuclear
Word.
fucking energy.
Yep.
Invest all of these billions of dollars you're talking about. Put that into nuclear energy. A good portion of it. Figure out how
Where's
to
a
make
good
it not
spot?
explode,
Yep.
right? Because again, the Chernobyl incident was a pressure test that they did where someone fucked up.
Yeah.
It wasn't a natural operation where things got terrible.
And things would have gotten fixed too if they were not under the Soviet system at
Yes.
the time, because the fear about that had a massive factor. This wasn't like a Fukushima where it was a totally natural disaster.
It was a
type
tsunami.
deal.
Yeah, and again, in Fukushima, it was a tsunami.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they fucked up and they just accidented it, and now there's a meltdown, and we don't know what to do about it, And it wasn't even a meltdown there. There's a problem with the water. They got to store all the water, and there's enormous basins of irradiated water that they just have
Hanging
sitting
out.
all over the place because they
Shit's
don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So-
But we could even factor in
Can figure
avoiding
it out.
those things
Yes.
if we were to do it right
Yes.
now.
But they don't want to. They
No.
don't care about that,
No.
right? And it's not like there isn't good paying jobs in nuclear energy, Certainly there are less, and that's not to say we should only be investing in nuclear energy, but there's all kinds of infrastructure that needs to be done. The plants still need to be built, right? Biden will hand out wool sweaters before he promotes nuclear energy. You are goddamn right, Muslim. You are goddamn right,
Yes,
he
we
will.
would.
Yes. It doesn't make any sense. So I will not believe anybody who tells me they care about clean energy and green energy but doesn't talk about nuclear. What?
All this talk about nuclear
the
energy,
drop.
bro. I just was like, oh my god, that's what it was. So earlier this week, there was a story that came across some of the local things about an active shooter situation at the Hanford nuclear site, which is in Eastern Washington, right?
Okay.
Right, and I was like, oh my god, I heard about that, but it's relatively local. News is, it's not going to be articles on it when I'm seeing it first come across social media and all this shit. So I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I didn't really follow up with it until just now. You started thinking about it, and I was like, well, yeah, we could build these nuke sites, but then we have active shooters at them, and then it's terrible. But it turns out that the because it was within like an hour or something. They had the all clear or whatever. Turns out it's a fucking nail gun that somebody was like, shooting, and then so they active shooter and bing bang
awesome.
boom, and then everything was fine.
That's
It
awesome.
turns out to be not a story.
Oh
God.
So Joe Biden also said, what do I have here? What's this one that I'm trying to look at? Talked about how many jobs they created, right? We've created so many jobs over the last 2 years.
Oh, this one.
Workplace participation is still lower than it was in 2019.
By
They're-
not a lot, by not a little bit, a fucking lot. There's millions of jobs we still have not
Yes.
gotten.
So not only does the government not create jobs, which we have said a million times before, right? The government, in very few instances, creates jobs, right? Very few instances.
The only jobs that they directly create are military jobs and then government bureaucracy jobs.
Yes.
That's it. There's no
They're-
private. That's it.
No, the government does not create private sector jobs.
No.
At all, ever, right? So it's hilarious that we talk about this all the time. But yeah, also the argument of we've created this many jobs in this time. When drive through your town and tell me if there are not stores that are at limited hours because they don't have the staff, right?
Yeah.
There's
Drive
even
through
Burger
your
King and
town
shit
and
like
tell
that.
me how many fewer stores you have left.
Yes.
That'll be really it.
And whether or not those fewer stores are still looking
Are
for
still
jobs.
looking for
They're
jobs, 'cause
still
they
looking
are.
for employees.
Yep.
Yes.
Every fast food joint in town has got a sign out there. Help wanted, immediate hirings. There's still, like at McDonald's, I think, you could still get the sign-on bonus.
Burger King sign-on bonus.
Word.
Yeah. So again, when they talked about Joe Biden said that to fight inflation, people just need to lower their costs, right? Just lower your costs.
Just lower costs.
That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
You're asking businesses to just take a cut because of governmental fuckery, and that doesn't make any sense. We want you to not only lower your costs, also pay people more money because you are just traditionally, I'm just going to make the claim, just traditionally not making enough money. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon are doing just fine.
Amen.
Aren't they? Lonesome Lenny's base today. Dude, fucking base Lenny. We're out here. Change your name to base Lenny. No, so there's no solution to it other than, like you said, subsidies. People are just going to, if there isn't a way for you to lower your costs, the only other option is to lower your subsidies because they're going to increase your taxes. You certainly can't pay anybody any less money because they're trying to talk about shifting the federal minimum wage, $15 an hour.
Which came up during the speech too, by the way.
So
He said we need to hurry up and do that. We need to do $15 an hour again for minimum wage.
explain to me, sir, how one should lower their costs.
Yeah.
Right? Just make less money. Make less profit.
Well, the other angle that I hear from the conservative commentariat is that's code for price controls. That's code for, okay, you can only sell insulin for this amount of dollars, and if it costs you X amount more, we subsidize that, but you can't have it cost any more than this. It's a price control. Like Ben Shapiro talks about that. Some of the more neocon-y, older school conservatives are talking about that possibly meaning price controls, which is something the Democrats have generally over history have enjoyed using during their times in power.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect of what that could be. But either way, how has anybody who thinks it's a great idea for government to lower cost should take a look at the government's ability to lower cost at the university level and tell me how that's worked out for the American people.
Well, and
I mean, one of the things that he ran on in his campaign was something directly related to cutting that cost down by like the whole thing. And we're never going to see it, obviously, but that's what we're talking about. We're cutting costs. It's government subsidies in my mind anyways.
And I think a good point to your favor is just on the way here. I'm not sure if it was a bill or an executive order, but in Washington State, to limit insulin copays to $35 a month, right? Which I'm not arguing is a bad thing.
Because it's drafts. I know
Right.
diabetes guys.
But
that have,
it is
it's
that is
insane.
a government implemented cap on what you can pay, on what you can charge effectively for insulin, right?
Yes.
Joe Biden hit on this same point. A hilarious thing, tragic, depending on whether or not you have fucking diabetes, is that
Not funny.
Donald Trump had already placed a healthcare order when he was in office to lower the cost of insulin that Joe Biden rescinded when he got into office.
Yeah.
For him to now essentially do the exact same thing, right? And this is an article. Let's see. This is policymed.com. This is just the first one that I pulled up here. One of the final healthcare actions made by the Trump administration has been rescinded by the Biden administration. On December 23rd, 2020, the Trump administration finalized a rule that directed the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, to take action to require that federally qualified health centers make insulin and injectable epinephrine available to certain patients at 34B prices. The Biden administration delayed the rule twice before it became effective on July 20th, 2021, and the first opportunity for HHS to impose the requirements of the rule would have been through grant awarded at fiscal year 2020. So while the rule has been effective since July, it is yet to be implemented. In the Federal Register notice rescinding the rule, HHS noted that the rule would have resulted in excessive administrative costs and burdens on health centers. Specifically, the agency took issue with the requirement that health centers would need to create and maintain new practices to determine patients' eligibility to receive drugs at or below the discounted price paid by health centers plus a minimal fee. HHS also noted its belief that the implementation of the rule would have resulted in, quote, reduced resources available to support critical services to health center patients, including those who use insulin and injectable epinephrine.
Okay, so before we dive into the contents of that, can I just say how funny this is? Right. So Trump put in this policy, right?
Yes.
It actually never actually took place. It never got to the point at which it was rescinded before it could be funded.
Yes.
So
delayed twice and then allowed to
just
take place.
remember that when people talk about like their accomplishments as politicians, we got this passed, we got this passed, we got this passed. Some of that shit is going to get overturned the minute the next guy gets in there, and it's never going to actually have been implemented.
Yeah.
That's wild, man, when you think about it.
Yeah, and that's all. We don't have to go too deep in that because that's really all that.
Yeah.
I just pulled that up just to have an article to back up the fact that that happened, that Donald Trump did this already. Joe Biden delayed it twice, and now that there was an opportunity, they're going to do it. Yes, they do. They do not care about you. They care about the political win.
Yep.
They care about the points.
They
so,
hate you and want you to die.
yes. Joe Biden talked about the Pfizer pills, right? We are going to order. We've already ordered, just a historical amount of these fucking pills from Pfizer. And isn't it crazy that gun manufacturers are the only industry that can't be sued for liability? Oh wait. Oh wait.
Except for
the people that we just let inject foreign substances into your body, actually help force inject foreign substances into your body. The people that we're helping withhold data from you now because there's an active lawsuit against Pfizer because they're whistleblowers that's saying that they fucked up their testing, that there was improper testing practices. Brandon Guerrero just sent me a thing yesterday that there are another set of whistleblowers from Pfizer that are saying that they've had data for what am I consequences, not consequences, but like severe side effects for children since day one and never talked about it. They just went forward with it anyway. So, but should this happen, should this be proven let me correct myself. When this is proven that they knew that it was going to hurt you and they pushed it through anyway, you will not have the ability to sue. You don't have the power. The liability waiver already exists.
And I should add on to that by saying this, that's the first time that they've been allowed to do this. Ever. And I hate to tell you, their track record when it comes to like getting sued for malpractice, it ain't great. So the likelihood that you would want to be able to sue somebody like Pfizer and then now not be able to, that should also be remembered.
Yes. Excuse me. So
this ain't a company that's been goody two shoes, man.
Oh, it's all about money.
These are dirty companies that have been manipulating people forever, and now the government has decided that in this particular case, where the only time the government has actually said you have to do this, now you have no recourse.
None. No civil cases.
Nope.
No
nothing.
Nope.
There will be no crappy actions. Fox News commercials with a class action lawsuit in 2 years. That's not going to happen.
Nope. So my tweet for this one, I said, I'm so glad we're making it easy for Pfizer to make more money. After people were canceled for mentioning ivermectin and COVID-positive patients weren't even told about the antibody treatments. As I told you, it's anecdotally, right, in other stories, there are people that were turned away for being the wrong color, people that were told, well, if you were a different race, then you could get it here because we have to dole it out in an equitable fashion, and we've already given it to too many white people today. Jordan's dad wasn't even told the antibody treatment existed when him and his wife both tested positive. Didn't even mention it. We had clinics here at the time. wasn't even mentioned, right? And so our buddy Josh, right, I went to school with him. He said, the thing I don't get about this point is that Big Pharma gets significantly more money from monoclonal antibody treatments than a single vaccine shot, both paid by taxpayers. And I said, then focus on the ivermectin part. But the point of the antibodies, because ivermectin, now we're pulled off YouTube, stream's gone.
Oh, not anymore. The Queen took it and then
right,
posted about it
right.
on Instagram by accident.
Ivermectin, there's no... the patent on it is right now, so it can be made and sold for cents a pill.
Yep.
And
Trenton pajamas.
That's right. So there is no financial incentive for anybody to make that, but this new COVID pill or the new Pfizer pill, that's still under. What the fuck did I just say?
I love it.
Yes.
So awesome.
So I said, but the point of the antibodies is they helped and people literally weren't told about them and were turned away for being the wrong race so that government could push vaccines.
Yep.
Josh said, definitely not enough talk about preventative measures for COVID besides masks and vaccines. They're important, but there's also more that they can do. And I said, they didn't just refuse to talk about other measures. They boldly and actively lied about them and removed people from social media for even bringing them up and are now promoting a Pfizer drug that essentially does the same thing, right?
They were giving them
Pfizer and not telling the public. 100%.
Yep.
100%. They were. It was made by Merck. And ivermectin was created by Merck, who was working with Pfizer to make these pills. What are we talking about?
I wonder what's in them. I wonder if there's something like
they're antivirals. They're essentially the same thing as ivermectin. They're just for a more specific use instead of a generalized one like ivermectin. And part of the reason billions of doses of ivermectin have been taken since its creation is because it can be used for so many different monoclonal anti-fusion or infusion was available only to people who knew about it and requested it. 100%. When I got COVID, literally said nothing. My doctor literally didn't give me anything that I could take. No, you could take more vitamin D, quercetin, zinc, nothing. It was just,
whatever. Write it out.
If it gets worse, come back. What is that? That's not a way to approach anything.
Yeah. Well, and the fact too that like the monoclonal antibody treatments were actually being barred in Florida by the federal government because they didn't want people letting them out. But and that's not a good incentive, man. It's like remember we talked about this a long time ago, but like the emergency use authorizations are only given if there are not other treatments available. Right. So they have to make sure that no other treatments can be available. Otherwise, the drugs can't be fast-tracked through emergency use. So,
that's why ivermectin couldn't exist. That's why the antibodies couldn't exist because if there is another treatment, and you guys can look that up. That's not we're not making that up.
No, man, like none of this is made up. This is all shit.
Emergency use can only be given if there is no other possible treatment. Yep. And there were treatments available. There were other options. And so they had to just pretend like they didn't exist so that they could force the vaccine on people.
Yep.
Effectively force for YouTube's sake, effectively force the vaccine on people.
Well, and in their defense, just slightly, the simple fact is you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what drugs may or may not work on something that you haven't tested yet. So where do you start?
If I'm willing to take it,
do I start
that's
with
where
an
you start.
anti-parasitic drug called ivermectin? Probably not. But for whatever some people did, they felt in their doctoral professional opinion, they've used it for whatever things. They implemented it, and then like the Frontline Care Alliance doctors and stuff like that, they came up with these protocols and they ran them, but somebody had to test them. And as soon as there started to be any kind of indication that they might be useful, possibly, you can't talk about that because you're going to jeopardize the fast track of the vaccine.
Not to mention the fact that they were using him in Israel, which was, that was essentially
that was the test case.
That was the lab, was Israel. That was where we were finding everything out, was Israel, right? And not for the creation of the virus, but to study it, to the effects and everything. They were using
weird.
It
seems like a weird line to walk when you say, "Hey, the Jewish state, let's test it out on you guys."
It was also India. There were entire states in India that was part of their protocol was to take ivermectin.
Yeah, they get those whole packages of things, man.
At that point, when you have multiple nations that are taking this, and you're still completely ignoring it, you notice Dr. Fauci has disappeared from the daily news cycle.
Oh, dude, it was like click, he's out.
Yes,
you're done, buddy.
Yeah, as soon as soon as the mandate started to be rolled back, he was no longer nowhere to be seen. He's now taken his millions of dollars and he's rolled back to his estate in I'm sure he has multiple and is now going to do whatever he wants until the next pandemic comes up. And hopefully we're old people, you know, and he is just a preserved head in a jar like in Futurama. And they're able to put him up on the podium. And he's like, yo, I fucked with AIDS. I fucked with COVID.
Dude, he'd be the real life Al Gore character.
Yep. He's like, and now that Schmovid is here, I definitely know what to do.
Yes.
And it's going to be handled. Just give me your rights for like 3 years and we'll call it good.
Yep.
You know? So it was after this that, excuse me, Joe Biden started. Here we go. Just
Yeah, you were too
the
fire
whistle.
there for a minute. It was too good. Your body's like, no.
so. This is when Joe Biden starts talking about the Second Amendment, right? That these things that I'm announcing, an assault weapons ban, magazine ban, these things are not, excuse me, violations of the Second Amendment. These are, reasonable. And why do you need a magazine with 100 rounds? Because do you have Kevlar vests, right? So I got into an interesting interaction with someone at this point. So when I said, because then he quickly turned to voting is the most fundamental right.
That's
right?
what it was.
And
Yeah.
started talking about, we need to pass this and we need to pass this, and this is what we're doing next. So I said, voting is not the most fundamental right. And someone whose Twitter name is, I'm gonna need you to log off.
Yeah.
Because I went and I looked at his Twitter. He's not following anybody. His only followers are like
That's what's called a
it's
troll,
a troll
account.
right? So he said, yes, it's up there. What do you think it is? And I said, it's up there for sure. I would say the right to defend myself and my family is more fundamental. He then said, the Second Amendment wasn't in the original Constitution, though. Voting was. Amendment are changes to the Constitution, so I would put voting over it since it was there first. And my response was, we aren't talking about amendments. We're talking about fundamental rights, to which I would say the natural right to self-defense is more fundamental. The natural right to self-defense and the idea existed long before our founding documents, because I think the first written mention of it is in like 1620 something.
Yeah.
Right? It's a very old idea. The natural right to self-defense is a very old idea.
Oh, yeah.
It has been expanded as technology has been expanded, and now that we don't cut each other apart with swords, it involves guns now.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Just a different version of it.
This is when it really goes off the rails, right?
Great.
He says, then healthcare is a fundamental right as well. You'd take your family and kids to a medical professional if they needed it. Anything to protect their lives/health, am I right? If taking care of your family is fundamental, then GOP needs to pass free healthcare for all U.S. citizens.
There's a big disconnect there, buddy.
That's
not the same thing.
I said, I'm not exactly sure what your point is. Considering a doctor's visit, self-defense is a bit of a reach in my opinion. But if that's the route you want to take to get to whatever healthcare plan you want, I say go for it. Because I don't see in any world other than trying to derail it to, I assume that you want to take people's healthcare away and you don't support universal healthcare, because that's obviously what this is saying, is he's assuming that I don't support this, or else why would you bring this up?
Yeah.
Right? Which is a ridiculous point. If anybody has listened to the show at all, I don't believe in universally paid healthcare from the government, but I do believe that people deserve the ability to go to the fucking doctor and not pay an arm and leg. I'm not even
Reasonable exchange for goods and services.
Yes.
A working form of capitalism.
So he never responded to that. He just liked it, right? Which means obviously
that means I'm out.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I then started to think about this more, and I said to Jordan, I said, also, this guy's a fucking idiot anyway, because he's talking about voting being a right. Voting, and I'm going to plant my flag in this right now. I'm going to put it right here. I don't care the way that it's defined in these documents or anything. This is the way that it breaks down in my mind. Voting is a privilege given to you by the government. If the government does not exist, if there is no power structure there, what are you voting for? What are you possibly going to vote for? I would 1,000% say your right to free speech, your right to express yourself, and your right to affiliation, those are rights.
Yeah.
You have those rights. What are you voting for if there is nothing, if there isn't a structure there? Someone has to give you that power to vote.
Yeah. Or not.
Or not.
Yeah.
That's not a right.
You don't have the right to vote in the military.
Voting is
That's
a
not
privilege.
how that works,
Voting
right?
is a privilege.
Yeah, it
So
is.
also that guy's a fucking idiot,
And
because
it's a
voting is not
governmental
a right.
structure.
It's a
Yes.
that is a privilege the government gives you.
That would be, in my mind, I would call that a civil right. We, as Americans, have the civil right to vote, right? Every American has the civil right to do that, and it's protected by what other fundamental right? The second one.
Amendment.
See, it's the same argument that say, you know, that the Second Amendment is there to protect the First. It's there to protect all of them. That's how that works. You know, the right to vote in America is protected by the Second Amendment. It means the government cannot infringe on your right to have a say, or your freedom to associate with the governmental structure that we have. So the Second Amendment's there to protect the voting right as well as free speech and shit. I mean, it's a simple argument if anybody wants to think about it. I mean, what gives you the ability to protect yourself to the best that you possibly can against infringements on or threats against your life and your liberty? The Second Amendment does. That's how that works. It's a dumb argument. I love stupid trolls. Stupid trolls are the best trolls because they generally offer a great amount of comedy to everyone that experiences their wrath. Boy, it's not like Michael Malice. Michael Malice hurts people's feelings.
I love Michael Malice.
He's my favorite. He just destroys people. So, one of the other things that really got me during the speech was this again brought up like idea of the 4 meat packing plants being completely responsible for high food prices and things like that. There's just, I don't know why it's the 4 meat packing plants that are part of this inflation problem, and why it is that they keep bringing that up. I don't quite understand where this is coming from, because then he points to it as if it's a monopoly that sets prices too high and it screws everybody. If you're a farmer, you have to sell it to one of these 4 groups, and blah blah blah. So he tries to make the argument that it's monopoly when you just said there's 4, which, mind you, is not a lot, but there's only one Google still. Right. I mean, there's monopolies that you guys are okay with essentially having, but like there's 4 giant meat packing plants. I know of the local butcher that, like, I know where farmers and stuff get their meat butchered. I know where they do that, and it's an approved place of the FDA and all that stuff that is licensed to do that. They don't have to go to the 4 big meat packing plants. That's not how any of that works.
And I think that there are like some, I don't know enough
it's
about
a weird
the meat
deal,
packing
but I'm tired of hearing it. That's the problem. But anyways,
so let's see here. I'll go back to the main feed. Talked about the opioid epidemic, right? We have to beat the opioid epidemic. And he spoke in general about stopping things at the border. And there was even mentions of securing the border, which is, again, when you were talking about like the MAGA things, I'm talking about like building like some type of wall or something, like actually securing it.
Like, we got to secure our border.
All these different technological things, almost like what Donald Trump was talking about, because
Except
he said
this is not
some places,
not a wall.
And if you remember, we're going to speak truth here,
yes,
right?
You have to say it.
If you remember, Donald Trump said there should be a wall, and in some places it doesn't make sense to have a wall, so there will be other things there. He did say that. Whether anybody wants you to know that or not,
I remember.
He did say that. So it's almost like he's saying the same thing that Donald Trump said, is just secure the border in the way that best fits the geological location.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting? So,
now, I don't think for a single second he's actually serious about that.
No.
Not even a little bit.
That's
there's a red wave on the horizon. I got to make sure I say something, that's not as hardcore, progressive, and psycho as possible. But that's when, on the stream I was watching, Lauren Southern at this point was schmammered. And she jumps up like, based Biden, and she falls over and shit. Oh my God.
Yeah. And so
I was blown away when I heard him say that.
He spoke in generalities about stopping the influx of drugs to the border, but failed to mention China, who specifically imports the vast majority of fentanyl and illegal opioids into this country through the southern border.
Yeah.
Through the southern border, right? Because I feel like there's a huge disconnect for people. When they think about drugs coming from the southern border, they're just like these fucking Latin Americans.
Yeah.
It's like, well, kind of. They're definitely not cooking it all up, right?
Yep.
China, because they can't, they do, but can't send all of it on boats, right? They have to sneak it in other ways. It comes through the border. They work
land, sea, and air, man.
They work with other groups of with other cartels, and they push the drugs through the border. Why would they have Chinese people come to the southern border? That looks awfully weird, doesn't it? Why is there a whole group of Chinamen coming in from the southern border? That's
Give
weird.
the game away.
Yeah, that's really weird. So obviously you give it to a bunch of people who look like they're from South America, and you send them through the goddamn border.
Well, and I mean, just the sheer fact that logistically it's much easier. Just do business with someone overseas whose business it is to traffic drugs and people and all sorts of shit. Yeah. If I want to get my drugs into America, who do I talk to? I talk to the cartels. That's the business hookup. That's called the black market. It's not just the cartels. It's not just China. It's this whole illicit marketplace that happens. And yeah, no, there's what was it? Close to 2 million apprehensions on the border last year or something like that?
Let's see.
I know it was over
Migrant
1 million.
encounters for fiscal year 2022 are already up 126% compared to 21, which was the highest year on record. 220,000 gotaways since October.
Gotaways.
Since October.
Wow.
Gotaways.
Interesting. And that's not even to count the migrants that are being trafficked by the government directly and flown into airports in the middle of the night all over the country. Because that's the thing. That's factual, by the way. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. Then he talked a little bit about Ukraine. This is the final written point that I have here.
Okay.
And then if there's anything else you want to bring up, we can go over that. He talked about how they're going after the assets of Russian oligarchs, right? They're going to start taking the yachts and, the properties and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm. And that conversation's been continuing since he said it.
So I have kind of a big question for you.
Yes.
Right? I'm having trouble understanding what the difference is between a Russian oligarch and Nancy Pelosi or any member of Congress on either side of the aisle that happens to, I don't know, have immense amount of stock and investment in defense companies, that happens to make millions of dollars if we were to go to war, that happens to make millions of dollars when other companies shut down, or when when I am not able to buy a house because enormous hedge funds and investment firms are buying every fucking house in existence.
I got a nice ad from BlackRock the other day on Twitter, by the way.
Just having a really hard time understanding what the difference is between the people who made money and invested in the defense industries during the Afghanistan war and the Russian oligarchs whose money is inexplicably tied with the Russian government at this point. And I'm not saying they don't. Some of them do and some of them don't condone it, but you involved your money in the Russian government. So now your money is the government money. So when Russia goes to war, your money happens to be the money that is spent because it is the government money. And I'm not saying that they don't want it that way, but
what's the difference?
What's the difference?
The difference is there's only one difference. They're foreign nationals. The simple fact that there's this problematic thing that we have in the United States as citizens, that the government can't just come seize your property just because they don't like where you're from.
Right.
That's the only difference. Whereas these are foreign nationals, and so their property is apparently up for grabs. So we don't act like that would be the only difference I could see. And I don't know how I feel about that, by the way. It feels weird to me. Like, as a human, I feel like every human should have the right to a proper trial and things like that. You know, like, I want to be able to defend. I want somebody to defend their right to have that property, and then I want it to lose.
Shit.
Yeah, and then what if it's U.S.? I don't know how that works, man. Like, it's weird, but I feel really uncomfortable about it. But that's the only difference I could find between the two. They're not us.
No one mistake this as support for the Russian Federation or for Russian oligarchs, because it is not, right? It is very much a question of our own leadership that I just don't understand.
So much about this stuff is uncomfortable. Because
the Russian oligarchs have mega dollars hidden the U.S. government will never find. 1,000%. We will talk about that in segment number 3, Lenny.
Yeah.
Don't doubt that.
And we also have billions of dollars tied up in multiple other countries all over the world too. It's a weird deal.
Yeah. So again, I definitely don't support what Russia is doing, because I'm a liberty-minded person. I support the sovereignty of all people. Right. Ukraine is a sovereign nation, so I do not support the infringements that Russia is making on them. But I'm just failing to understand. Again, I'm not asking again, but just posing as a general statement, failing to understand the differences between Russian oligarchs
and Nancy Pelosi,
whose companies have been nationalized, right? And federal employees who have purchased stock in companies and have then effectively forced those companies to deal mostly with the federal government and can dictate what they do with their stake in that company, or their husband's stake in that company, or their wife's stake in that company.
Donovan, are you insisting that Nancy Pelosi is an oligarch? She is a duly elected representative of the people of San Francisco, all right, and California.
Right.
I forget she's a senator, but California. That she's not an oligarch. She is she may have all the other telltale signs, but she was duly elected. I insist, good sir. This is blasphemy.
She definitely won't have any governmental sway at all when she's no longer the active representative in the House. No sway at all. The dollars won't make a difference.
You are very true there, because she will probably die in the chair.
Oh God!
Okay?
You're right.
Did you see her Did you see?
It's not
I
good.
don't. What was that? That was uncomfortable for everybody.
Yeah. So that's the last written point that I have there for for the State of the Union.
Oh my God, that's good. The other things other than the overall shit show that was, because it's always interesting to kind of have some fun and like note all the weird little gaffes that are going to happen, or how many times is Chuck Schumer going to accidentally stand up to clap and then the Republicans boo, and Nancy Pelosi is going to do some weird shit with her hands and look like she's like a crack baby. I don't Skeletor crack baby. Kamala Harris is going to mouth Ukrainian when the president calls the Ukrainian people Iranians. There's just those types of fun things. The Democrats, I think, probably for the first time ever, actually got up and chanted USA, USA, which is exactly what happened during Trump's last two, I think, State of the Union.
Nationalist, I'm pretty
sure.
It
was like a weird deal. But the other things they had were like the child tax credit and the PRO Act, which I think we're going to talk about in segment number 4 later on today. I've actually not really I still don't know that much about the PRO Act, so I'm really excited to hear about it and talk about it. But I also want to I don't want people to be buying into this stuff. If some of the stuff that Joe Biden said during the State of the Union sounded good to you, just take it all with a heaping dose of salt, because these State of the Union addresses are not actually. I mean, did you find out what the state of our union is? No, you did not. The letter that he
strong
handed,
because we are strong.
He said it. That's right.
Go get him.
Go get him. I forgot about the go get him. Why?
Yeah, he said a bunch of other shit after that. It
Weird
was almost
shit,
like
dude.
he got wrapped up in like how hyped the room was, and he just was going. Like
that was a hyped room.
I mean,
for him.
They
for
were
him.
Cheering
Yeah, that works.
For as many people were there was a lot, very limited crowd that was allowed there. Nancy Pelosi, I guess, was like deciding who could and couldn't be there. So
she is the queen of the Senate.
Queen of the
the House.
Yeah, so
Speaker of the House. Because she's responsible for most of the rulemaking.
Yeah, and it was it was almost like he got wrapped up in it and going and said a bunch of shit and then
I'm the king.
Go get him. Go get who? What are you talking
about? I don't want to go get nobody.
Yeah,
dude.
what do you mean? So
I will say I'm glad he did Old Man Joe. He was hopped up on enough drugs to get him through the speech relatively quickly. Did not pause for too many applause breaks and things like that. So it was over and done with within an hour essentially. Yeah. Which was very nice. Trump could go on for hours, and it drove me nuts. Although there was a couple times I got swept up in the emotion of patriotism.
He gets you. He was a good talker.
Donald
Trump was
did.
I mean, certainly much better than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Donald Trump had his own quirks and stuff, the way that he would say industry, like some things like that, and like he obviously talked in like a very exaggerated manner. But
Super weirdo.
If you were in the right mood, especially if you had a beer or two, if you had a couple of beers,
I'd get after it a little bit.
Feeling real America, you just happen to be feeling real America that day.
I mean, I have.
I could
shit.
definitely.
I'm like, wait a minute, damn it. I have been in those points, like elk camp this year when it was really hammer time. You remember how hammer time that got?
Yes.
I'm just really glad I drunkenly texted you and no one else.
I'm the best person that you
It was
could,
great.
to be
Yeah,
honest,
exactly. You were probably really confused and thought it was about you until I said some weird cat or some pet name that
was awesome.
you were not familiar with.
It was awesome.
But all them dudes up there were cranking like this, like the Let's Go Brandon song was out at the time, the Multiple, and then like a bunch of like hardcore, like redneck patriot shit. Like,
Yes.
And like, man, you get the drinks flowing and all that, and the fuck Joe Biden flag was flying on
Oh my God.
up in the middle of the mountain. Everybody's getting hammered, and I was definitely like, I was entranced by the cult, man. I was in it for a minute.
By
It
the
was
America of
fun,
all.
you know. And then you wake up the next day and you're like, oh God, what did I do last night? I got all
Down
Trumpian,
this
bro.
shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you feel good about the State of the Union, bro? You feel like we're strong?
I don't. I am very concerned. I was in my upsetness this morning talking to Jordan about the new gun laws and stuff like that, and movement and whatnot. I was like, I don't want to be here anymore because when the Civil War starts, I don't want to be here. Like, I don't want to be in this state when the Civil War starts. I'm not interested. I don't want to have to try and
I
fight.
want to wake up surrounded
to-
one morning.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to try and fight to get to somewhere where I'm accepted. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to try and establish myself after we're already doing the divorce thing. Like, I don't want to do that, you know?
Because because at that point somebody's gonna have to start proving their loyalty
Exactly.
to sides and things, and you kind of already want to be where you want to be. I can get that. Now, let me ask you this real quick.
Turn the tables,
Maybe,
huh?
yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes I got to participate. I don't want to be too much of a Gerald. After the State of the Union speech, looking at how divided we Americans as a society believe we are, do you think any of the division? Did we get any crossovers? Do we get any more people that think we're not as divided, or do we think we maintained about a neutral thing after this, or do you think maybe even possible we might be more divided after the State of the Union speech?
I think there are a lot of people that are still very easily swayed by what they say up there. By that I mean the people who work on Capitol Hill, right? They still very much believe everything that they have to say, and so when they hear Biden say those things, they still believe him. I mean, his approval rating went up like 10 points after the State of the Union address. I don't know. I don't know, because you have to believe the things that he's saying.
That's a weird.
And-
yeah, you do. You got to be a member of the cult.
Yes. And so I think that the people he was losing, you know, when they were feeling like he was giving up on Build Back Better and all this stuff, and now they're seeing him double down, and maybe and they're saying to themselves, well, he has to rebrand it so he can trick the Republicans into voting for it.
That's right.
Because that's what they're saying to themselves. It has to be done because now is the time for big instrumental change in America. And if it doesn't come in one big felt swoop, then it's never going to happen, which is probably the exact opposite of the truth. There are so many Republicans that if you presented them with a refined, individualized package on one program, especially, like I said, something like child tax credit, that Republicans have voiced their support for, you're going to get it passed. It will get passed. Especially, this is one point that I forgot to make. Joe Biden talked about all these programs, all this new spending. No cuts. Not one spending cut anywhere. No. The only solution is more taxes, right?
But
that's ridiculous.
Not unless you make over 400,000.
Regardless, right? Because
which is a lie.
Because to me, it doesn't matter. Because it is a lie, so it doesn't matter, right? No talks about any cuts. No taking away of any programs. Not even any defense spending, which you would assume as a Democrat would be part of the jam, right? Nothing. No cuts at all. Only increases. Mm-hmm. You cannot run the government this way. When you're talking about inflation, when you're admitting in this speech that inflation exists and it's damaging people's pockets, even if you have no concept of what a dollar actually means because you've worked in such high sums for so long that an individual dollar has lost any value to you at all.
Yep.
No cuts. Not a single cut. Not even to the defense budget.
Well, yeah, because you can't talk about that right now. because we got to send money and stuff to Ukraine. So like that's interesting. Yeah, because I didn't really think about that. But there was no talk of cuts. It was getting rid of tax cuts.
Yes.
So it's
tax increases.
Yeah, tax increase. I like what our buddy Lonesome Lenny here says here. The State of the Union was the official, quote, take your mask and get back to work, end quote, speech.
Pretty much.
I think that sounds pretty fair to me, man.
Yep.
That's
And on the back end, and these are the ways that we're going to help you do it. You know, even though we just showed you that we failed at that.
Yep.
We're gonna get after it again.
I love it. I love it. It's a fucking train wreck.
Yes.
And we're all here for it.
Do you have anything else for the State of the Union?
I don't believe I do, good sir.
Okay, so with that, guys, what we're going to take another short break. The streaming is not going to end. We're going to go to that break screen. So I want to remind you again to like the stream, like this, share it with your friends, comment on it. Again, thank you, everyone, for being here. And you can find us, obviously, youtube.com/saltofthestreets, instagram.com/saltofthestreets. That's where all the clips and stuff come out as well. Facebook at Salt of the Streets. saltofthestreets.com for all this information, plus our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Collins at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Also, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. With that, we'll be back in 3 minutes, everybody. We'll see you soon.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
It is
There it
number
is.
9. We
We're out
remembered again. Look at that.
Thank you and welcome back, everybody.
3 of 4.
3 or 4. We're out here. We're almost done. Not that we're waiting till the end because
No.
I'm having a great time. We're all having a great time today. You guys are doing a fantastic audience. The engagement has been incredible. So I want to thank everyone.
Oh, great. I'm doing the thing again.
I want to thank everyone again.
Guys in the
Remind
chat, you get that because this is what happens in production sometimes. Look at that.
go.
That's what production looks like right there.
I want to remind you again for the clip watchers, like, subscribe, comment on this, share it with your friends. You can find us again here, obviously, on the YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We have our Instagram.com/saltofthestreets. Facebook, Facebook.com/Salt of the Streets. Patreon.com, Salt of the Streets. If you want to help us make more and better content, you can find all this on saltofthestreets.com, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram.
And I'm going to say this real quick, interject, and say that if you want to get part 5 of 4 of tonight's show,
Yes.
then you jump over to that Patreon real quick. Make sure to subscribe at any tier, and you will get that later tonight after we're done recording. I will post it on Patreon tonight. So get over there. Be there or be squared.
That's right.
I was almost as good as your book one the other day.
Almost.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. And as I was saying, on the Patreon, we have the newsletter that drops on the last day of the month. We have the review preview that drops on the first day of the month. We have clips that drop every day on our Instagram. We have the newsletter. I just said that. The beer shows that drop on Fridays. If you need a haircut, Swell Blended. If you're in the local area, if you need a skateboard, go down to location, a skate shop, and get one. If you want to watch some video games, you can watch Colin's wife, Lexi Kyle, on Twitch. And if you need some cakes in the local area, you have leggings and aprons on Instagram. I believe that is everything. So,
It's about to get dark.
excuse me.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen.
For segment number 3, we are going to be talking about Russia and Ukraine, and also a little bit Belarus and a little bit China. So
It's kind of the whole, it's almost like a global situation,
it's almost
right?
yeah,
Almost,
yeah.
maybe.
a worldwide situation or something.
Yeah,
It's
something. I don't know, weird.
no good. So all of this obviously is very time specific.
Very
if
much.
you're listening to this next week, things are going to change. They're going to be different. Things happened on our way here. I got a thing from Twitter as I pulled into Colin's driveway into the studio today that Zelensky was meeting with a bunch of officials from the United States and Putin was meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel. So
Yeah, I have some.
things are changing all the time.
I have some up-to-date stuff of right before we went to the show.
Yeah.
Some very late-breaking stuff coming out of that Zelensky and U.S. official meeting.
There was there were ceasefires announced yesterday that today Russia said they were going to end.
Yeah.
So anything could happen at any time. So we're going to give kind of a brief timeline of the things that have happened since then. I have one.
Yeah,
because
because
here.
we did a small timeline last week.
Yes.
And then I tried to put that clip out this last week. That way it's relatively fresh coming into this. So if you would like a kind of a precursor to the last kind of week or two of, movements that we're going to cover here, go ahead and check out that clip right here on the
Yes.
YouTube channel. It'll be a great fill-in for you.
I think the day after we left here, I think it was the 20. This was not the day after we left here, but I think on the 22nd, Russia officially recognized those two eastern portions of Ukraine, the two districts, as sovereign nations, and then obviously immediately started to enter into those two sovereign areas because they're the pro-Russian portions of the Ukraine. They were already of Ukraine. There are already pro-Russian soldiers there. There probably was already Russian forces there. The day after that, they made their official break into Ukraine from Belarus, from the two states that they recognized as sovereign nations, and also from Crimea.
So then at this point, we're like Belarus is on the north, the two provinces were on the east, and then from Crimea on the south.
A classic pincer-style movement in towards Kiev, and we'll see you soon, Lenny. Thank you for joining us. And then also, as Colin said, the push from the east in those two districts. I'm not sure what the names of them are. We would mispronounce them almost certainly. So I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but at this point, I'm not going to linger too much on that fine detail.
I always remember the Donbass, but I don't quite remember the other one.
Yeah, because that's just the region. Like
Yes,
they
the
were, these
Donbass
are,
region.
Yeah, these are two actual like the states or districts or counties or whatever they're considered there
Yeah.
that he recognized as sovereign nations. On the 26th, after 2 days of fighting and seemingly some success by Ukrainian army to repel and hold off the Russian forces, the U.S. gave an additional $350 million in military aid. And the 27th, Belarus officially joins Russia in the Ukrainian invasion. So that's when they are sending Belarusian soldiers and forces in from Belarus along with the Russian soldiers. On the 28th, Ukraine appeals to NATO for emergency admission, and NATO says Ukrainian addition is not on the docket. And Ukraine seems to be holding Russia, and Russia has military supremacy. Why is this happening? So we'll come back to that. I'm going to run through the timeline, and then we'll hit some of these questions and stuff that I've written down here along the way.
Okay.
The 28th, 12 Russian diplomats were expelled from the United States. The United States accused them of espionage, and so we expelled them. And that was the same day that China said that they were... I'm sorry, that's something else. That was on the 23rd that they invaded. Last episode. Sorry, obviously didn't have these in the correct order. And then I have the next day that I have is on the 3rd of March. The largest Ukrainian city yet, Kherson, had been taken officially by Russian forces, and that's in the south, correct?
Yep.
On the way from Crimea up there.
Yeah.
There's reportedly there are people in bunkers throughout Ukraine because there's so much shelling going on. The shelling of Kiev has been going on for a week now, I think.
Yep.
They're shelling other areas from outside of Ukraine. And
Kharkiv is another big city that's over on
Yep.
the east side that's being essentially under siege right now.
There are food shortages that were starting to happen in Ukraine. There are utilities losses just simply from the infrastructure damage. At this point, there were 2,000 civilian deaths. I'm not sure what the most up-to-date number is on that, but that was on the 3rd. That was 2 days ago. So
And I'll tell you, that number changes depending on who you get it from.
Yes.
It's very strange.
yes.
It's
And
like,
I believe
the
that's-
numbers right now are so all over the place
Right.
on both sides. It's really hard to follow this thing, man.
On this day, Russia had finally acknowledged that they had taken deaths, that they had received casualties, and they had put the number at 490. Ukraine is saying it's several thousand.
Yeah.
There's no real way to know that. 490 is what Russia was willing to acknowledge had been killed in the fighting.
Yeah.
There's
Believe it or not, in times of war, most of the time, there are NGOs that will be the most reliable sources for
Right.
casualty numbers. And even then, it's going to be hairy.
And 490, I believe it took, not took, right? But the United States didn't have 490 casualties in the Afghanistan war for almost a year.
Yeah.
And so 490 people, even if it's only that, is an immense amount of losses on the Russian side in 10 days or whatever it is.
Yeah.
When the 23rd was the day
Compared to the
evening
level
they
of-
invaded.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's just compared to the level that we're used to seeing over the last 20 years. But
Yes.
this is nothing to what it could be as we go forward.
There are reports of logistical issues and supply issues on the Russian side, like food shortages. There's an enormous convoy that's supposedly stalled there. There are
Yeah.
gas issues or something. There are trucks that are being left on the side of the road. There are a lot of trucks whose tires are messed up because apparently they were stationed too long outside of the border before they moved. And so there are a lot of enormous trucks. I was reading a thread just yesterday of all these examples of Russian trucks that the tires were exploded because they were sitting for too long and they weren't driven enough. And so improper care for their equipment is part of the reason.
You got to remember, too, it's March in Russia.
Right.
It's cold. It's cold. Real cold.
There is every indication at this point that the intent of Russia is to intensify the siege on Kiev and on the surrounding cities.
Yeah.
Said there's a 40-mile military convoy that is trying to work its way to Kiev. So there's
This southern front is moving closer to Kiev much faster than the northern front is.
Yeah, and part of that is because they were able to establish themselves so much in Crimea and
Yeah.
stage everything so much from there. And also that's all their navy is from there. So I imagine there's just a better supply line from from the Crimean front than from anywhere else.
Well, and we might do this a little later, too. I might pull up the map, show Google Earth, right? You spend a lot of time. You hear this a lot when you talk about Ukraine now, as people refer to it as like Europe's breadbasket, stuff like that. So I got to looking, and there's a ton of farmland all over Ukraine. It's like it's mostly farmland. It's kind of like the U.S., right?
It's called the breadbasket of Soviet,
I thought it was breadbasket of Europe.
There you go.
Yeah, but it reminds me that, or the tactic they're using is very reminiscent, I think, of like what most conflict I think is going to come to at this point is they retreat to population centers where you can concentrate people, you have a controlled front, and that's why most of these things now are taking place in like this city or this town. It's because it's all siege. If you don't have enough to form lines, you fall back to strong points, and that's what we're seeing at this point. And I think that's part of the reason why the Southern Front is pushing up so fast. They've gotten past most of the major cities and major points that way.
And to your point, like modern warfare is no longer. In World War II, the last time we saw really anything like this, trench warfare still existed. They were still literally digging trenches in the ground, and that's where the lines were. This is where it stops.
Yeah, we just quit calling them trenches. We started calling them foxholes and things. But you'd have a line of foxholes.
Right. And now it's largely based on bases. You take a certain area, you build a base there, and then it doesn't fall. So if there isn't large cities, if there isn't places you can fall back to, like you said, you build one.
Yeah,
and
like
now
right outside of Kabul.
Now you control this sector. You have this area, this district that you have laid out, and you have control over this. You have patrols that are going to walk a certain area, that are going to go, or not walk, but patrol a certain area, and do recon in that area to make sure that things are fine. So fine to whatever, but.
It allows you to help maintain control over certain areas.
Yes. So it's just not as well defined or easily defined as it used to be the last time fighting like this happened in Europe. So
not that it couldn't develop into that.
No.
Like if this went full bore world war and there's, a decisive NATO front, then you'd see a little bit of a mixture, I think. But like right now, Ukraine is just a tiny little nation trying to defend against the giant military might of a superpower.
Right.
So it's a more guerrilla tactic right off the bat. It's very American Revolutionary, massive armies from the British, guerrilla warfare of colonists.
Yeah.
It's very similar style, which is part of the danger into how long this might go on, depending on what Russia does and how they handle it.
It's also important to know before we move on that we don't know shit about shit. We are, as always, two guys here to identify the situation. We're going to try and explore some of the nuances. We're going to try and explain the situation a little bit. This is an extremely serious situation. It's very, very, very serious.
Oh, yes.
And not that we're going to make light of it or anything like that, but
if you're not black-pilled by the end of this, I've failed in my mission.
We've been wrong within the last 2 weeks. So I just don't want to present it like we know exactly what we're talking about or what's going to happen, because all anybody can do is
we can't
express conjecture. That's all that anybody can do at this point is guess what's going to happen. So
and we can't give too much of ourselves over to our normalcy bias, is what you call that, where you're just like, this could never happen, man. This hasn't happened in my lifetime. It's not going to happen again. Come on now. Well, yeah, we'll develop that further, but just know that anything is possible.
Yes. So we'll run through these cards first, and then I have some points here that I have written down. Do you think are we at war?
If you ask me, hard yeah. If you ask me, we're at world war right now.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me, I think the only difference right now is that I don't know if it's going to happen. We could have a world war and never actually declare war against anybody.
Right.
We don't care anymore. But that
do everything through UAMS.
Yeah. I mean, we are sending taxpayer-funded weapons, munitions, and aid to a nation that is directly under attack by another foreign nation. This is not you're under attack from a group of tribes or insurgents from within your own country. You're not going through a civil war. This is another nation taking out another nation. This is it's a usurpation of sovereignty of another nation, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that has not happened in the modern kind of like liberal democratic rule of the West era. It isn't, borders have been very, very defined now at this point. They've been very sacred. And this is the first time we've seen like a modern day nation invade another modern nation. It's one thing when we're invading Afghanistan and Iraq, and when the Russians are invading Afghanistan and Syria and like all these different things. It's different there because it's not superpowers going to, going at each other.
It's proxy wars.
It's a couple layers in proxy wars. We're funding some groups that fund other groups that fight the war. You know, it's like there's a couple layers of separation there. But this is straight up the entirety of the Western nations sending military equipment and supplies, and some populations are volunteering to go fight against another superpower. This is you're describing a world war. There are economic sanctions all over. We're cutting them out of the banking system. They're looking for other forms of currency exchange.
Other nations are saying that they won't take part in the sanctions.
Yes.
China has come out and said that they will resume or they will maintain normal economic activity with Russia as the United States sanctions happen.
Yep.
So
people are declaring sides.
India's doing the same
India's
thing.
doing the same thing. They're not messing around. And this is weird because India is also traditionally one of our more traditional allies in this type of situation. But the Swiss have, for the first time in like modern comprehension, not declared neutrality, and they've sided with the West. And now you have all sorts of nations asking to be part of the EU and to be part of NATO. And Finland's getting real concerned because they border Russia on the very northern side. I mean, everybody's starting to declare themselves a side. And if that
declaring a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of people declaring a lot of stuff. And it's highly uncomfortable. And I don't know how to describe that other than war. I don't care if we haven't declared war against people we've been at war with for a very long time. Okay, This is not how we do things
war
anymore.
Iraq, Afghanistan.
Yes, it's also why there's no argument. People talk about like the Hague now bringing up like war criminal charges against Putin. I'm like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude.
Yes.
This is a war, man. This is not. I don't care if you don't understand how this works. If this nation, Russia, has the power to do this, and the rest of the world right now is afraid. They're very afraid at going too far, too fast with this thing because they know how powerful Russia is. This is not good, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is exponentially more dangerous than any time throughout anybody that's been alive right now's history, except for maybe the few hangers-on from World War II era. Not many of them left, but like nobody else has lived through this shit. The Cold War concept is very, very different now because we can use nuclear weapons now as modernized nations in 2022 and not completely destroy the entire world. It's possible to do that. We have all sorts of different sophisticated tactical nuclear weapons and all this stuff now. It's not the safety of mutually assured destruction does not necessarily exist anymore like it used to.
Word. So we'll talk about that, and then because I have a question on that, and then we'll hit Zeke's comment here because I think that's important. The mutually assured destruction thing, because I'm having trouble getting on board with the fear of nuclear warfare, and maybe I don't have a good enough understanding of what that would look like. I am personally still under the understanding, whatever you want to put it, right? That mutually assured destruction exists, right? Because to me, to think that Russia is going to launch a nuclear missile either means that he doesn't believe in mutually assured destruction, or he doesn't believe that we will retaliate, or he just doesn't care. Putin, just doesn't care what happens. And I just struggle to believe that, I don't, because he's not stupid, Vladimir Putin is not stupid. And so he knows, and especially because Chernobyl is right in his backyard, he knows.
They recently took it back.
So he knows what the dangers are of nuclear warfare. And so
that was in his heyday.
I'm definitely not trying to say like he's just posturing, but I just struggle to get myself to the point of like really thinking that there will be nuclear warfare.
Okay. So my response to that would be like nuclear warfare nowadays doesn't necessarily mean like ICBM's largest bomb in the world type of situation. That's the way all nuclear weapons used to be that, but now they're much smaller, much more, we have tactical nuclear devices that can have like an effective blast range of like 1/10 of a mile and radiation fallout of up to a mile or something like that. They're much more, they can be much more low yield, which makes me think that, like, especially with how much propaganda is flowing right now and the inability to actually determine what's true and what's not. Obviously, all these videos of these giant explosions and stuff coming out right now, everybody's going to think are real when they see them. But also remember, we make movies about that kind of stuff every day. So I don't know. I'm just saying I wouldn't hold it past him to say, like, drop a small tactically, small yield tactical nuke on a massive city through a small piece of artillery.
Yeah.
And take out, like a couple blocks of a city all at once. And then he could probably get away with that for a while until the world decides, like, that actually is proven what happened before anybody does anything. And if it's something that, I don't want to say like that's small, but when you think of a nuclear blast, man, you think of that island, the island tests and shit like that, and yeah, it's going to be big, but I would say, I guess I'm just more concerned that we have the capability to get into nuclear conflict without going as big as everybody might traditionally think nuclear conflict would go.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not going to launch all the ICBMs all around the world because, the tip of Manhattan got destroyed. Like, we might. Manhattan would be a bad idea. Let's just say over in Ukraine. Like, if a few blocks in Odessa got wiped out and we spent a week arguing about whether or not that's true or Russian propaganda or whatever, and then we find out it is true, like, the ICBMs aren't going to be flying in between now and then.
And to your point,
that would be my guess.
Well, to your point of people not knowing, I don't have a good enough understanding. I'm realizing this now, so I need to do more research. I don't have a good enough understanding of modern nuclear arms because to me that's what I'm thinking. If you know that they launched a nuclear missile, because it has to be, I don't know, right? I would assume if you launch a nuclear
missile
weapon, you would know about it. Right, someone would know about it, but is that only if it's an ICBM? Like, I don't.
Yeah, like if it's a nuclear missile launch,
a small nuclear weapon, and
like out of a submarine or something. That too. I'm just saying, you can have a shell that looks like a giant artillery shell.
Yeah.
Brought over to a howitzer and shot.
Okay.
And then boom, it's a nuclear device now.
Okay.
They're not all just missiles necessarily.
Right.
Suitcase nukes and shit.
Right.
You get some Russian agent walking in downtown Kyiv or whatever, and it's got a briefcase with a nuclear bomb in it and drops it, and then next thing you know, boom, this entire 2 blocks of this city go up and disappear.
So what I was going to say, to your point of people not knowing, right? During the Syrian civil war,
yes,
right? Russia was the one that were deploying chemical weapons, and the entire time the United States was saying it's Assad, but it wasn't. And we now have, proof upon proof that it wasn't him, that it was the Russians.
Shout out Tulsi.
So exactly. So to your point, they're obviously pretty good at. They're good at, but they have the ability to hide shit and make it look like someone else is doing it. Okay, so let's address Zeke's comments. So we'll scroll up a little bit on there, right?
So we got
Said, I wouldn't put too much stake in Russia continuing to fight for a long period of time. Russia has a more fragile economy than most people realize. That's why a majority of the forces fighting in country in Ukraine are from Belarus. The majority of Russian power hasn't been used yet at all. And I don't think, we aren't arguing that the majority of Russia's power has been used. I'm struggling to understand what you mean by them coming from Belarus, because they're coming from 3 different fronts. Certainly the ones coming from Belarus are from there, but there are 3 different fronts to this invasion into Ukraine. So they couldn't all be coming from Belarus.
Yeah, if Moldova was a Russian puppet state like Belarus is, they'd be coming in also from Moldova. Like, that's the way it would go. The only reason they're not coming in from... Yeah, they don't really have another entrance into Ukraine just through those states.
But it sounds to me like he's saying that they're not, the ones from Belarus are, certainly they're not all Russian forces, but Belarus hadn't officially even...
They didn't officially declare war or they didn't. I don't think they've actually officially declared their siding
But
yet.
they've joined the invasion.
Yes.
They have officially
They
joined the
have.
invasion, but it was like 2 days after the Russians had already invaded into Ukraine.
Yeah, it was
they
kind of
couldn't-
once they slowed
couldn't
up.
all be Belarusian forces.
No, and a lot of the because I remember seeing the videos of the Russian tanks through supposed Belarus, like a couple days before the actual invasion took place too. So like, I don't
They've
know
been
how
mounting
much.
forces there for months. They've been mounting forces on the border of Ukraine for months. I
Yes.
don't understand
And that's-
the argument that they're all from Belarus. There's obviously Russian forces. There are Russian soldiers being killed. I mean, there are.
I would say this real quick. I would argue the fact that the difference between a Belarusian soldier and a Russian soldier are almost non-existent. The relationship that Belarus has with Russia
Is a puppet state.
is a puppet state. They literally are the same forces. So even if they were, or if they were Russian soldiers, or if they were Belarusian soldiers,
Right.
doesn't really matter.
I think Zeke is getting ahead of us. We have not yet started to talk about the economy, and we have not
Mm-hmm.
yet gotten into questions about Ukrainian or about Russian forces, right? So that was
We'll
one
get
of
there.
It's one of the next points that I was
Yep.
going to make, right? Is we have seen some of these logistical issues, right? We
Mm-hmm.
have seen the convoy that's being held up. It's 40-mile convoy. There are, debate as to what the issue is. We've seen enormous amounts of death coming from the Russian forces. We know that the Russian Federation has an enormous military. We know of their military might. So
Yeah.
my only question to that effect would be why this is happening the way that it's happening. I'm not sure
Why, like the limited warfare version?
whether yes, because
Would you refer to this as limited warfare on Russia's part,
um
in your perspective?
certainly because they could have. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
It's the tough-
I'm gonna say I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, but. All these logistical issues and all of this bullshit, there's like a huge amount of conscripts that are reportedly being sent in from the Russian side, that there are people that they picked up and forced to go there. And so
And
that's,
also might
they
just be
also went.
propaganda.
I'm not taking, any of their responsibility away. You don't
Yeah.
have to fucking kill civilians, right?
Yeah.
So but the issues that they are running into, the amount of resistance that is being put up that they're unable to this extent thus far unable to overcome, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issues with the convoy, the issues with feeding their own people, with putting fuel in their own trucks. How is it? I don't know if they underestimated the Ukrainians, because that seems silly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they underestimated the support they would get from the West, because that also seems silly. I don't know if he overestimated his own forces, because that also seems silly.
That's what doesn't make sense about this to me. When you look at we could guess for days about why Ukraine is still a sovereign nation. We could ask all day why that is the case. Why hasn't Russia done this? Because I'm pretty sure we both agree that if they wanted to, they could have taken it by now.
Yes.
Right? But we'll probably never know why they didn't, when I think that they probably could have. Unless, we could guess all day. We can pontificate all day onto the possibilities why, but I mean, at the end of the day, Ukraine still is a sovereign nation to this day. The president talked to our Congress this morning. I mean, and there's a reason that's the case, and I don't know what it is. It's probably just the fact that if it went harder, maybe the Western response would have been harder too. Like if it would have been more severe. Maybe this is when Joe Biden was talking before this happened, he said, well, it depends on what kind of, invasion it is. If it's a minor incursion, do you call this a minor incursion? I mean, it seems pretty heated, but it's also, I'm left asking the question, why didn't they take over the entire Ukraine like they did in Crimea, where they just showed up one day, all undercover, in disguise, and then they all took their disguises off. We're here to kill a bunch of people, arrest a bunch of people, take over the government, and it's done. It's over.
And my understanding of
They
that...
could.
Well, first let me say this. Maybe our question is to Zeke's point, right? His third statement is, long story short, fellas, we're obviously being baited into conflict. So maybe that is... Our question is to his point, that he's doing this to bait as many countries as he can. Putin, right, is doing this to bait as many countries as he can into the World War conflict, to get a best view as possible of what the sides are going to be.
Give it time for nations to decide whose side they're on.
Yes.
For the nations, to choose the side.
And then when you know the logistical and realistic possibility of winning that conflict, then you decide, do I just push on through and take Ukraine and stop? Or do I keep going? Do I do like you? Do I start using a little bit of miniature nuclear weapons? Do I start doing more chemical weapons? There are reports and videos of them using cluster munitions, within cities. Anybody who doesn't know what that is, it's one bomb breaks up into a bunch of bombs, usually kills a lot of civilians. That's why they're not, I believe Geneva Conventions, they're not used, but Russia don't give a fuck. So
It's
that
called
may
war
be,
for a reason.
yeah. So that may be to Zeke's point that the reason that it is limited is to give it time to
for
give
people
it
to
time
pick a
ferment and see what the beer is going to taste like before you decide if you want to sell it or keep it for yourself.
Ooh, interesting. Let it ferment and see what the beer tastes like. No, I think that's a good. That's a good possibility, especially because we know. But he's what, 70 years old? Vladimir Putin, almost 70. There's obviously. Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for him to maybe be slipping a little bit or even get desperate or something like that. You never know.
I can see
the
desperation
possibility
maybe.
exists. It's certainly not zero, but there seems to be easier motivations to find than rely on senility or, the Biden problem.
Yeah.
He's not Biden. He's not that old. He's a very spry looking 70-year-old. So I don't know. It doesn't seem this stupid. This is all seems like it has to be planned of some kind. It's Ukraine, man.
Yeah.
They have no problem taking that thing. They're just gauging. I'm just thinking out loud here. If they're engaging in the manner they're engaging now, it's just so they try not to draw too much attention. If they don't break the speed limit and only do 10 miles an hour all the way till they take the capitals and take everything, then nobody will say anything. If they do it too fast, NATO's going to get too scared and somebody's going to screw up and, there'll be some damn foolish incident in one of the Balkan states and then boom, it's all official. But I don't know. Like I said earlier, you can't convince me right now that it's not World War III already. In the modern day context that we wage war, they don't need to get American approval to go to war. They really don't anymore.
I think that the West largely, at least in the media, largely overestimates how much Vladimir Putin gives a fuck what anybody thinks about him. I think, especially with the sanctions and stuff like that, and we're going to keep talking about it, and we're going to call out his actions before he can do them so people know about it. I think they're still waiting for him to be like, oh, wait, now no one's going to want to do business with me, And he doesn't care.
He doesn't
I
care,
really
man.
don't think that he cares.
Nope,
And
I don't think he cares.
that speaks to a simplistic view that people have of Vladimir Putin. That I took a conversation with Brian, right? He was like, he's a nationalist. He's just a nationalist,
He's not a fucking Dr. Evil, man. He's not a cartoon villain.
No.
If you treat him like that, he's going to ruin your day.
And that's what my concern is underestimating him, And I don't think that...
Don't make him a caricature.
Yeah, and I don't think that, people in the government are necessarily doing that, but certainly the American people, they're, he's just a nationalist. He's just trying to spread it around, the Russia. Yeah. And I think it's more complicated than that. And I think... even not on a policy standpoint, on just trying to understand the issue, if that's how you're viewing Vladimir Putin or viewing this issue as just, this is just a old Soviet expansion, you're never going to truly understand what's going on. And I'm not saying I truly understand it, but I definitely have a better understanding than someone who still views Putin as just a nationalist and he's just trying to expand Russia. That's not a good way to be looking at this conflict, especially as, like you said, it starts to expand or has expanded into a global warfare, into world war. That's an ignorant ass view to be taken on Vladimir Putin or the motivations that country has for doing what they're doing,
Yeah, it's not good, man. The concept that I hear this a lot from, almost the more Shapiro-y crowds, the more classically conservative neocons and stuff like that. Putin wants to reconstitute the USSR, the Soviet Union. He wants to do that and all that. I don't give that concept much merit. I don't think I don't think Vladimir Putin has any interest in that. And
I think maybe a little bit.
Maybe
but
a
not
little bit.
Not enough to motivate this.
No.
You know?
But then you also have the other side of it is not just the communist aspect, but okay, well what about the czars and the czarinas, the Russian Empire days of glory and things like that, back when they still owned Alaska, matter of fact. Like that era.
Yeah.
When the Queen of England and the Tsar of Russia were cousins, like that type of era. I think that has a little bit more weight, but even then, in the modern world, even taking into account the difference between like Eastern and Western worlds, the structural differences, Vladimir Putin has way more power and control throughout the entire world today in our current system than he ever would trying to revert to one of those older systems like that or bring in that form of power. It's like it doesn't make sense at the end of the day. He's one of the most powerful people on the face of the planet today, right now. It's the reason the whole world's getting into this shit right now.
Why would he risk that?
Yeah.
Just to expand
he knows
the
what
Russian
he is.
Empire.
Yeah, he knows what he is, and I don't quite understand. Like I have a feeling I like a theory of why he's doing what he's doing. I like one of the theories behind it.
Well, before you explain it, we should say Putin's explanation of why he's doing it is to denazify Ukraine.
Yes.
Right? Among other things, he said that there are fucking Nazis in every country. As weird as it is, weird as it may seem,
Nazis aren't American concept.
Everybody can be racist.
Word.
So there are Nazis in Ukraine, just as there are Nazis in Russia, and there are Nazis in America. There are Nazis in Canada.
Yes.
There are Nazis everywhere where there are white people that are there to be white supremacists.
Is it called the white or the Azul?
I don't remember what it's called, but yeah. So that was part of his justification is we're going to denazify Ukraine, and that's why we need to invade them. But
because I learned a lot about that Azov battalion. The Azov battalion from Majinwaz. Because there was some,
and
when
they
he was
are
on
there
the IRL,
fighting. They are there fighting.
They are
in
there
Ukraine.
fighting. They
That
do
happening.
exist. There is a literal Nazi battalion that is in the regular Ukrainian army, and they are fighting, and they are being all fucked up. Yep. They are indeed. There's a video that they talked about on the IRL podcast.
Easy. Take down the whole studio.
Look out. About like these Azov soldiers rubbing their bullet tips, the rounds, the end of the round in pork fat before they went to go fight, right? It's a video. I saw the video. They played it on the show. And that was to illustrate the point of like, why is it that we as Americans can't comprehend Putin's concept of denazification, right? Because we have a different concept of what Nazis are. We are Nazis compared to a lot of people in America, right? It's a whole deal, right? These are actual Nazis. So much so that, like, it's not a white people thing. No, the way this Azov battalion, these people see Ukraine and the Ukrainians as the last bastion of European whiteness. Russia is part of Asia. They see Russians as Asians, hence the racial divide and the true Nazism and how you could have like a white on white conflict with it and still be an actual card carrying fucking Nazi with tattoos and shit. So it was a fascinating concept that still existed anyways,
and it speaks more to I'm not trying to idealize Vladimir Putin, right? I'm trying to impress on people that it's so not simple. It's so complicated. It speaks to the complexity of Vladimir Putin and that he believes what he is doing.
Yeah.
Right?
And that
he believes in what he's doing. Whatever the reason is, he actually believes in it. He genuinely believes in that.
Yep. And the concept of denazification makes sense to a lot of Russian people. We are not that it doesn't the way when he says that, it doesn't make sense to us. Is that the IPA?
That is so good. This is the tall hole. The
show it off. There it is. Shout out Western Red Brewing. The tall hole pale ale.
This pale ale is fucking delicious. Sorry.
I have a little bad news. It's the last one. I was saving that one particularly for you.
Oh God, that's good.
Yeah. I'm so glad you like it.
Oh my God, that's good. I love that.
Good. It's one of the best pale ales I've found. Just enough hops,
That's an instant
but a
favorite.
nice
like
maltiness. You can grab a 6-pack at the Hands Grill on your way out.
that's
if
a top,
you want.
That's
It's-
a top fiver.
It's pretty fantastic. $11.99 for a 6-pack.
That's good.
Yes. Score.
Sorry.
Anyways,
Denazification.
we were.
Yeah.
But the fact is, sorry to
What's your
to
theory?
wrap it
Yes.
up. Well, no, I'll get to the theory in a
Right,
second.
right.
But to wrap up that aspect of it, right? When Russia talks about denazification and as an excuse for invasion, means it sounds completely ridiculous to us. And it is completely ridiculous, but it plays back home better than it plays in America. Our perspective on this cannot be the same because we have a different worldview altogether. Yeah, word. So that's my thing about. I learned a lot
I'm
about
here
the
for it.
Nazi
That-
people
yeah,
this
that
week
makes sense.
because if you haven't watched that Majid Nawaz episode, by the way, throw that in your queue for this week because
Deal.
it is a great episode.
I will watch
Majid
it
is
this week.
Majid is awesome. So yeah, the why is Russia doing this? I have a theory.
Yeah, the
Right.
theory that because I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I've not given. There hasn't been enough time for me to learn about enough shit to try and contextualize it enough to really understand why this.
Would it make you okay? So for context,
Does it make me Randy? Is that what you're gonna ask
does
me?
this make you Randy, baby? I wish I knew more like Austin Power one-liners. I watched one of those a couple weeks ago. It was so fucking good.
Cold.
It gets kind of uncomfortable when we talk about this.
Let's
right?
hear it. Make me uncomfortable.
Klaus Schwab. Think about Klaus Schwab in the
Okay.
World Economic Forum.
Yeah, New
right?
World Order.
Right, New World Order, and you remember the
Great
Ukrainian.
Reset.
You remember the Ukrainian PM that the viral video came out. I don't remember if we talked about it last episode or not. She put out a TikTok or a social media video with her standing in her, or no, this was an interview. The first one, she was standing in her like apartment with an AK-47.
Oh,
as
the
a
picture.
PM, right?
Okay, so we
But
saw
then
the picture.
Yeah, we
Member
saw
of
the
Parliament,
picture.
yes.
And then later on, she was on an interview with somebody, and she said, part of the reason is because we have to fight for this new world economic order. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
The world Western economic order. I can't remember the exact
fuck.
verbiage of it, but it was the new world order.
Right.
And that was that she said that, right? Now, the conspiracy people went nuts, right?
I'm
Because they go,
sure.
this is it. We're on Russia's side now, guys.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Oh, word.
Oh, God.
Like within people I know personally, that happened because
no.
because you know how devoted those people are against the world, because they're
Right.
pedophile bloodsuckers of children and,
And
shit,
we're
right?
we're no friends
But-
of the New World Order.
No, we are
but-
not. But to a Ukrainian prime minister that refers to the liberal, the
Member
new
of Parliament.
member of parliament. Sorry,
Just so that no one's fucking.
Yes.
You fucking idiot. Yeah, exactly.
to somebody that's not in the EU, that is not part of our new world order.
Right.
That's part of the globalized network of trade, and the EU, NATO nations, and the Americas have a very different relationship with each other and a different worldview completely than the East does, than Russia does. They don't have the same worldview. They don't necessarily believe
Right.
in globalization and things like that. There's a reason why they're not a massive trade partner of the West, other than like a few things like oil and energy and the important shit that actually matters if they cut you off.
Shit that everybody needs.
Word. We're not buying a bunch of knickknacks and bullshit from Russia all the time. We're not buying the cheap
Russian
Chinese
trinkets.
knockoffs. There's none of those. No. It sounds funny, right? But it's real. We don't do that. They don't rely on the West for trade.
knockoffs. That would be funny.
That would be funny. I want some Estonia. Actually, Estonia is part of NATO. Shit, I forgot about that. But
Give me some Russian knockoffs. I want them.
word, right?
kidding.
Some
Go
of those dolls that get smaller.
Yeah, yeah.
But they see this as something that will eventually come down to, it's very similar to the communism situation. Communism was at fight because the West was trying to kill communism. Now he sees the West as trying to kill his way of life, which he sees as the way it used to be here. Word. He wants to be in charge of his nation. He wants his and his oligarchs and his system of governance to maintain their way of life.
You don't want a world order. You want a Russian order.
He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
care about what Germany says he should do back home. It's my contention with the EU too.
Right. And
Like, this is where it gets uncomfortable because I don't disagree with them.
And he doesn't even want to necessarily expand Russia. He wants to have a buffer around Russia that
But
the New
that
World
is
Order
bullshit.
can't reach him.
That's bullshit because
Right.
Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania already border Russia and Belarus.
Turkey.
Right? And then in between all three of those, he's got that tiny little pimple of Russian sovereign land that is called shit. I'm going to have to look at it real quick. It borders Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad
Okay.
borders, it's stuck. Oh shit, I'm going to have to pull it up on the thing. I'll
Let's
pull
see
I'll
it.
pull it up here in a second. Kaliningrad is this tiny little, let's go big wide shot. Tiny little you know, it's a piece of Russia
Okay.
stuck between three other countries that
an
has
island?
a nice let's go to Google Maps. Here, you know what? We're going to go over here. We're going to hit the magic 5 button. And now you guys are navigating with me. Here we go. We're going to go here. We're going to zoom out. Okay,
So
real
we know
quick,
where we live.
for fuck's sakes. We've talked about this before, Jesus. That's all right. We're lucky enough. This little sliver right here.
Oh,
See that? That's right there.
that's Russia?
Okay. Here's Russia proper. Here's Ukraine. You see the problem. Ukraine's pretty big. Belarus, Russian puppet state. Consider Belarus part of Russia. Now, you also have Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, right on the border.
So you're saying
all three are NATO nations.
In between Poland
Poland.
and Lithuania right
Yes.
there is a little piece of Russia.
This is a little piece of Russia. Look, you go to
No
Kaliningrad,
fucking shit.
Russia. It is part of Russia. This is Russian sovereign land. The other day, we had an issue with Sweden. Sweden, shit, I got to go back.
They violated. They said they violated airspace.
This is the island right there, Jutland. I think it's pronounced Jutland.
Okay.
But they violated Swedish airspace because they left from Kaliningrad and fucked with their airspace over here. I want to show you something, Donovan. You see this? You see how fucking far away this
Right,
is?
50 miles.
50 miles. 50 miles. You know what else? I mean, I'm pretty sure this is Russian right here. Hey, look. This says Russia right there. You know what that is? That's Japan. Sapporo.
Ooh.
Okay?
Ooh, that's very close.
It's very close. And it's real close to China and North Korea. It's kind of a fucked up place to be if you're them.
Russia's so big, bro.
So
How do you end up with such a big country?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, that's such an enormous
I don't
piece of
know.
land.
Well,
Russia's
it's
biggest
because a
country
lot
on
of
the
it
planet,
is
right?
uninhabitable. Let's put
Just
it that way.
frozen and shit.
Right. It's a whole deal.
That
But
makes sense.
um,
Because
But that's what we're talking about,
people
man.
That live in Russia, right?
No.
How many people live in Russia? What's the population of Russia?
let's see. Russia
More
population.
or less than America.
It's definitely going to be less.
Really?
Yeah, population.
There's only like 330 million in America, right?
I'm in map. Of course, I'm not going to get a good search result map, you know. It goes, hey,
What are you
here's Russian
talking about?
population.
What do you want?
Here's a bunch of Russian places. Okay. Population. Wow, half of America. 144 million
shit.
as of 2020. Yeah. Real talk, bro. It all kind of starts to feel weird when you know about all these little details, right?
Okay, and I don't say this to promote any type of idea. This is just the first thing I thought when you said that. How does America not stomp a Russian dick in the dirt? Like, what is that about?
It's also important to remember, though dated, Russia has the most nuclear weapons out of
Right, okay.
everybody put together.
It's the mutually assured destruction thing.
Yeah,
It's if you try and stomp our dick in the dirt,
yeah,
we gonna nuke you. Okay.
indeed.
Okay.
So,
All right.
you know. So I think that's my theory behind why they're doing this. It's because he sees it as he's threatened culturally. It's not only will he not be in power, he'll probably live and die still under power. But if he wants his Russian heritage and their way of life to continue, he has to stop this. And I disagree with how you're doing it. Right? It would be nice to have like a big liberal conversation and debate about the ethics and the right and wrongs of various ideologies, and have a general liberal ideology where nations can kind of do some fuckery, but at the end of the day, we all agree to leave each other alone.
And you mean truly liberal, not in the way that the conservatives like to say liberal.
Yes, not that way.
Truly, actually liberty-minded.
Yeah, that's my theory on why he's doing it. I don't agree with it, but that's what I think it's, and I think it's understandable. You know,
Cheers to that.
You know, it makes sense for an empire to have an excuse to go to war. It makes sense.
The only thing I broke it down to when I was talking to Brian, right? All I can really do, because I don't know that much about the background of it, is like reactionary things, you know? The things that Vladimir Putin is saying, I know for a fact NATO has expanded. We're doling out money all over the place, right?
Yep.
So
we're literally buying weapons that they're fighting against right now.
And if you try and put yourself in the mind of Vladimir Putin, right? And we were talking about it last weekend at the condo, and we're thinking about the same deal as people who are against abortion, right? You have to consider they really believe what they're saying. They're not saying it because they want something else. They actually believe it, right?
Yep.
So if Vladimir Putin does really feel like his way of life is being threatened, right, on an economic fashion, on a global government fashion,
and also tell me it's not.
And then he's also actively seeing the expansion of NATO, right, eastward, and
literally on his borders.
And when you talk about Ukraine specifically, we talked about this a little bit last week, right? It's before the two areas were declared sovereign. It was pretty split on whether or not they actually wanted to be part of NATO.
Yeah.
You know, there's been talks for years and years and years, and they're not part of NATO anymore. Putin and Russian colonialism is to acquire more land mass is obvious. I think that's definitely part of it. I think it's part of it.
I mean,
right?
it makes sense.
I think it's part of it.
It used to be what we did. We took shit from each other.
So in my opinion, right, if NATO wanted Ukraine to be part of NATO, it would have happened by now. It would have happened by now.
Yeah, they don't want that.
You know, and
because that means problems. They don't
it
want
means
that.
problems.
I got 99 problems, and Ukraine ain't one. So let's keep it that way.
So when the talks happen, the peace talks, you know, the negotiations between the United States and Russia, and the United States is completely unwilling to say we won't admit Ukraine to NATO, even though right now they're saying that's not on the agenda for us to add Ukraine to NATO, even while we're supporting them militarily, financially, right? This is happening. Putin is going to see that and say, why not? You know, there's no give at all, you know, from his perspective. And so why would he do anything else? You know, if this is concerned, why would he do anything else? What other choice does he have? And I'm not like he couldn't do anything else, but he's already been amassing soldiers on the border. The forces are there. It's already happened. Was he going to just go home now? No.
Yeah.
He's not going to just go home now. Just take everyone and go home.
No.
That's not how it's going to work, you know, especially if he's not going to get any capitulation at all from any of the Western nations. He's going to just go for it. This is what I'm preparing for, so I'm just going to go for it.
So I will say this, though. Like, if he was to amass his forces on the borders like he did, and then if he was to back down and just pull everybody back, and then he goes, hey, we were just doing a training exercise. He did that once before, and then never fully pulled everybody back, and then came back with more people, right? We remember seeing that. Now that, he still has the option to make something up and not take an ego hit and pull back and not do anything and not engage. The minute he crossed that line to actually engage, he committed, and he can't go back with nothing.
Right.
Like, he won't go back with nothing. He's not going to take an L.
Now.
He's at least at this point, he's nowhere near exhausted enough that he would take an L. There's so much more left in the chamber for him to keep on firing. So there's no way now, unless the West gives him an excuse for a W, there's no way he's done yet.
Right.
And it's not going to stop.
So it's go ahead.
I was going to say, I wanted to bring this up.
Yes.
This was from this morning.
Okay.
When I woke up, there's an article from The Hill. And I'm just going to read it here. I took some screenshots. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky participated in a call with a bipartisan group of more than 280 members of Congress on
Holy
Saturday
shit.
morning. This was this morning. During which the lawmaker said he laid out ways the U.S. could help his country fight against Russia. Over Zoom, Zelensky requested additional airplanes.
Over Zoom.
This was over Zoom.
That's just funny to hear.
Yeah, over China.
Zoom is hosting
right.
fucking international peace talks And that's just hilarious.
So anyway, yes. So they've requested additional airplanes, a stoppage of oil purchases from Russia, and the establishment of a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace. So he's asking for all the things that the West cannot give, except for airplanes.
Yes.
The only thing we can give him is more airplanes. We cannot stop buying oil from Russia. We cannot do that. We doubled our crude oil purchases while this was happening.
Yeah.
From Russia, right? That was a thing that happened, and it's still happening. Again, we don't need to, but Biden made it so we had to. And on top of that, the no-fly zone, that means direct military confrontation
has to be
with
enforced.
Russia.
It has to be enforced.
Yes.
You can't just declare a no-fly zone and Russia's going to say, "Oh shit, okay."
You got to start shooting planes
Yeah,
down.
you have to have a presence there to enforce the no-fly zone. So the point of that,
that means actual war.
this is like this is the war hawkery that we were talking about earlier from the conservatives, that from the Republicans that are like, we need to establish a no-fly zone.
Yep.
To a lesser extent, I was and still kind of am viewing the talk about nuclear warfare as like softened war hawkery. You know, like you're threatening nuclear warfare. You're like, if we don't get involved, if someone doesn't do something, then there's going to be nukes at hand, you know, which to me, the only logical conclusion from that point is like, so we need to intervene, is what you're saying. Like,
and to add to your point, right? Part of me talking about that and noting,
I don't mean just you. I don't
noting
mean
the
you, but-
added possibilities. Let's just put it this way, because during the Cold War, there was a certain possibility that nuclear catastrophe could occur, right? The only point being that in today's world, the likelihood, the chance of using a nuclear weapon of some kind is exponentially greater than it used to be. That's the only thing. And I still, too, like...
Because the scale can be lower than it was at that time.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's going to be noted that somebody crossed, that they crossed a line.
Right.
And then things will escalate to whatever the next plateau is, and I don't want to know what that is. So I don't know if it's going to happen, but the possibility is certainly greater than it used to be. So with that being said, I still don't think he's going to use them, at least not now. So under the assumption that it's not going to, we can keep wrestling with it because I don't think he's that desperate yet.
Yeah.
But
breaking points, they're making it seem like it's going to happen any day. Like they could launch a nuke at any moment.
wait,
and
the
then
leftist podcast
Well, and they'll
thinks
even,
that we should go to war with Ukraine or with Russia.
They'll even say they're like it's not even if it's only a 1% chance. 1% is still a lot. You're like, this is very serious. It's
Like the chance to go to
nuclear warfare, of them launching a nuke.
I don't want to label them as something if I'm being hyperbolic. So
and they're not. They definitely aren't in favor of warfare.
I thought they were very anti-war.
The trouble that I've been having with them is that they aren't posing any type of anything. There is no solution on their end. It's just this is bad, this is bad, this is bad.
Okay.
Which I agree with, but you just can't do nothing. Even if your strategy is we aren't going to have any role in this at all, that's not doing nothing. That's excluding yourself. That's choosing to separate yourself from the situation. And I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but that is a possible solution if that's what the argument is.
Yeah.
But yeah, they will expand on it like it is very, very likely and could happen at any moment. And then say, even if it's only a 1% chance, we need to take it very seriously. And so it's a small part of the rhetoric that minimizes the chance, or I don't think even minimizes, I think makes realistic the possibility of nuclear warfare. Because I just struggle to, not to go back to it too much, but gotta imagine if forces on the ground, someone's got a Geiger counter, because they know that Russia has nukes. If what you're saying is true about the potential of like very minimal nuclear warfare and things like that, then someone has got to have a Geiger counter. And if they see something that they think looks like it might have been a nuke, they're going to start waving it around. And within 24 hours, we're going to know they definitely launched something over there, even if we didn't know at the time.
We're gonna know that somebody that has an affiliation to one side or the other
Did something.
says that there was nuclear weapons
okay.
used or
Okay.
not. That's
Okay.
ultimately
Yeah,
my
yeah.
problem with it is that
You can't trust anybody fully as far as information
no,
goes.
man. This is you got to recognize that this is the first time this level of warfare is happening in our generation.
Right.
And the fact that in our information universe that we live in now, like we colloquially say, in the age of social media or whatever, but it's bigger than that. It's fucking Zoom calls. He doesn't have to fly over here to beg for the United States. He just hops on the Chinese-sponsored Zoom, and then, hey, there you go.
He probably still has like the camouflage pants on or green pants on, but just
course he
a
does.
suit top,
Yeah. The problem was when they reached back in the vault and pulled the picture of him in the fatigues from like 2 years ago.
God, I
like he
know.
had to dress that same way now
Yeah.
again, which I would hope is just the standard Ukrainian presidential military dress, because then it would be easier to follow. But hey, whatever. But that's the thing. And I don't fault him at all for doing that. Like, I understand how propaganda works, but I also understand that on the internet, when it comes to like little videos and pictures, and I watched a video this morning of a Russian gunship getting fucking surface to air missiled down to the ground and crashing in a fucking field.
no shit.
Like, I just saw it. Just watched it on YouTube this morning. I don't know where that came from. I don't know that. I'm assuming that it's from the conflict. I don't know that.
At the end of this segment, before we break, I'm going to share some Instagram pages of dudes that I have very serious confidence are on the ground there. And so if people are interested in some first-hand accounts of what's happening, one of them, I don't know his name. He's a guy that used to run the account for Forward Observations, and I've sent you some of their shit before. They do like military documentaries. Like these guys are. This particular dude it seems to be a contractor of some type, but there's no doubt that he's legitimate. He did go to Poland. He is in Ukraine.
And ain't that the problem, man?
So the accounts that I'm gonna share are his, and then some that he has said these are other people I am with over here.
That's called trusted sources.
Yes.
Right. And that's really what that comes down to, is you're kind of doing some journalism-y type stuff by finding a trusted source you believe is honest and trustworthy, and is obviously in the ground because of the nature of that
the
communications. It's
the-
not the video you're getting from the mainstream media. It's like, I want to break that apart too, because cable news mainstream media is doing a totally different thing right now than like what the rest of the corporate press is doing, and it's all bad, and so it's hard to weed through. Some of it's true, some of it's not. But when you're getting when you find people that are actually on the ground, like I got a couple of Twitter people that are doing that, but it's mostly tech stuff.
Yeah.
But you know who they are through someone else that you trust, and they know someone. It's a weird thing about sources and methods and shit.
Yeah,
but
no, I'll pull up some of
it's
their
a thing.
shit, and I'll share some of those pages at the end of this segment, so that if you guys want to go on Instagram and get some, what I personally feel are legitimate first-hand accounts of what's happening there from a secret military perspective, like I said, they're not part of the military. These guys could, because they're going by themselves.
Yeah.
So they're not part of the American military. They are maybe contractors at one point who are now taking it upon themselves, because Ukraine established a foreign legion essentially for people to volunteer and go and fight there.
Yep.
If you are so inclined, you can go to your local embassy office.
There's one in Seattle, it's really close to the stadiums down in the International District. That's where it's at.
Sign the paperwork.
Yep.
You can volunteer to go. You will be subject to whatever classifications, whatever questions they want. When you go there, you will not be able to bring your own weapon, most likely.
They
will
ain't
have
American,
to be,
bro.
No. You will be fighting with the Ukrainian military. But if you are so inclined, there are lots of people, fake ass motherfuckers, send me right now, I'll fucking go, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah. Go do it.
But if you are so inclined, if the avenue exists for you to use a passport to go to Ukraine and assist in the military operations that are happening there under the foreign legions that they have established. So,
what's funny? It's like that one of my favorite movies of all time. You can't really see it up there. Casablanca. Right. There's a whole storyline about the main character in that, Rick, owns Rick's. He ran guns in Ethiopia during the fighting down there during World War II. He ran guns for the Spanish, or at the beginning of World War I, for the Spanish during the Spanish Civil War. Like the whole concept of a foreigner going to fight for like those, and you know, the opposite line at the time is, you know, when he's talking about this. Yeah, isn't it always funny that you found yourself like I found myself on the side that was losing or something like that. And I can't remember the exact line, and I'm shaming myself for saying that now. It's like my favorite movie, but like that's happening right now. There are literally right now there's not that many because it hasn't been around that long, but there's a few Americans over there right now actually fighting for Ukraine.
Yes.
Which is a very I respect the shit out of people that would do that.
Yeah.
The amount of work, because it's not as easy as that dude's like, yeah, I'll go fucking fight. Like you said, there's a lot involved, man. These are governments agreeing to share their citizens so that one of their citizens can go fight in a war.
Right.
Like it's an official deal. It's not just you get on a plane and go volunteer to fight. That's not how. No. It is so much more in depth for that.
You will go to fight.
Yes. You are being rolled in to the Ukrainian forces in a legion that they have of foreign fighters.
You will be given a select fire AK and most likely and be told to get the fuck out there.
This round is slightly different than what I'm used to.
Yeah. So no, I 100% agree. I used to have this week I purchased on Amazon the season of a show called Surviving the Cut. And it's about different military inductee programs for like the Rangers and for the Green Berets and just the shit that they have to go through to get into the program, you know? And at the time that it was made and the time that I watched it at first, and that's why I bought it, because I was thinking about it and I was like, yeah, that's fucking inspirational, you know? They're like putting in work and they're fucking going, and then I was watching it. Like, these guys fought for a war that they didn't even understand and that I don't believe in, you know? And so the respect that I had for it the first time that I watched it, I didn't have this time.
That's tough.
And I'm not saying I don't respect the military. I'm not going to qualify anything I'm saying. I don't feel like I need to explain myself.
Yeah.
The cause that the military stands for now is not what it used to be. And the respect I have for... I even was thinking on the way here as a unhappy, quote-unquote, right? Because I'm not unhappy with my life, but with the current station, you know what I'm saying, right? It was like, if it was a different time, I would just join the army or something, you know. But I so much don't believe in the military as it stands now.
You don't even have the option.
That I wouldn't do it. You know, I would not do it. But
that option has existed in America for so many generations. But unfortunately, now, if you believe in the things that those people volunteered to fight for back then, like you can't do that in today's world.
And I don't. And that's what I thought is like I don't. Because
that's why you didn't become a cop too.
Because do you know what I'm saying?
Word.
I don't believe in it.
Gotta run, guys.
Thank
Later.
you, Lenny.
Larry, it's been real. Lenny. I'm always calling him Larry, so now it's tradition.
Back to it. Thank you, Lenny. It was good having you.
It's great to have you there,
So let's
Lenny.
expand a little bit, talk about some economics, right?
Yes.
There's oil. There's things like this going on. So
I'd say consequences of involvement with Russia.
yes.
Right.
So one thing that I want to talk about first that I learned about yesterday,
Okay.
and Zeke is going to wag his finger from Indiana at me for not knowing about this, right?
That's all right. Deservedly so, Zeke.
2 years ago, there's an oil war that happens between Russia and Saudi Arabia that no one knows about in America. You know?
There was like a few. We remember there are a few reports of explosions of oil plants and things like that, and everybody assumed it was like the Jews.
So it was not reported the way that it should have been in America because
we were lied to.
Oil prices dropped to literally negative. Like you were having to pay to sell your oil because Russia and Saudi Arabia were flooding the market so insanely during COVID when the demand was so low that they were paying money for it to try and see who was going to do it, right?
I think Biden at the time was like, hey, guys, you need to like not.
I'm not saying no one mentioned it.
Right.
I'm saying that that's such a crazy, serious world event that the idea that didn't have the main focus of corporate media coverage.
If I'm like remembering little tidbits of it, I'm going, you guys didn't do your job and tell me how important this was.
I read about it and I said, I'm sorry, what? So I literally didn't know that this happened.
Okay.
Right? And that's on me, right? I'll own it. But the market was to the point that American refineries were going bankrupt. They couldn't afford to stay open. We had numerous American refineries that went bankrupt, right? So that
I feel like we're going to have to do a deep dive on this one day.
Part of the reason we're having to purchase so much Russian oil is because we literally don't have as many refineries as we did during Donald Trump. And I'm not blaming Joe Biden. That's just a time comparison, right? That it was when Donald Trump came into office, we don't have as many refineries now as we did then because so many went bankrupt during this Saudi-Russian oil war. They couldn't afford to stay open.
Okay, so that I had no idea. Because instantly you go, why are we buying all this oil? Let's just get back to the Canada American Pipeline. Keystone Pipeline.
So the Keystone XL, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get there. Good. We'll get there.
Yeah, this is first. So
this is first.
there's a lot here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, maybe it's on my phone. At the same time that all these refineries were closing, we also, when Joe Biden came into office, he also canceled all of the new drilling permits that were there. So the drilling permits could no longer be done. And when Jen Psaki has been asked about the stoppage of oil purchases from Russia, that's been one of her responses is, excuse me, do the oil companies not have enough money to drill the current permits that exist? And it seems to me from what I'm reading that they don't necessarily, they do and they don't have the amount of money that requires to drill the existing permits, but the amount of purchasing that's happening from the United States to other countries doesn't seem to necessitate that, especially when the United States government and the Biden administration in particular has shown such disfavor towards oil and towards fossil fuels and is so intent on pushing towards green energy. It doesn't make sense for the oil companies to invest money in building entirely new rigs and entirely new operations if within the next 5 years they're going to have to be taken down.
Yeah.
So that's part of why we're here. And what I was saying when you were in the bathroom is that when Jen Psaki is asked about America not buying Russian oil, part of her response is, oh, well, do the oil companies not have enough money to drill the current permits that exist? Because they paused all new permits when they came into office. Joe Biden did. And that's what I was saying. It doesn't seem like it makes fiscal sense for them to start entirely new mining operation or drilling operations if you're telling them within the next 10 years you're going to cut it off anyway. Yeah. Why would they invest the money? Especially now when they're not, for a short period of time while Russia is in this predicament, or while they're doing I don't want to minimize anything, but while this is happening, gas prices are high or oil prices are high. 2 years ago, they were negative. They don't have any reason to believe that they will maintain at $100 a barrel, over $100 a barrel. When this article, this is from the Atlantic Council, which is like a whole...
The Atlantic Council?
Yes. Yeah. So that's like a whole other thing, a whole other...
That's a whole other conversation.
That I fell down that I was like,
no.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, I got distracted. It was bad. I lost a whole evening of research to the Atlantic Council. I swear to God. To like funding, and they have like a Eurasia Council. It was a whole deal. I got lost. It was not good. So either way, March 26th of 2020, the Russian-Saudi oil war, $15 per barrel? That's what I'm saying. So 2 years ago, it was $15 a barrel.
So that's in the midst of the COVID-ness.
And if we follow the logic of the Biden administration, that oil companies are vicious and evil and all they want to do is mine for as much money as possible, then it doesn't make sense for them to start these new operations on the existing permits, because you're going to make them destroy them in the next 10 years.
Well, yeah.
So following your logic, why would they? Right? Thus puts us, at least partially, at this point of oil dependency on Russia and on other countries, because second part, right? Keystone Pipeline. Yes. So the Keystone XL pipeline was never actually operational.
Check.
Right? Only like 8% of it or whatever was actually done. There were
just like the Nord Stream 2.
Yes. There were so many protests and insanity around the Keystone XL pipeline that it was delayed to the point that even though it felt like it was being built for years,
never really was.
Only a really small portion of it actually was built.
Yep.
So there's a lot of Republicans that it's like weird, not weird, I guess, but it's coded language where they're saying, well, if he wouldn't have canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, then we wouldn't be in this position, which makes it sound like we were getting a large amount of our oil production from the Keystone XL pipeline, which is not true.
Which is not true.
But you can...
Speculation is involved.
You can speculate that if the Keystone XL pipeline was completed, then we would not be as dependent as we are on Russian oil at this point in time. Even though you can't even say that it would definitely be done by now if we had followed through, because even
Probably
just
wouldn't
off
be.
of the protests, people were dying. Like shit was bad on the Keystone XL protests. So
They might have touched on it slightly,
Maybe.
adjacently in Yellowstone, the show. I'm pretty sure. But that's a thing that nobody, I think, really accounts for at this point. Is the speculation is what is. It's not even the actual price.
no,
I mean, it affects the price because people look at it and say, okay, in 5 years, Keystone's going to be done and X amount of volume is going to be flowing through this, that, and the other thing. And they take all these different downstream effects into account. And then they say, okay, and due to looking at that, looking at how much we think the price is going to be at that point in time, that's how much it's worth now. And it's this weird, and it happens on Wall Street all the time with different stocks and all this stuff, but that's essentially what we're talking about. The price of a consumable good traded between nations. And so we look at Nord Stream 2, and if Nord Stream 2 is going to come online, we know for a fact that there's going to be a shit ton of oil flowing right into Germany, and then it's going to affect the price this much because they're going to charge this much probably, but that they also have this kind of manipulation factor,
Right.
blah, 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 and then same with this and from Canada and all this. So they ultimately will come down to a price. They speculate on what that's going to be. And our price per gallon at the pump right now is based off of speculation, not true cost.
right.
And a lot of that's just the taxes that go with it too, which is another aside. But
Yeah.
so that's
Oil
the
futures-
importance of those things.
Oil futures is a whole industry of investing and like that. Yeah.
You're betting on the future, bro.
Yes.
It's a weird deal. Yes. It's also
So this whole point of, I don't want to say it's completely wrong, the Keystone XL thing, because there could be an element of truth to it.
Yeah.
If everything were to work out perfectly, there is no reason to believe that it would definitely be done by now, and we would definitely be getting oil flowing from Canada to now from the tar sands and all this shit.
Have you seen how fast most government projects go?
Yeah.
Like how fast, freeways get built and modified? Years and years and years and years and years and years.
Yeah, it's possible, but I wouldn't bet on it. So
Yeah.
if that's something that you guys are saying, I've heard at work several times this week.
If we
Keystone
just
XL
look at
pipeline,
Keystone-
Keystone XL. And I was never like, oh yeah, totally. I was like, yeah, that might make sense, And then after a little more research, I'm like, well, it doesn't really make that much sense. So, So if that's something that you're saying or something you're hearing be said a lot, you can tell someone. Maybe. You might be right. It might, but
there's a little bit of there's a grain of truth in there that might be true, but it's only an aspect of it.
yes. So there's also the portion of just the refocus of the Biden administration, like I was saying, towards greener energies, even like natural gas and things like that. We get more of our energy from that than we do from coal and oil nowadays. So
That's weird.
there's just not our market anymore. We fucked ourselves out of that, and this is kind of what you get when you compromise your industry on something that you still depend on, and you try and leverage that towards the future of sustainability or whatever you want to call it. When you leverage your industry on the future, this is what you get, because you can't predict warfare. You can't predict leaders from around the globe who might be losing it a little bit. You can't predict any of that.
You can't predict when, say, a new type of virus comes around and all of a sudden all imports into the nation are shut down for whatever reason, and you can't make your own medicine. Like, you don't think about those types of things. Like, this is all, and I hate to say it, but it lends a bit of credence to the theory behind why Vladimir Putin is fighting the way he's fighting like this, is because he would rather make that call for himself, not be bullied into it by a league of dumbass Western woke-ass nations. If you don't think he sees us being all woke and shit, I mean, there's a reason we had that culture war between, like, remember those Russian army commercials against our super woke, happy, and then the fucking FBI woke ass commercials and shit. If you don't think that he knows what we're up to and how we're thinking and how we're doing all this, I mean, hell, they've been manipulating it for decades through social media. Obviously, we talked about that before. Like, we're a bunch of pansies, and he thinks that his people aren't. There's definitely credence behind that, and he doesn't want Russians to be that.
Right.
So it gets a little bit more credence because it's a bad situation when we essentially are at economic war with somebody that we are reliant on for oil, for energy. Like, that's not a good spot, man.
And because so much of Russia's economy relies on the globe as well, exporting things, to Zeke's point earlier, their economy is extremely fragile. So Vladimir Putin also knows what he has invested in this. And it's at this point, especially the further it goes, more make or break.
Yeah.
You've got to commit or turn around. And turn around doesn't seem like a very Putin thing to do.
Especially when, more or less, it's your personal money that's running it, not this ephemeral taxpayer debt. Now, this is his personal money, man. All the oligarchs, man, they all got say in what's going on. They're paying for this.
Right. They're paying for it. And now I have this article that's from MSN. The banks are stopping Putin from tapping a $630 billion war chest Russia stockpiled before invading Ukraine. And this is what Lenny had actually touched on earlier.
Shout out Lenny again.
Yeah, here, I'll send this article to you so you can pull up. Oh, not paste.
I love hanging out with Lenny on every other Saturday.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, did the new computer take a dive?
No. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not what I wanted.
Your narration while you navigate the computer, dude, is worthy of a podcast all on its own. What can I say?
Signal. Colin.
Yee.
Boom.
Hot diggity daff down. Do it.
There it is.
B-dubs.
Okay. This is the MSN article.
Boom.
Banks are stopping Putin from tapping the $630 billion war chest. Starting at the beginning while Colin pulls it up. Russia's central bank has been stockpiling foreign reserves ever since Russia last invaded Ukraine when President Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea in 2014. Since then, Russia's holdings of foreign currency and gold have almost doubled, ballooning to $630 billion today from $368 billion 7 years ago. Excuse me. Your brother said that he thought or was hearing that they were going to start a cryptocurrency, them in China, a gold-backed cryptocurrency. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, there's not going to be enough control.
On Monday, the U.S., Japan, and European Union barred Russia's central bank from tapping into the billions of foreign reserves Moscow had saved up in their banks. As Russian forces unleash their assault on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, we are resolved to continue imposing costs on Russia that will further isolate Russia from the international financing system and our economies. The leaders of the allied economies said in a joint statement announcing the accounts freeze on February 26th. So
the goal...
We talked last week or last episode about the way they're going to fund themselves a little bit.
Yes.
Right? So they're supposedly stopping them from tapping into this money. Think they're probably going to find a way to get some of this money. And at the same time, we talked about earlier, India and China have already come out. China's their largest trading partner, to my understanding, said we will continue to have economic ties with them. We will continue to operate on a normal basis. We're not going to change anything. Fuck you guys, We don't agree with the invasion of Ukraine, but we also don't agree with America involving itself in all of the stuff and the things around the globe. And so we're just going to do our own thing over here. And at the same time, I just got this notification, MasterCard and Visa suspended operations in Russia after the invasion.
Yes.
You can no longer use your Visa or MasterCard. Can we take 1 second on a New World Order tilt, right? And we don't even need to expand on it too bad, but to just note, for everyone to take note of how simple it seems to be to cancel your ability to purchase anything at any point in time with electronic money.
Super weird, man.
If you live in Russia, as of 4 days ago, you could no longer use Netflix or Spotify or Disney Plus or any of these things that you purchased.
Facebook.
Nothing. It was all gone. Your media has been taken off of Reddit. It's been taken off of Facebook. right? Meta, you know.
Meta.
Now we're talking about your debit cards. You cannot use your debit card. You cannot use your credit card. I am not placing a policy statement either way on Russia or these financial decisions. I am pointing out to you and asking you to not forget that someone who you don't know has the ability to turn off your power to purchase anything, your power to get money, your power to do anything within the currently existing financial system. Someone else currently has the power to turn that off right now.
And not to say that Russia doesn't have that control over their own citizens, but what would make you think, knowing that that's happening to them now, why would that make them want to fight for a system that is capable of doing that to them? Like that's why I keep saying, man, this one's complicated, dude. Like that's not right. But here we are. I don't know if I want to go off on authoritarianism tilt right now, but because it's not what it's about. But I mean, you could get it. That's not cool. Like, I understand. Yeah, that's awesome. It can end wars. Sure, maybe cut off the money supply, besiege them economically. You know, mind you, there's always going to be a black market for everything, including everything a government needs to operate. They can go to China, or they can go to North Korea. And China can go through North Korea, and boom, Russia's funded, and North Korea gets a shit ton of money on top of that. Look at that. That could happen.
Which they would invite at any time.
Why would they not? China and North Korea, isn't China North Korea's only trading partner?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Russia. I don't know, but like, why not? Let's just funnel that shit through there. North Korea gets better and more stronger, and Russia gets everything it needs. It gets an endless flow of American cash that goes to China. Like, it's totally possible.
We are then actively funding the opposition to the war that we are fighting. We are funding both sides of a war when that happens.
Yeah, because at that point,
which is what's happening right now. China just admitted that. Yeah, that we are still trading with China. We're still giving Russia money for oil because we have, and like you said, right? At this point in time, we don't have the ability to just stop purchasing oil from Russia.
Nope.
It would increase prices to ridiculous amounts as far as gasoline goes for cars, all that type of stuff. We couldn't do it, right? We don't have the ability. I was going to talk a lot of shit about Jen Psaki earlier for saying that type of stuff. It is true. It doesn't sound good, and it doesn't sound good because it doesn't need to be this way. We've leveraged ourselves to a position that we now don't have the ability to control our own energy future like we did under Donald Trump.
Yep.
Right? During Donald Trump, whether it's, you can kind of run the statistics either some ways or different ways. We were net exporters during Donald Trump because we focused more on fossil fuels and natural gas and less on green energy.
Yes.
We were exporting energy at that point, net exporters of energy.
Yep.
Right?
For the first time ever.
For the first time ever. That did happen under Donald Trump, right? Yep. It was a continuation of a trend from Obama, like many things during Donald Trump, but that did happen. Yeah. That is true, right? After that, the administration changed to the point that we don't even have the ability to be energy independent anymore. We don't, it's no longer an option.
Yeah.
You know? So at this point in time, we don't have a choice. But the administration is also unwilling to admit that they are the reason that we don't have a choice.
Yeah. And just to kind of hammer that point home, right? We can't afford to lose Russia because of the energy aspect of it. Now, when you think about what's going to happen when Russia needs funding and they go through China and we buy everything from China, next thing you know, we're going to be at war with China. But I mean, the reliance we have on Russia is exponentially smaller than the reliance we have on China. Like, if we didn't have China, literally America would fall apart. Like, if we could not do trade with China, there is no America tomorrow. There's fucking chaos, man. It is bad. So and like I said, this is just Russia. This is just the Russian aspect, which is scary. So I don't know. I don't like that. When you look at it in those terms, it's kind of makes you want to like drill, baby, drill, or like for me, I'd rather just develop nuclear. I don't want drill, baby, drill. You know.
No, I would rather take all this. Let's talk about this real quick, and then if you have anything else to hit on this, then we'll do that. Okay. But then I think we can hit the break after this. So there's one of the things that Joe Biden hit on in the State of the Union, right, was about
a throwback
and he talks
to 2 out of 4
consistently about is money to subsidize the production of charging plants, right? Like just places where you can stop to charge your electric vehicle.
Oh, charging stations. Yeah.
But like a fuckload of them, like a lot, you know? And one thing that I heard that made me think a lot about that.
We have an initiative in our state for that, by the way.
Which is weird because we don't subsidize the production of new gas stations.
No,
I don't think we ever.
No.
So when the industry is created, for what reason, if the demand is there, why do we need to subsidize the supply if the demand exists?
And you want to know the even funnier part about that is the supply that we are subsidizing. It's all European made.
It comes from yes. It's an international purchase because apparently we fucking hate Tesla. We want to talk about electric cars but not mention Tesla at all. We want to talk about job creation but not mention Tesla at all.
Like,
right?
yeah, you go to the grocery store, bro, and you see the few charging stations that were put in because you get tax credits. There's incentives on the legal side of development. The funniest thing in the world, I just built a gas station, right? I helped build a gas station that has electronic charging stations at it. Mind you, they're not there yet because the back order is literally...
Oh, I'm sure.
It's Europe. Europe's going to war right now. They have other important things to do than import electronic gas station or chargers to here. But all the ones around here are generic. None of them are Tesla. It's fucked up that even with that government money being subsidized, you get the tax break, right? That's money the government isn't getting. They're losing out on.
Right.
And then they also don't get to support an American company like Tesla and the American economy. No, it's all overseas, bro. Like, that's not a good situation. And
where I bet if you paid Elon Musk to do it, he would have multiple attachments at the stand. So no matter what kind of, even if you didn't have a Tesla, you could still charge it there because he don't give a fuck. He's getting the government money.
Yeah. And you tell me for a second that they would not be cheaper if we bought them from the fucking gigafactory in fucking Texas,
yeah,
right? Or the one in California. I don't know where they got plants, man. Like over in Germany, whatever. I don't care. But like, there's none of those around.
It's weird. Yeah, the subsidization of the electronic charging station seems very odd to me because we're subsidizing European countries. We're like European companies, you know.
Wait. Almost as if there's this giant new world order where certain things are handled by certain people. Otherwise, there's going to be problems like, I don't know, it's kind of like mafia systems of protection and things like that and extortion, you know, almost like the EU's extorting us to buy electronic vehicle charging stations with them. And, I don't want to go off on this tangent. So I'm going to end that. It is super weird that was part of that speech. And all that means is we're paying for them. There's more money subsidized. So I actually almost kind of forgot what the point of that question was. Sorry, I just went off about fucking charging stations,
that
man.
That was perfect. It was just about the subsidization of charging points. I just don't understand why. That was the point.
It's a fucking thing, and it drives me nuts.
It doesn't make sense. Except we don't subsidize gas stations. I don't know why.
No, man.
Especially if now Joe Biden is declaring himself a capitalist. You know, I'm a capitalist. I just believe in competition, but not American competition, global competition, and really specifically within European countries, and not so much in America. That would be my preference, would be not in America.
Right. I think we're ending this segment. I think we've run out. So I want to end it on this weird, hilarious thing. Joe Biden, I have a theory now.
Okay.
Joe Biden. Because what that is, right, is this weird reliance on this, like, international deals and all this stuff. You know, but he calls himself a capitalist. Well, Joe Biden comes from where? Comes from Delaware. What is the largest industry in Delaware? Being a corporation.
Yes.
Right? You go there for the tax breaks.
Housing businesses.
Indeed. Now,
being an address.
So living in Delaware thinking that true good capitalism is corporatism. Now he is in government and he is in power, and he thinks of world powers as companies that essentially act like corporations,
Right.
buying and selling little pieces of each other, making fucking lethal deals with each other, all this stuff. One world government. That's what Putin sees, and that's what he's scared of.
Biden.
Yeah.
But isn't it funny?
Well, Biden's just a piece of it, but
Isn't it funny that that's what, okay? No, I got
Yeah.
you. That's what Putin sees. Isn't
That's
it
what he
funny though that that's how Joe Biden is running the country, but Donald Trump couldn't be president because he's going to run it like a business.
He's a
and
businessman.
America's not a business.
that's right.
But isn't that funny?
Well, and it's fucking hilarious.
That's awesome.
Because there's a fundamental difference between business and being a corporation.
Ooh,
You could be a
word.
business and
Okay.
not a corporation, but you
Yes.
can't be a corporation without being a business.
Okay. Look at you.
Word. Look at that. So on that note,
Yep. I want to thank you guys. Make sure we're going to take this final break here. When we come back, we're going to be gone for 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
When we come back, we're going to be here for the final segment. We're going to be a little grab bag segment going on. It's a big discussion. This was a long one, but this is a very important topic. Yeah. it's
Ukraine,
big.
Russia, it was like it was going to happen.
Exactly. So I don't know that I didn't even mention in the beginning of the show that these were going to be released separately.
Oh shit!
Just that we were going to be doing it differently.
Damn, I'm gonna have to
So-
cut this clip first now.
Uh-oh. That's okay.
You know what? We'll do it in the intro, the next one, and then I can cut that, throw it at the, like
we
as a
can
primer.
we
It's
can
fine.
record a segment at the
We
end
could.
and just put that at the beginning of the first. You know,
we could
you
totally
can
do
even
that.
put in the beginning of all 4 this week, just so everyone knows what's good. But
Yeah, we did take a few takes on a promo last episode.
exactly.
So,
So you guys will be seeing that in the next
yeah.
few days. But I want to thank everyone again for watching us. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share this. Excuse me. We'll be back in 3 minutes for the 4th segment. You can watch us here on our youtube.com/saltedstreets. We also have our instagram.com/ excuse me, these fucking beers.
And all right.
/salt of the streets. Facebook, fuckfacebook.com/salt of the streets. It's not fuckfacebook.com, it's facebook.com/salt of the streets.
But also fuck Facebook.
But also fuck Facebook. You can find all this on our website, saltedstreets.com, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Hockey on both of those things. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. That's it. Go there, become a patron. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat with everything going.
And then we're back. That's right. We're back.
Back here.
Yes,
for
fertilizer, man. We were just talking about that.
Fertilizer. That's right. Thank everyone for joining us again. YouTube.com/Salt of the Streets. Make sure that I tell you to like, subscribe, and comment on all the videos here. Share them with your friends.
That's right.
We also have our Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. If you want to go there, help us go and make more and better content. We also
It's
have
wicked sweet.
Facebook, fuckfacebook.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all this information on our website, saltofthestreets.com. Including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. If you want to watch some gaming, go to Twitch. Lexi, Kaya on Twitch. Leggings and aprons if you want some cakes. Swell Blended if you need a haircut in the local area. And Location Skate Shop if you need a skateboard downtown Bremerton. Make sure when you subscribe to the Patreon, when you become a patron, we have our book club live streams every Thursday, the review preview that comes out on the first day of the month, with the newsletter that comes out on the last day of the month. We have clips every day on the Instagram and the YouTube. We have the beer shows that come out on Friday. Loads of content there.
Loads of content.
Help us make more and better content.
Yeah.
Better editing, better things.
And don't forget, if you're interested, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets tonight, later on this evening,
Yes.
part 5 of 4 of episode 123 of Salt of the Streets. So if you want in on that in our extra segment, it is a Patreon exclusive. So get over there right now and subscribe. And with that,
Excellent. We have the grab bag. This was segment 4 of 4. It's grab bag time.
grab bag.
Grab bag. So, okay. We're going to do here. Got a couple of different topics going on. And
Yeah. And for any of you newcomers, the grab bag is basically just the smaller topics that we find throughout the week that, maybe don't quite qualify for their own full segment. But obviously, we're interested, so we're talking about it.
yes. So the first one that I have here is the child tax credit.
Indeed.
This is something that I want to talk about just kind of in generality about the policy itself.
Yes, because I
Right?
want to ask you about this as well.
Yes.
Because obviously, a child tax credit requires the
Children.
children, right?
Yes.
And as somebody that does not have children,
Yeah.
I almost kind of feel discriminated against a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But, so I really am interested. So I'm
the
very
child
excited.
tax credit, the way that it was initially is during COVID, you got payments, right, of like $1,200, I think, when the stimulus came out for
It was like
kids.
monthly or something, right?
These are the stimulus payments for kids, and then
Oh, yeah.
and then the child tax credit, it was kind of morphed into the child tax credit, where they expanded the already expanded child tax credit. It was, when I was a kid, it was $1,000, and then when I had a child the first time, it was $2,000 under the Trump tax cuts. It was expanded to $2,000.
Yeah.
After that,
Almost like Trump did a bunch of good stuff for
almost
families
like
on
a
the
good
taxes.
thing
You know,
happened,
it's a
yeah.
little weird. I don't know.
After that, the child tax credit was expanded, I think, to 36 or $4,000, depending on how old your kid was. I think that's what it worked out to eventually. And yeah,
So
it
you
was-
like when you do taxes, you got to tell them how old your kids are.
they just know. You
Oh
you
yeah, because I
claim
mean,
your
they're,
kid as a
that's
dependent.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
Oh my. Okay.
and you only get part of it throughout the year, and then the other part you get in a lump sum when you file your taxes. So I got $300 a month, and then I think it's like another $1,800 credit when I file my taxes.
That's what's up, man.
Yes.
You know.
So
I mean, I can't imagine how fucking expensive it is to be raising a kid. So, like, it totally, to me, I'm like, I mean, that seems like the least the
Yes.
government could do is
So-
cut parents a break on taxes.
just a more breakdown. It expired in January, and it was supposed to be part of the Build Back Better plan to continue it, I think, forever, or at least for the next 10
okay.
years, because Build Back Better fell apart.
Yeah.
Obviously, that never happened.
I shared this with you guys.
Oh my gosh, what is happening right now?
So a friend of mine.
A friend of yours says Washington State ban magazines to hold more than 10 rounds. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that.
Read his comment.
Oh, thank you, Washington State, for the dirty politics. Oh, wait, here. What's the? Okay, here. There's room in Kentucky if you guys want to move. Hey, we go to Kentucky.
I appreciate it.
Yee. I don't know anybody in Kentucky, but Kentucky. We can have Mitch McConnell. Doesn't he? He's a
right.
Kentucky dude. There you go.
I actually have family from Kentucky.
Oh
So
shit.
There's that. My grandpa was from Kentucky.
Oh, really?
My grandpa
Interesting.
Hobie,
I wonder what the hunting situation is
Hobart
like in
money.
Kentucky.
he was one of 12, so I have quite a bit of family there.
Interesting.
Yes. So something to consider. There's a
I
big,
had no idea you
There's
had a bunch of family in Kentucky.
yeah, a big
I've
ginseng.
known you for a long time, bro. This is
Yeah.
new.
Yeah, money, Hobart Money.
Hobart
That's his
Money.
name. Yeah.
No.
I swear to God, that's my mom's last name. Yeah, my mom's maiden name is Money. You didn't know that?
Kathy Money, what's up?
Yeah.
I had no idea. Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
That was a lot.
the money-
That was a lot really quick.
The monies of Middlesboro, Kentucky. There's an explosive ginseng industry in Middlesboro.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. You know why? You know what taught me that? It's Red Dead Redemption 2.
There you go.
That was part of like some of the forging and stuff. You
Yeah,
find
yeah.
jinxing and stuff, and that led me down a rabbit hole one day. Then I was like, oh my god, like America used to be like fucking what's up with ginseng back in the old West? What
Yes.
happened to that?
Yeah.
But
It's all in Kentucky now.
well, yeah, your family ran the whole thing, and they took a bunch
yeah,
of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Who the has you money, bro?
I know.
Sorry, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
the child tax credit, right? When it happened, I've had a lot of discussions about this because a lot of the justification for the child tax credit was that people couldn't afford to have children. You know, people can't
Yeah.
afford to have kids right now.
Yeah.
And, people shouldn't have to be choosing, this over a child or blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't doubt or question that people who have children, most of them could use a little bit extra cash, definitely.
Who couldn't? You know?
Yeah, I was able to put a little bit of money away. Jordan we're having a second baby, so we used some of that money to help pay for the midwife, and the other part we just like threw in a credit card, because it's $300 a month, so it was like $100 on a credit card, $100 to the midwife, and the $100 to just in the savings. So I had like a little bit of money in the savings, and I enjoyed it, obviously, but I haven't gotten it for a few months. I've not noticed that it was gone, and that's not to say
Interesting.
like I make so much money I didn't even notice it was gone. But we treated it as money that we didn't have before. We treated it as money that if it went away, we wouldn't miss it because we didn't have it before, and that's
Yeah,
why
don't rely on it.
no, and that's why we didn't use it to like pay our truck payment, or like pay a credit card payment. It was additional money on a credit card that we paid every month. It was additional money that on top of what we were saving for the midwife every month.
Yeah. The
which I-
$300 a month on your credit card was not the only $300. It was like I'm matching what I'm already paying.
Right. So when it happened, I said and still say, this is a weird, maybe to some people, Thanosian view. I don't think we should be incentivizing people to have more children. I think there's too many people on the planet already. That's my personal view. I don't think people should be incentivized to have children. If you can't afford to have a child, don't have a child.
Word.
I waited legitimately. Anyone can reach out to my wife and ask her. When she started talking to me about having a child, I said, I need to make at least X dollars per hour before we can have a child. Why? So because that's how much money I need to make per hour to feel comfortable being able to support you and a child at the same time. We waited till I made X amount of dollars per hour, then we started having a baby. Crazy concept. I fucking know. I know it. That I had to wait until past time. I had to control myself and use protection with my wife. for longer
You're
than
like
I wanted to.
You're like a 60-year-old
It's
conservative
so
man
weird
right now.
It's so weird. Yes.
It's
so
how
don't-
dare you think rationally and objectively about this
far be
situation?
it for me to impress my own values on anybody else. I don't think that you should have a child and expect the government or society to take care of it for you or help you take care of it. I don't agree with that.
Whenever you're ready.
If that $300 a month is going to make the difference, then you shouldn't be having a child, in my opinion. You should wait.
Yeah.
That's what I think. You know, there's a clip. I want you to go to YouTube for Breaking Points, and it was from their episode on the 21st of February. And yeah, it was Crystal's Breaking Points for the 21st of February. And I have a clip that I want to play.
I'm trying to like learn how to Jamie it up with one hand type.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's pretty dope.
We can watch. It's like 3 minutes, so we can just watch the
21st.
first 3 minutes. Yeah, the 21st of February. We can watch the first 3 minutes of her. If you go to the playlist, it'll be easier to find, probably. And then just go to the 21st.
Oh shit, that's dope.
Yes, and it's her.
That's a really okay. There's a world out there, a micro world of really shitty YouTube playlists.
Yes,
and I like this.
Theirs
This is
is
good.
good,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
And so what this is, right, in the first part, it's a compilation of TikToks that I really don't agree with, and it's a bunch of
It's how DC Elite sacrifice kids to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. And it's a bunch of TikToks, and it's like, oh, it started as this, and all these people were talking about that they couldn't pay their bills and the tax credit, and they couldn't. I sympathize with that. I'm not a rich man. Okay, I live in a basement apartment. I'm not a rich man. Just so that there isn't any, aristocratic blah 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 blah. Right? If you couldn't afford it before, you shouldn't be having fucking children. This $300 from the government shouldn't make the difference for you. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
That's wrong. That is wrong.
Means you put yourself in a bad spot.
So the first part is TikToks that are people just talking about what a difference it makes. One woman that's like, oh, when it finally pays to be a single mom of 3. What the fuck are you talking about? Again, far be it for me
what
to
does that
impress,
fucking mean?
Far be it for me to impress my views on anybody.
Seems
Maybe
depressing.
there is a separate issue other than your lack of money that you are a single mother of 3. Again, let me underscore this, right? I was raised by a single mother of 2 with my
Indeed.
grandmother. Do I question my mother's morals? No, I don't. She was divorced. Things happen. They didn't belong together. Is there unquestionably, not with my mother, there's nothing wrong with her, is there unquestionably something wrong with the situation that she is a single mother of 2? Yes. Yes. Unvariably, unquestionably. There is a problem with single parents. I don't care if the solution is 2 dudes, 2 women, a man and a woman. I don't care. 2 parents is better than 1 parent. You're fucking up if you are at a position where you are a single mother of 3, a single parent of 3. I don't care if you're a man or woman. If you're a single parent of 3,
Seems
you
like
are
a bad-
fucking up.
Yeah. That ain't,
Okay.
That it's not the way it's supposed to work.
No.
So that in mind,
Let's watch the first 3 minutes of this clip.
first 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the first 3 minutes, and we'll be good. It's really after there's a clip at 2 minutes of some politicians, and after that, then we can cut it off. So
Word. Let's do it. Damn, I hit the wrong button.
Started. So I got my first child tax credit payment today, which means the government has officially paid me more child support than my baby daddy ever has.
Camera so fat you can see it from the back. Go babies, go babies, go babies, go babies.
You gon' make me need bail, know that. Caught even with your friend, you ain't even had man lying on you. Know that, got me.
So TikTokers, they're posting about getting their first child tax credits. But this now is how it's going. The child tax credit, which was enacted with great hope and even some seeming bipartisan support, was left to die in the cradle, expiring in December and leaving our most vulnerable families without what had been a rare and precious lifeline. The predictable result? Millions of kids plunged into poverty over the span of a single month. Between December and January, nearly 4 million additional children were pushed into poverty. That represents a month-over-month increase of 41%. We should be horrified at our nation's callousness, how easily we're distracted by shiny objects of CRT debates or AstroTurf podcast controversies, that we barely notice when something so critical to millions of children is pulled. And this, of course, comes at a time when our kids have been subjected to so many burdens and so much trauma. We closed their schools, we forced them to mask for years, and now we pulled the financial support that kept a modicum of stability. It is truly shameful. And it's worth thinking about what the hell happened here. Now, when the policy was first enacted, Democrats announced it with great fanfare, highlighting the massive benefits it would provide to children and how it would help us catch up to our developed nation peers in terms of how we treat our kids.
Today's the day that we say to the parents of America, help is on the way.
In the end, government's always about whose side are you on. Clearly, everybody up here is on the side of children, on the side of family, on the side of the future of this country.
In the United States of America, where we have the moral obscenity
Booker, man,
of the highest child poverty rates amongst our peer nations, we are finally doing something significantly to cut that rate of child poverty in half and ending the savage injustices that are heaped upon families. This is an incredible, historic day.
They thought that the policy would become a new untouchable third rail program, something like...
Okay.
Well, that's certainly interesting.
So my first response to this, right? They obviously don't they don't actually care about you because they weren't willing to pass the single expansion of just this. They don't actually care about you. So all of this posturing, this whole big press conference where they're all going to take turns talking, we're finally making a difference. We're finally doing something. There's no doubt. You just saw it. They raised millions of children out of poverty. There is no doubt. I am not, by saying I don't agree with the reasoning for this, saying I don't agree with it. I benefited from it. I did benefit from it. I was able to start a savings account that I've never had before. I have money in my savings. I was able to pay down. There's no doubt that it benefited people. I don't think that it's a bad thing for people to have more money, especially if they have children, right? Don't think it's a bad thing at all. I don't think we should be incentivizing people to have more children. My solution would be quit taking so much of my fucking tax money when I have children to support. Don't give me more money. I don't want you to give me money. I want you to stop taking so much of my money. That's the solution. Don't give me more. I don't need a government handout. I need you to stop taking out of my fucking pocket every week when I get paid.
Yeah, because let's be real here. What is or was the child tax credit but a discount on your taxes? That's what that is. It's
a credit.
It's money the government is going to take from you one way to other, whether you like it or not. So here we're going to give you a 5% discount coupon for next year. Next year it's good for 2 years, and then maybe something else will happen.
Yes.
Surprise.
And now they want to roll back the Trump tax cuts, which increased your child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. All this talk, corporatist bullshit, all of this stuff, you're going to lose money. Yep. They don't care about you. They will not expand the child tax credit. They will reduce it when they roll back the Trump tax cuts. Yep. They do not care about you.
So if you're one of those people that essentially decided to, in one aspect or another in your life, live off of coupons from the government, you're about to be in a world of hurt, and that was a bad decision.
You made a horrible decision.
You fucked up. You should have known what this was. This is not a hand-me-out or hand-me-down. This is a temporary relief program. And I wish I had more faith in the American people, that more people would have done what you did essentially, and just been like, hey, you know what? This $300 extra in my bank account. We're gonna use that. I owe credit card fucking debt. I'm just gonna throw it at that. Hey, I just bought a car. I'm gonna throw it at that. A smart investment versus a habit that you need to rely on. And there's two different sets of people right there, man. So it's people are gonna be hurting, and that's why they're calling for it again. We talked about it in 204, I think, today when we talked about the State of the Union. That's why they were talking about.
We're impoverishing children.
Yeah.
Well, you fucked up. You shouldn't have designed it this way. You literally designed it this way.
Yeah.
That if you didn't get another omnibus, then it wasn't going to happen again. You literally made it this way.
And unfortunately, because you recognize that and being like, you guys were dumb and you fucked up, but now they're in trouble. Right? They're going to be in trouble when something comes around. It's you feel bad, but now you're the asshole. You're just the asshole conservative who doesn't care about poor people's plight, except people don't know you Like they don't know where you came from and where you've come from, and like you know the territory. Like it's a fucked up situation, man.
Yeah, and like I said, I've had this conversation multiple times with people talking shit about when I have talked shit about the child tax credit. Well, don't you have children? Yeah, I do.
I don't disappreciate the money.
I absolutely benefit from it, and I appreciate it. Yeah, but I think this was a fucking terrible idea.
Yeah.
I think this was a horrible goddamn idea to just take this enormous hit on our deficit to give people money. I think that's a terrible fucking idea. I don't think that your choices are not my responsibility. And I don't think that even though I benefited from it, my tax dollars should go to a program for you to get money because you had children you maybe shouldn't have had. And I don't, shouldn't have had children. I love my children. How could you say that? You fucked up. I don't know. I'm sorry if you, not you, but like you don't like that. I'm done mincing words on this type of stuff. You fucked up. You made a bad choice, and I'm not going to own that because I didn't do it. I waited. I waited until I made enough money to have a child, and then I waited until I had enough money to have a second child.
And I will say this too, like to add to that point, more context. Like you waited till you were ready when you decided that you wanted to have children.
Yes.
Like when you decided that's where I need to be, and then because there's people that do it.
Well, accidents happen, Colin. I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
And that's the funny thing is like, yeah, your first child was very planned.
Yes.
It was very planned. Like I remember that. It's a weird deal, especially because you are so young. Most people just assume one thing. But I was going to say, in this vein of thought, and because it's the grab baggy hour, I was hoping to slightly pivot off of that. If
Let's hear it.
Kind of okay. So child tax credit. I'm wondering because this perspective you have on the child tax credit and the danger behind it, if I am understanding what you were just explaining, was that you don't like it because people do grow reliant on it, or they will fashion their lives around it, and they shouldn't do that because all it's going to do is hurt people in the end because it's not going to be there forever. It's not free money. This is temporary and it's going to go away. Don't do this. People need to be able to figure their shit out.
I also fear the long-term implications of just continuing to raise more and more people under governmental welfare programs, quote unquote, like, and it's not necessarily welfare program, but giving people money. That I don't think the continuation of that is a good thing for you to see. Oh, well, my parents got this much money when they had a kid, and so they were able to do this. I didn't for a long time, and I still don't necessarily buy into like the system incentive, like what it would call like the
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Like the welfare moms or whatever, that like people having children to get the money. I for a long time, and I still don't necessarily.
Who's going to take care of all these kids? You
buy that? But
I'm dating myself.
But the bigger that amount grows, the more legitimacy that argument has.
Okay.
Right? When you start giving people large and large and large sums of money, and it's not just once a year you get another $1,000. Like that's That's really kind of
that's
illegitimate. It's very small, especially when you're talking about someone who makes fucking $20,000 a year.
Yeah.
If once a year you get $2,000, I don't really think that's going to be like, oh, I got to have another kid so I can get another $2,000 once a year.
Because
when you're talking about
what's 2,000 divided by 12? Not that much.
But when you're talking about $300 every month or $600 every month if you have 2 children, or now increasing that to maybe $500 a month for this amount of children, for your children under this age, or $300 for this age, and that's a difference. And again, I'm not saying people are going to continue to pump out children to increase that money, but I don't think it sets a good trend for people to, if that will make the difference, that $300 then they feel comfortable having a baby, but it comes from the government. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think if they're not ready, they shouldn't be doing it. You know, the population growth concerns me. It really, really concerns me. And maybe that's like a silly thing, but that concerns me. That the chain reaction it could have from the natural progression of population growth from people that are naturally finding their way there to whatever population of people that $300 made the difference for. Now they're like, oh, well, fucking now we can have a kid. That concerns me. Whatever jump that is, that concerns me.
Especially because there's a massive jump in logic.
There's already too many people. There's already too many people. We are running into different issues. Fucking the housing market. I can't buy a house now. And it's not because I don't have enough money. It's because the corporatists are fucking me out of being able to buy a house.
Yeah.
It's not because I don't make enough money. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to buy a house with the amount of money that I make. There's no reason. Absolutely no reason. other than involvement from hedge funds and corporations into the financial structure of fucking real estate
and government.
And the government's okay in it. The government,
all they do is make it
off
worse.
Of it. Yeah, I don't care. That's
No,
fine.
they are more costly than the corporate involvement.
Yeah,
we'll put it that way. So this is perfect. That means that I've got you exactly where I wanted you as far as segueing.
Let's do it.
You are in the right frame of mind for me to ask you this. Given that entire concept of what you were talking about regarding your feelings and your passions around the child tax credit,
okay,
and people's reliance on it, which makes it then the relationship then from the government. It's been a long time since we talked about it, essentially since the last presidential primaries from the Democrats. Universal basic income has the concept of essentially just free money. Additionally, every month, like a monthly free money thing is more than, like you said before, a $2,000 credit once a year is like whatever, who gives a fuck, right?
Right.
But cumulatively, because that's the thing. But when it's sizable enough to make an impact to possibly change somebody's life trajectory, be like, oh wait, we got an extra $300 from the government. We can have a kid now. That's a bad decision. Now, when it comes to universal basic income, what are your thoughts on UBI right now?
I didn't think that it mattered because we talked about this before. And
Right?
I was like, I think
Yeah.
this is a good thing. Expansion of arts and blah, 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 blah. I didn't think it made that much of a difference until I saw the unemployment thing. And that's definitely not the only issue.
Well,
but to say it wasn't
yeah.
an issue is a lie. It was definitely an issue. To give people an extra $600 was a fucking bad idea and made a lot of people say, fuck that, I am not going to work. So,
Right.
and part of that, again, it's not the only issue because part of that is they worked shitty jobs before, like their companies suck. There's a whole lot of things that fit into
fast
that.
food's still in a bad spot right now.
But the money was definitely a part of it, right? There's a lot of people that went back because their jobs weren't bad enough to, you know what I'm saying?
Word.
But
sad.
some of the jobs were bad enough that they wouldn't, like you said, fast food and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But
And there was new industries that came online too, like work from home careers.
I did not think that $1,000 a month would make that big of a difference.
But it did.
Until I saw the 600. And then I was like, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe it will. Maybe it will make a big difference, and maybe not necessarily for the better. Because
Word. Because
the automation thing that I
did,
did,
that's crazy.
I wasn't sold on before, as like automation will happen as a result of this. I'm like, no, this is a way to combat automation. No.
Automation.
No. Automation.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's not. I don't know that it's a good idea.
I don't think
anymore.
so either. All right, that's definitely. It's like now, especially, I'm like, wow, this is people. Like you give them a chance, man, and that was a letdown.
Yeah,
that was a pretty big letdown. All the people now that are like, oh my god, what do you mean I have to like? What do you mean I have to pay I got to start paying student loans again? Yeah, word.
Yes.
That was the thing before. Now we have to do that again. It's fucked up. But it's like you get addicted to that. This is why. Oh my god, this is a good example of like the old school Paul Ryan argument against like the what's the word, the term I'm looking for, the reliance of the state, the welfare state, right? It's like, well, just, I wasn't a subscriber to the O'Reilly Factor back in the day. I had the mug, I had the whole 9 yards. That was my era of what was going on during those Paul Ryan days and the fights against welfare and all this, and we need to make people more self-reliant and all this stuff. I'm like, that's a really old, like, people don't make that argument anymore about these welfare programs that once you start giving people money, you can't take it away.
Yeah.
This is the first time in a while that, like, the child tax credit and stuff, that's the first time in a while people have gotten a lot of extra money. Like, it wasn't a lot, $300 a month or whatever, but you could do a lot with it. That's a sizable amount of money. It's not nothing,
Yes.
right? It's not $5 a month. This is $300 a month, bro. Like, it ain't gonna cover your mortgage, but you could definitely buy a new car. And that's not a good idea, obviously, but like you could. It's sizable. It's the first time we've actually been able to see that. Now imagine if it was 1,000. And then if they had to renege on it, like, guys, this is a really bad decision. Like, we just looked at the numbers. Like, we thought Social Security was going to go broke soon. We're all going to go broke, like, next year. We can't do this anymore.
Yeah, the government giving people money is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Really bad idea.
I think
I think I underestimated
moral of the story.
the reliance that people would have on it. You know, I just didn't think that people would
really
lean on it that bad. I didn't. I really didn't. I really thought that people would, which seems foolish now, you know, but I really thought more people would consider it, like I said, the way that not that I'm like, oh, I fucking did it so good, but like, I thought more people would consider it the way that I did. We should act like this money doesn't really exist, you know? Surprised there isn't more people who just put it in their savings account and just didn't fucking touch it at all, you know? I'm just going to wait until something happens. I'm not going to touch it because I didn't need it before and I don't need it now, but because I have a hard time... and I'm not excluded from this, thinking that if the $300 makes a difference between like make or break, then there aren't other things that a lot of people could shift in their budget. You know, and I'm not saying everyone, because there are some people that it will. I'm not saying everyone, and I'm not. I am not excluded from that. If I needed $300 extra bucks, there's a lot of shit I could stop buying. I fucking buy cartridges all the time. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit I could cut out to.
You buy a lot of what all the time?
Cartridges.
Oh, where?
Like weed cartridges.
Yeah.
You know.
I spend money on two things:
beers and shit. You know,
beer and weed.
It's a lot of shit that I could not a lot of
and
shit,
studio
but
equipment.
There's stuff that I could not buy if I needed that money to make the difference.
Yes.
You know, right now I afford myself the luxury to buy those things because I'm not in that position.
Yeah.
I know
It's a standard of living question.
I've also seen people on unemployment who are also purchasing weed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit there and fucking shit on that person because it's none of my business. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, the government has told us weed is an essential industry with essential workers. You need to be able to buy weed if you live off of EBT.
So there's a problem. You know what I'm saying? There's obviously a problem, you know, and I don't know. You can't make anybody be responsible with money, you know.
To push back,
and that's
slightly,
unfortunately one of the good things about EBT and shit like that is you can only spend it at the grocery store. You can't buy alcohol with it. You can't buy cannabis with it. You can't buy even pre-cooked food with it.
Things in the welfare state that exist that actually do good make it really hard to argue against the welfare state, because essentially when somebody like you or I who can understand and appreciate the welfare state, right? And you know, because when we're talking about UBI, which I originally asked you about,
right?
What we're really talking about is a form of welfare. It's a form of government-assisted living, right? That's what this is all about. We just disguise it all now in a various plethora and schmegma. Oh, that's a bad word. Carolina's going to get angry at me. I'm sorry, because that's a real word that actually means things. It's really gross and nasty.
Yes. I can't believe you just said that on our show.
Are you serious? I didn't know that was a thing. Anyways, moving on.
Just dripping all over the
Don't do that.
What?
Anyways. I lost my point. Jeez, that really threw me off.
All the different terms.
All the different terms. Nope. UBI, government assistance, blah, blah, blah. It all adds up to the same thing, right? Which essentially becomes this inability in a lot of people to make good decisions. And that's what makes that conversation hard, talking about UBI, talking about this, because there are good examples of good programs that do good things, that actually work. And a lot of it is really about like corruption and like bloated bureaucracy and all this shit, which is because that's what government is. It's just a really, really expensive human machine to get things done. That's what a bureaucracy is.
Right.
It's very expensive and it's very inefficient, but it works, essentially, kind of, sort of. We don't need that, but that's something you pay for.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it was I think the overall interest in the conversation of UBI as a whole now, especially after COVID, like It was real big before COVID, right? Because we'd come off the presidential
And right at the start,
election and
yeah.
Andrew Yang and all this stuff. But like then it just dipped right after there was like some form of government assisted living that had a good impact on people's lives. Not a good outcome. And so now I wonder how many more people now would be even semi-interested in that working out. I feel like it's just gone now.
Should take a national poll to see what happens.
We should. I feel like every now and again, like there's these little things. 'Cause Andrew Yang has started. He's got this weird like political wing thing going on. It's like the Freedom Party? I want to say something like that.
Freedom Caucus?
No, not the Freedom Caucus, but like Andrew Yang is like some kind of weird little niche political movement going on, particularly in New York after his run for like governor and shit that didn't work out. But I feel like he might. We need to like watch out for what he's going to be doing in the midterms. He might be cooking something up. Like Andrew Yang is not a politician. Why is he still running for office? You know, why is he still doing that? But I wonder if his old platform used to be UBI. I don't know if anybody's got that stomach for that conversation anymore. That might just be a thing of the past. And
I think that, yeah.
I mean, do you think the child tax credit's going to be around again? Do you think people still want it? Are they going to be using? That's going to be a midterm thing.
People definitely still want it.
You know,
definitely still want it. I know the people still want it. The citizens still want it. I don't think
bro.
I don't think anybody in Congress ever wanted it. Well, I guess I can't say that. I
want it as a campaign item or something.
Right,
maybe.
right, as a campaign item, not for themselves.
Yeah.
It's tough to say whether or not I think it'll ever be back.
Right.
I don't know about that.
It didn't work out so well when we actually had to try it.
I'm not convinced that it will be back.
You know, there's always going to be those people that are like, well, yeah, you know, we gave everybody like a few $100s between all the systems during COVID. You know, you had unemployment insurance from the federal aspect, plus the states, plus you had like all these different ways to get money. If you didn't have a job, you can get. There's a reason nobody fucking went to work when everybody had to, right? There's a reason we're still negative millions of jobs.
I will say that I think if it comes back, it will be quote unquote permanent. Like it won't.
And it'll be exponentially more.
It'll be written into the tax code, something they'll have to repeal as a change in the tax code, as opposed to a piece of legislation that says for a program for X amount of years. I think that will just be the permanent, quote unquote, like I said, because it can be changed at any time, as we've seen by Donald Trump and all these things. But I think it will be written in the tax code and not a piece of legislation itself. Is what I think.
It'll be a
separate program, I should say.
Decentralized version of something that, when culminated together, might be able to be called UBI.
Yeah, and and likely more, because
it'll definitely do more.
You could call it like a children's UBI. You know, certainly it will be that, because I think it'll definitely be more if it's introduced in the tax system as opposed to a separate program that's supplemental to the tax system.
Yeah.
If it becomes a new legitimate tax credit, I think it will be much more.
Yeah. Because when you think about it, what's the one thing that the government, it's kind of within the federal government's lane, is like through taxes. That's the easiest way for them to work and manipulate society, because they run it all. It's all directly run by them. It's one of the few things that they do run over like states. They don't have to go through anybody.
Right.
Everybody got to pay the Fed taxes, so they can just dictate what it is. So it makes it easier and more reliable. So that's potentially, without, otherwise you'd have to have some kind of new agency with a new program, blah, blah, blah. And if you just do it, hey man, everybody gets, if you have this kid, if you have one kid, you get X amount of dollars, two kids, blah, blah, blah. If you don't have any kids, then there's this, because there still is the standard tax deduction.
Yeah. And this one was even separated by age too. Under 6 and over 6 were different denominations of money. Like how much you got per month and how much, because it was a total amount broken up. So how much you got per month was dictated by how old your child was too. So I think it was like
Do older kids get more money?
Younger kids got more money.
Oh,
because diapers and things like that.
Oh,
Diapers,
yeah,
formula, shit like that.
Yeah.
So
the older they get, the earlier they can start working.
It wasn't like a ton less. Like I think it was maybe $250 a month instead of $300 a month, and so I'm not sure what the total overall number was. I think maybe $3,000 and $3,600. I think is what it was. So
damn.
Yeah.
That's
so
not
you
bad,
got
dude.
A certain amount broken up over per month, and then the rest of it as a lump sum during your tax credit. So, and that's how it was like when we filed our taxes last time, because there was whatever bill it was at that point that was an increased tax deduction, and so we got a fucking fatty piece in our last taxes too.
Yeah, I just now got my tax stuff back from my business, so now I can officially file taxes. And
Last time I did taxes, I bought fucking ammunition. All the money I got from the government the last time.
What do you get money from the government? Oh yeah, don't open a business.
Yeah,
you just wait, buddy. You just wait.
The only thing I spent my government money on was ammunition and paying off my debt, separating myself from the financial system and purchasing ammunition.
That's so funny.
Those are the only two things that any of my stimulus money went to at all.
You know what?
Money and
that's
debt,
a fantastic investment.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm glad I got to pay for part of your bullets and shit.
That's
you know,
I was here
my
for
own
it. Tax dollars. You know, I'm definitely gonna do it.
Oh my god. Okay, so if we could segue to something that I know is in our 4 of 4 segment.
Yep.
How do you feel about maybe talking me through a little bit of this PRO Act? Tell me a little bit about the PRO Act. I know that's in there. Do you feel good about that?
Pull up this.
I don't want to like front load you or something.
No. This is a document that I pulled, and this is from edlabor.house.gov, and so this is just a PDF from.
Hang on, let me process this.
Yep.
So, Ed Labor, is it ed.labor?
Nope.
Okay,
Ed
Labor.
Labor. Like education on labor, I believe.
Education on labor.
I think.
Okay.
.government/IMO/media/document. So this is a document they released to the media about the PRO Act.
Okay. Yep. I was going to say, how many agencies did this run through? And it sounds
here
like only really one.
Yeah, here, I'll send it to you.
I'm very interested.
Copy.
I love government alphabet soup agency memos that change everybody's world, especially when you think about the people that run that.
And it's from the House, so.
Oh, it's from the House.
edlabor.house.gov.
Oh, perfect. So it's from the House.
This is the document. So I'll read from here.
Hot dog.
Let's see. The American economy is not working for most Americans. While corporations and the wealthy continue to capture the rewards of a growing economy, working families and middle-class Americans are being left behind. From 1980 to 2017, average incomes from the bottom 90% of households increased just 1.1%, while average incomes for the wealthiest 1% increased more than 184%. So
Can I pause you for a second?
Yes, sir.
This is from the House, right?
Yes.
They're talking about themselves.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that point because it's true.
The people who wrote this are in fact in that 1%.
Yes.
Just so you guys know.
Yes.
So the inequality is not natural. And we'll go into the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, which is PRO Act, protects the basic right to join a union by, number 1, introducing meaningful, enforceable penalties for companies and executives that violate workers' rights. 2, expanding workers' collective bargaining rights and closing loopholes that corporations use to exploit workers. And 3, strengthening workers' access to fair union elections and require corporations to respect the results.
Is this supposed to be selling the concept to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Introducing meaningful, enforceable penalties for companies that violate workers' rights. Authorizes meaningful penalties for companies and executives for violating workers' rights. The bill authorizes the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, to assess monetary penalties for each violation in which a worker is wrongfully terminated or suffers serious economic harm. What? The bill also permits the board to impose personal liability on corporate directors and officers who participate in violations of workers' rights or have knowledge of and fail to prevent such violations. That to me sounds like it's going to cause a lot of corporate shielding. People using a lot of very coded language and very vague conversations about certain employees so that no one can be tied to the firing of a certain employee is what it sounds like.
This is fucking terrifying.
Streamlines access to justice for workers who suffer retaliation for exercising their rights. Rather than ending a long period of unemployment waiting for their case to be heard, the bill requires the NLRB to immediately seek an injunction to reinstate the employee while their case is pending. So if you got fired and you're part of a union, they're going to get your job back while you're waiting to have a hearing about why you lost your job. Authorizes a private right of action for violations of workers' rights. The bill allows workers to seek justice in court when employers unlawfully interfere with their rights or retaliate against them for exercising their rights. My concern there is it's extremely difficult to prove what someone's intent was, whether they're a corporation or an individual. It's extremely difficult to, especially because most of the people, I don't want to say most. A lot of states you have to have a reason to fire somebody. You can't just do it.
Yeah.
You know, so they are, even if they have to do some digging into your files and figure something out, you know, they find something that you should have. They find a way to show that you're not a perfect employee. You know, so
like from a business owner, like unemployment. How do you think unemployment works? Like, do you think the state doesn't ask your old employer whether you were fired for cause or not?
Right.
Like that's like a thing.
Or if you quit your job, you can't file for unemployment.
That's
you have to
right.
be fired from your job.
Because when you file for unemployment, they're going to ask your last employer what happened.
Yeah.
Because you can't just, hey, I want free money. I'm not working right now.
Yes. Expanding workers' collective bargaining rights and closing loopholes that corporations use to exploit rights. Let's see. Closes loopholes. The bill prevents employers from misclassifying their employees and prevents workers from being denied remedies due to their immigration status. It also sets a joint employer standard that ensures employees across the country have the right to collectively bargain with all of the companies that control the terms and conditions of their employment. What that says is that even if you're an illegal immigrant, you're still able to be part of the union.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you're
what does that mean?
That's what that means. And if you're part of a union and you work for a countrywide employer, you're able to collectively bargain with all of the companies that control the terms and conditions of their employment. So anybody who pays into that, you're able to collectively bargain with. That's a multi-tiered collective bargaining agreement.
Yes.
And collective. Okay, so let's hold on before we continue.
Yes.
Collective bargaining agreement is when you have a union. You have union representatives, and they get together with also the company that your union works for, and the representatives from the union and the board of the company collectively decide on terms of the contracts for the union, which would include your wages, your benefits, your hours, schedule, things like that. That is a collective bargaining agreement. So when I say multi-tiered collective bargaining agreement, you're talking about not collectively bargaining with one company, collectively bargaining with multiple companies whose money in some way goes into your bank account.
Just remember, as part of a union, you don't actually go work for the companies that you work for. You work for the union that has that run through the union. If you're a unionized shop that works for a company, you don't work for the company, you work for the union.
Yeah.
And union gets to dictate what you can and can't do as far as your actually daily labor is concerned. So you really have very little control over your workers' rights when you sign them over to a union.
Strengthening workers' access to fair union elections and requiring corporations to respect the results, preventing employers from interfering with the elections. This bill prohibits employers from requiring workers to attend meetings designed to persuade them against voting in favor of a union. If a violation takes place or the employer otherwise interferes with the union representation election, the NLRB will be empowered to issue an order that requires the employer to bargain with the union. The bill also prevents employers from interfering in representation cases, which exist to determine workers' free choice, not corporations' preference about how their employees should exercise protected rights. Furthermore, the bill permits the employees to vote off their employer's premises in a neutral, non-coercive environment of their choosing. So this portion of it, right, is probably the portion I have the least issue with, because even just as recent as like Amazon, I think in Alabama, they were fucking with, they got legislation passed to shorten the street lights. So there's
not
no
the only
doubt.
state, by the way.
This is what I have here, right? So while anecdotal, my own employment is proof that a union is not necessary to have a solid, well-paying job, right? You don't have to be in a union. My company's excellent. If I were to unionize, I probably would have a worse environment if we were working in a union for Bennick.
Can confirm.
It would be bad.
Manufacturers' unions are
and that's not
taken
to
advantage
say,
of.
I'm going to continue. That being said, I think we can recognize that sometimes when companies get too big, they can lose sight on how important their employees are, and and when that happens, employees need the ability to defend their own interest.
Yes.
Right? There are and remains to be and probably will forever be a role of unions in America. Right?
I actually fought for one when we were talking about the Amazon employees for that particular situation. Like I found myself for the first time in my life. A lot of problems with the PRO Act here, by the way, as we go through it, which we'll get into, I'm sure. But fundamentally, though, when there's need, man, I don't have a problem with the union. But this is crazy. the Amazon worker thing, like not that long ago, I still remember. I still supported their act, and I still support their idea to be in a union.
And I believe in the freedom of affiliation. So
100%.
I believe in your right to create a group in which you decide all together, collectively bargain with that company as your employees. This is what we're willing to what we're willing to work for. And if that company says, fuck you, I'm going to hire somebody else, I believe they also have that right. It's a little bit shitty. It is what it is. It's relationships and whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I believe both things are true. You know, when unions first came around in America, I just watched a documentary within the last month about unions in southern West Virginia, coal mining unions, right?
Oh,
With
man.
coal towns, people literally being murdered in their homes, like horrible. Those people deserve the right to collectively bargain to not be murdered in their homes for wanting to work for more than 10 cents an hour.
Yeah.
You deserve that right. I believe in that. I would defend that, right? I believe in that. So
hard, yes.
So we're not anti-union, right? However, again, I too think the political sway of unions is disgusting. We have seen the way they can shift policy even during a pandemic. Labor unions should not be affecting pandemic health and safety policy, right? That lends to the danger that unions present when they are allowed to grow too big. The perfect example is the teachers union, right? Able to literally shift policy on what schools are going to do, where there are now studies of the negative effects that it had on your children. Looking at you now, audience, the negative effects it had on your children. The teachers union is why that happened. And they collectively bargained against you and against your children for their own protection, their own safety, their own money. They bargained against you. Just as Colin has pointed out before, public sector unions,
bad news.
People being able to collectively bargain against the taxpayer, to bargain against your money, their own money, to take your money. It's not good, right? Private sector union,
incestual,
all the way.
One might say,
all the way. Amazon shit like this. We've talked about it. You know, you should not be able to. It is dark to have a hiring policy or a occupational policy in which your intent is to have people only work there for 3 years and recycle them so you don't need to pay them more money. That's fucking dark. That is dark. Very dark. You are actively perpetrating people only making a certain amount of money.
And
That's
definitely controls the bottom line, though.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Right? Those people deserve the right to collectively bargain in favor of their own interests. Right? I don't know about all of this shit here. You know, I don't think that the corporations need to be involved in the elections. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for them to be held in neutral ground and not on the grounds themselves. I do think it's ridiculous that it would stop the corporations from holding their own meetings. If you should.
Now, does this only apply to corporate businesses, or is this just to any group of individuals that wants to form a union?
It says corporations, so I would imagine. It's only corporations.
Yeah, and see, that's the kind of the fucked up part on my end is that when it comes to the corporate side of things and corporate unionization, I almost kind of don't care in a certain aspect, mostly because if you're the type of corporation that is large enough
when this one
to
says
have
companies.
made, that's companies.
This one says companies that violate workers' rights. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But.
Well, because, and that's generally how I would kind of take this initially. I'm very offended at the prospect that this could become law, because essentially that gives every single business owner throughout America less control of their own business. At some point, once they grow to a certain point, they will no longer be fully in control of their own business. Like, this caps the level of control a single business owner can have on their own capitalistic enterprise. And that's without the legal ability for someone else to come and have say in how you run your own company. Right? If you're a company that runs at a certain, just one guy, one guy's the boss. He started the whole thing. It just exponentially grows. Bing, bang, boom. He's still the CEO. He's the number one boss man. All of his workers decided to unionize. It's still his company. I mean, what's wrong with that? Why can't the people just not work there?
Yeah,
that would be the danger I would see you run into. So, That's what worries me about the unionization effort in this one. It's like, where's the cap, man? Like, I feel good about it with corporations, giant corporations like Walmart. I want those employees to fucking ruin that company and run it into the ground.
Yeah.
That works for me. If they want to commit, economic harikari by doing that and giving them that kind of power, more power to them. Go to town. I don't want you around anyways, but not mine.
And
not
I think
me, man.
One of my biggest issues with it is the perpetration of the idea that you have to have a union job to have a good job. Like, if you don't have a union, you're not being well supported. Your company's fucking you over. And I just don't think that that's true. And I think that's a bad.
It's not true.
It's
but
a bad message to give to people that
it
you
is.
You need a union if you're going to have a fair job. And
Do you
that's
know
just not
why
true.
that exists though? Because this is coming from politicians and things, right?
Right. It's the political influence.
It's because
yeah.
the only thing when they say I created jobs, right? And I'm not trying to mansplain to you, but for informative means, like the idea is you get enough people to buy into this concept, and then how do I put it? Oh my God, I just had the point. I just lost the point. Sorry. Anyways, what were we talking about? Shit. I had the point, and then all of a sudden I just lost it, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I just
ProAct unions.
ProAct unions.
You don't
can't
have to have
give
a
people
union
enough
job
room.
to have a good job.
But that's how the government. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's how they measure. Like, we made this many jobs.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. It's because the unions are supported through lobbyists and through direct relations with private industry to create, through the union to create jobs. When most government construction jobs or, government projects that, private companies can bid on and do work for, they always go to union
Prioritize
companies,
union jobs,
right?
yeah.
That's how that
Union
works.
companies.
And so, basically every time a government creates a job means they spend taxpayer money to create a problem for a company to do a thing.
Yeah.
And that company is going to be run, and we'll just say 9 times out of 10, that company is going to be a union company, right? And let's put it this way, for my personal business, right, in the engineering world, like I could not afford to work a union job and pay my guys the salary the union would require. It's called prevailing wage.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't participate that in, because that's what the union guys make, right? I can't afford that. Like, I work with the rest of the plebs. I don't work with the government. Like, those companies can afford that because the government pays those dollars.
Yeah.
Because they have this incestuous relationship between the unions. That's the aspect I don't like. And it costs the more, and it doesn't happen right away. I should say that, right? It's not unions in general, which is why I side with like the Amazon thing. Unions can be okay in small groups, right? But when it's just like anything, the more power they get, the more power they crave, the
bids
more
get higher.
Exactly, the more corruption builds, and then
Yes.
that's where we end up with the teachers' unions, like the multiple teachers' union. It's not just one. That's kind of the problem. It's kind of like the old 4 meatpacking plants
Right.
Biden talks about. There's
Right.
like 2 or 3 major teachers' unions that control vast majority of the states in the United States'
Right.
education programs, right? And there's like 2 or 3 lobbyists there that make shit ton of money, that do real big favors and form incestuous relationships between teachers, unions, and politicians. And that's how we end up there. And the ProAct, to me, seems like that is you're just like welcoming more and more people into that club. More and more corruption all around, but only for a select few.
And the union, they're essentially big companies, you
Yeah,
know, with
yeah.
like
That's why I said
enormous-
you work for the
enormous
union.
tax breaks and government contracts.
Yep.
You know, that's really all that that is.
Yeah.
Especially like we talked when you're talking about a public sector union that is collectively bargaining against the people,
Your neighbors, man.
Yeah. It's
Word.
to try and take more tax dollars to put in to submit a bloated bid
Yeah.
that will then be turned back to the heads of those unions.
Yeah. And you can't make the argument they'll pull it from like the defense budget. Like, it's not going to come from somewhere else. It's going to come in the form of new taxes.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to come in the form of. That's
Unless
how that
it is
works.
a defense contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all like the statewide at least on the state level, they have to like form an initiative to do stuff like that, and then increase the wages of their the public sector unions. Like we vote on that every single voting cycle. There's always something from like EMS and firefighting or police or schools, right? It's all those public funding guys that need COLA increases. We're always voting for more or less money in the schools, in the fire departments, and the police. But on the federal level, that's the unions.
Yes.
Public sector unions, anyways.
So on the other side of that, we have this bill that was introduced by Marco Rubio, right? And
Yes.
I sent you this article. It's from the People's Policy Project. So you know that it's not going to be necessarily in favor.
I was going to say, it sounds kind of the people's
Rubio
anything tells me like communist what?
In 1992, the Teamsters brought an unfair labor practice charge against a company called Electromation. The charge alleged that Electromation's 5 employee action committees were employer-dominated labor organizations that the existence of which violates Section 8A2 of the National Labor Relations Act.
Whoa.
The resulting NLRB case became a major event in the world of labor law, and many organizations filed briefs trying to influence the agency's decision. It was so big that the New York Times published 3 articles about it and included a note that in its paper's Business Digest. What actually happened is I'm skipping a paragraph. What actually happened is the NLRB ruled that the Electromation's action committees were employer-dominated labor organizations, but also made it clear that not all employee participation programs are illegal. Company-run employee organizations that made specific proposals on things related to conditions of work or other subjects of bargaining covered by the NLRA are not allowed. But anything short of that, including organizations that serve brainstorming, communication, or suggestion box roles, were still allowed. Despite the uneventful outcome of the case, overturning Electromation and protecting employer participation programs became somewhat of a cause for the Republican Party in the mid-1990s. This cause culminated in the Teamwork for Employees and Managers Act of 1995, which passed the Congress only to be vetoed by President Clinton. So,
wow.
The main difference, okay? And so it says, given this background, it was strange when last week Senators Marco Rubio and Jim Banks revived the mid-90s bill introduced by Teamwork for Employees and Managers Act of 2022. The 1995 TEAM Act was at least nominally aiming to solve a specific legal problem caused by a recent NLRB decision. But we know now that this decision did not actually create the problem the TEAM Act claimed to solve. Employee participation programs were not made illegal by Electromation, and they continue to be used quite extensively by companies across the country. There are limits to what they can do, but brainstorming, communication information, and suggestion boxing, all allowed by Electromation and its successors, already allow companies to glean pretty much anything they might want to glean out of this organization. The main difference between the 2022 TEAM Act and the 1995 TEAM Act is that the new one allows employee involvement organizations, EIOs, at very large companies to elect a representative that will observe corporate board meetings. I guess this is some kind of gesture towards the ideas of co-determination, but in real co-determination, the worker representative is an actual voting member of the corporate board, not a non-voting observer. Also, in real co-determination, the companies are required to have worker board members. Under the TEAM Act, companies can get to decide whether to set up an EIO up and make it rid of it whenever they like. So,
this is coming from Marco Rubio?
Yes.
Huh.
So what that says, right? Essentially what the bill does is, as opposed to a union, the corporation is allowed to allow the employees to set up their own non-union, which is a group, and in that group they can elect a member of the board, or the board of representatives that will be a non-voting member, but they are there to represent the employees. They will be able to observe and do. So this article runs under the assumption that non-voting member will essentially be shoved in a corner and completely ignored by the rest of the board.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure in some instances that will be the case. I am hard-pressed to believe that in all instances that non-voting board member will not be spoken to, won't be asked what they think, won't be asked what the employees think, won't be asked what they're there to talk about.
Yeah, no.
I think in most companies, especially in fucking Wokistan America 2022, that non-voting member would be asked all of those things. What do you guys think? What is on your mind? What are you hearing about? This is what we're doing. What do you think the employees would think about this?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that would not be a bad deal. Like I literally, I have a board.
It's no
like I go to board meetings. Like I'm trying to envision this for myself on this small scale that I can
William
conceive
Wallace
of,
gets
word.
to
That's
sit
what
there
I'm saying.
and represent
That's
the
the
opinions
deal.
of the employees. And,
And
so
that I don't.
it's not a replacement for a
Especially
union,
because I don't.
but-
It's not, right? But when you really actually think about it, there are consequences to that. Like, the company will not run the same exact way.
No.
Right? There are decisions made at certain levels that certain people might have opinions about that at the end of the day, when it comes to an employee-employer relationship, they don't need to know. Like, that's the deal.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really care. They don't need to know about this aspect of things, things or whatever. It's kind of like, it's almost like privacy, right? That's what that is. I mean, when you really think about it, like, why should your employees necessarily have a say in how you run your company? If you're not a deadbeat fucking boss, and you're actually interested in the success of your company, you'll listen to your employees when they have things to say.
Yeah.
Right? Mind you, there comes a certain size and a certain business path where, especially in the corporate world, things are happening at scale where you don't know what your employees are doing. There's 10,000 employees. How the fuck do
Right.
you know what you're doing? You don't know, you don't care.
Even at Bennick, there's only 40 plus employees there. Tim and Dan don't know everything that happens there.
No. Dad, God, no,
So
man.
I think that this Team Act 2022 would, to me, seems as a good intermediary for small or medium companies that don't necessarily need a union because their employees are not being fucked over on pay or benefits. But maybe there are some things that are happening at a lower level that the bosses don't see that could be improved. So I see this as way more of like social issues being fixed, the way that problems are solved. I can see where a lot of interpersonal issues where, like, as an employee, I can see where there are things that happen the bosses do not see. And it could benefit even us at Bennick if there was a board to have someone there to say, so this type of shit is being talked about.
Word.
Whether or not you guys see this or this is really what's happening, this is what the general consensus is,
Yes.
And it would be good if this was dealt with.
Yeah. So
that's I can see the benefit that I can see of the Team Act of 2022.
Yeah.
And if that board member, the non-voting board member, was ignored, then they can go back to the employees and say they literally don't want to listen to anything I have to say. Let's fucking form a union. It's time to go. Fuck this. This is not working. This non-voting board member bullshit is not good enough because they don't give a fuck about us.
That's very true. Like the concept of what happens if that non-voting board member gets on there and doesn't like what they have to say and the rabble rouse, the people do, then I wonder sometimes at people's decisions to where some people draw the line and say, fuck this, I'm not working here anymore, I'm going someplace else. I know that I might take a slight pay cut or whatever it is, but I'm going to go someplace that appreciates my labor and my time and what I'm doing, and they're going to pay me a decent wage, and they're not going to treat me like shit.
Yeah.
Right? Compared to I am not going to, or I cannot find another situation in which my employment and my specialty or whatever it is, the exchange of goods and services that I'm offering with this company, I can't go get that somewhere else. So for some reason, you have to give this to me. So we're forming a union. Say, without this, we quit. And I say, okay, cool. The hirings start tomorrow. There's a fine line between, because how do you judge the corruption and not? Because the unionization, the rabble rouser of the non-voting member on the board, it still creates the union. They just don't have any teeth. That's my issue with that, right? Versus, you got a problem with your employer, you bring it up to your supervisor, and if they can't solve it, you fucking leave. But that's
quite that simple.
It's not that simple.
So
I understand that, and you're going to understand very, very soon, here in a week or two, whatever. It is definitely not as simple as that. It's not as easy as go get another job. Well, what do you mean? Sometimes that's just not whether you own a company or you just work for a company.
Right.
It doesn't matter because everybody knows it's not black and white like that.
Right.
But and that's the problem. That's where the gray area is, because there's a right and a wrong, and then there's like a ethically correct or fundamentally right, and then there's like, well, yeah, but sometimes people are just being dicks and don't pay people what they should be getting paid.
Right.
You know. And there's too many of those situations that go either way.
Yeah.
Both entities could be corrupt, I should say.
Certainly. And this, to me, the Team Act seems like almost like it leaves a little more room for human involvement, like genuine human involvement.
Yeah, it's like forced care on companies.
Yes.
You know,
it's
you have to
almost-
listen to these people now. They are an entity that you have to contend with. They may not have any teeth, but
if you
just
fuck
because
with
they're
them, then
not
they
good,
will grow
yeah,
teeth,
just because
you
they
know?
can't form a union and file a lawsuit doesn't mean that they can't make life running your business fucking impossible.
Right.
They could totally do that shit. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm a little warmer to this now.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the Team Act, the way that it sits with me now, would make a larger difference in like interpersonal issues.
Mm-hmm.
If things are being handled in not quite such a good way, or there's maybe an unhealthy culture that's developed in the employees, you
Definitely.
know,
Yeah.
this would be a good way to deal with that, you know.
Yeah, because just throwing more power to the unions, which essentially are supposed to do the same thing, right? But there's not
Well,
that many
some
unions.
people-
Throwing that amount of power and money and support to the unions aren't going to fix the problem that actual employees of like medium-sized companies have versus the Team Act
Right.
would.
And some people don't feel comfortable going to their boss about something, you know.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
we can even use myself as an example, right? If I was going to try and talk to someone about the culture in a different department, you know, I don't necessarily for why. What reason do I have to be discussing the culture in another department?
Sovereignty
Because-
is very important to
Do
you.
you know what I'm saying? I have, to a large point, I have issue with the culture of the company, and I don't want to work somewhere where these type of things are permitted. You know, in reality, is it my business that that's the culture of the different department? Not necessarily, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's where I think
It's like
those
it
type of
affects
things-
you, but
and
is it
I
really
could-
my say?
And instead of going to my boss, I could go to that member of the board and be like, listen, I just have some concern about the way this is happening. I feel like maybe they could be more involved or less involved or something like that would be good. You know, it's more, there's less pressure on that discussion as an employee than if you're approaching your boss.
Because you're
you know?
decentralized now.
And again, to use that as an example, if I was to approach Tim with something like that, I either need, it could be perceived as you're not paying enough attention to your employees and this is what's going on under your nose. Or you're not paying enough attention and this is what's being allowed to grow. Or this is the culture that you're propagating. Even if that's not what I'm saying,
Yeah.
it could be interpreted that way because I'm saying I'm unhappy with the culture that I'm next to or that I'm involved with, you know?
Yeah, in the form of like constructive criticism, it's always like, I mean, how many the prompts and things do you have to give people to say like, this is, I want to offer some constructive criticism. I totally support what you're doing, all this stuff, but here's a slight little,
and instead
that's
of
hard
that,
to do that. And especially coming from somebody that, like as an employer that you pay to do a job and they're like, hey, just
shut up and work.
Word.
Exactly. So instead of that, you could approach someone like Shane, you know, and be like,
Yeah.
Shane, this is a concern that I have. And then it's Shane's job and his responsibility as that non-voting board member, as the representation of the employees to say, I'm not going to say any names because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I've heard
here we go.
concerns from multiple people, even if it's just one person.
Yeah.
I've heard concerns about multiple people about this type of culture, this being allowed to happen. And if there was a shift, you know, there needs to be a shift.
Yeah.
You know, and if not, then there's not even like a threat or anything, but there needs to be a shift because people aren't happy about this.
Yeah.
It also could remove some of the responsibility from the employers of having to do that. You know, you don't necessarily need to be as involved on a daily basis because if there is something happening, that person's going to tell you at the next board meeting.
Oh, yeah,
they're going to
yeah,
come up and express that to you. So
because they're in the inner circle now.
there's
you know?
less pressure on you, less pressure on your individual employees to report things like that. You know, that's the easier approach, especially if you're seeing. And now I'm just thinking, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
You're talking about
That's a fun
time
thought
theft or
experiment.
things like that. You know, shit, you're seeing unhealthy
Oh,
behavior
word.
with other employees. I don't want to go to my boss and sell someone out, but I'll tell this person, listen, there's a lot of people fucking around. I don't like it. I don't see it. Maybe someone should be paying more attention, or someone should be checking the time clocks, or they should be looking at the cameras or something. You know what I'm
Interesting.
saying?
Yeah. Interesting.
There's shit because you own a business.
Yeah, I'm
even
like,
though
huh.
5 years ago you didn't own a business.
Yeah. There's
There's
shit I'm
you
like,
don't think
huh.
about, you know?
Oh yeah, word.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that for sure.
So I think that
That's a
because
very interesting
we share
concept.
obviously similar concerns about unions. You know,
Yeah.
this sits to me as like a happy medium from a workforce that doesn't necessarily feel like they, or couldn't, let's put it this way, a workforce that couldn't win a union vote to install a union, but feels like something more needs to be done. This is like a good half measure in there that we need to have a more active role in the decision making, but we don't necessarily feel like we need to collectively bargain against you to make sure that we can get all of these things done, you know?
Yeah. I still do wonder, though, at the outsized power that might actually have. And honestly, and it would simply be, it would never be like a mainstream thing when I think about it like that. You know, it's like what happens when, you know, the person at the company that has a lot of employees or whatever, and they've had a very long run of successful relationships with their non-voting members of the board and the employees. They have a good relationship, but the employees are always going to be employees. The business is always going to be the business side of it. You know, there's always that, you know, how do you get a family-owned business again? That'll be a whole nother thing. But I could just see, like, at some point, somebody could have some potential in leadership or be extra charismatic and sociopathic and rise up as some kind of deranged leader. And, like, essentially just through mob rule at that point, because if the unelected, if the person on the board that's there to represent the employees does not have any actual sway when it comes to, like, voting and decisions at the company, representation without, it's a taxation without representation. Like, you're making us work all this shit and we can't actually have a say in this thing. And then you got a whole nother set of problems.
That's the concern from the labor unions.
It's kind of run away.
Yeah. This got brought up to me on Breaking Points, actually.
Okay.
Both the segments, the child tax credit and this were both brought up on Breaking Points. And I saw a small debate. It was their guest topic where they had someone who was there to talk about the PRO Act and someone to talk about this Rubio bill. And that's how I learned about it, was from that segment. And that was the concern from the labor union, is like, what's the fucking point? You know, if they can't do anything, then what is the fucking point? And I think that
just to cause but also you see on a smaller level when it could work.
I think if the company is to the point where you're saying, what's the fucking point? Then you need a union. But if you're saying this could work, then that works for you. And so I think that I'm not in favor of the PRO Act because I think strengthening the influence of unions is a bad idea. And that's not to say there aren't improvements that could be made to union corporate relationships, because I think that there are. I don't think the PRO Act is the way to go. I do think the Team Act is a great idea. I don't think it's the total solution to workforce business problems, but I think that's a really good half measure for, like I said, companies like Bennick. Again, Tim and Dan, if you're watching, we are not going to unionize. There is no danger of that. No one's even talking about it, so don't concern yourself, nor are we going to pull a Team Act on you. But for companies like Bennick, I think the Team Act could be a very good thing. Or companies like Team 4, I think that could be a good
I don't want to think about that. Thank you.
I just, I'm not a union. I don't, I don't think there's danger in William Wallace sitting in on your board meetings and saying this is what the 7 employees are concerned about. You know, especially if there's got to be some type of understanding.
It's like those companies with like 50 to 60 to 75.
There's got to be an understanding between the board and that non-voting member of, you can't repeat everything you hear in here because this is a fucking board meeting. This is the board of directors. You cannot repeat everything that you hear, but your concerns will be directly addressed. And anything we can address right now, we will discuss as a voting board and figure that out. And you'll be involved in the discussions afterwards, you know? To think of that discussion. If
a requirement to be on the board requires you to sign an NDA.
Yes.
It's in the corporate agreement or it's in the LLC agreement. Yeah, but see, that's the thing though, because that could go bad too.
Because there's going to be some shit probably that the business also said they don't need to know this, that they actually, the employees really do need to know that, you know? So I don't know about the NDA thing, but I think
at the end of the day, I think if everybody who's being a part of the company and working and doing this thing is actually doing, if they're not being pieces of shit, then everything will just work out, right?
I think so too,
What are laws and regulations other than ways to stop people from going super corrupt and terrible?
So maybe this is again in that same instance where you have a family business and then maybe the next generation takes over and that person starts to kind of be a piece of shit. You know,
it's the roll of the monarchy dice. That's how that works.
This is a good half measure. Like, listen, we didn't do this with your dad because he was fucking fine and everything was good, but you're kind of a bitch and you're fucking us over, and so we think that it's time that we, as an employee, as a workforce, we have decided to create an employer participation program in which we have decided that, as is our right under the Team Act, to have a non-voting board member in the room during your board meetings.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, we're going to unionize.
Yeah.
We are going to do that. We're telling you now. We
It's
can
like a
start
yellow
here.
light.
Yeah, we can start here, and nothing else needs to happen so long
Yeah.
as you quit fucking us over. But if you keep boning us, we will pull a union vote outside of here, and we will fucking unionize.
Yeah.
I think that's...
If this is FIFA without a Russian team, mind you, because they're not allowed to be in FIFA soccer anymore.
No cats.
Yellow
no soccer.
card.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you get at that point. And it's
Yeah.
it's like, we're almost a union. We just don't have teeth yet. But don't fuck around, because we will ruin your entire career. I mean, it's a thing. I definitely, I have mixed emotions about it, obviously, but I like it way
I
better
think
than
it's
the
very
Pro Act. I'll say
interesting.
that much.
Yeah, I think it's
I
very
like it.
interesting.
Yeah. And again, if you're that much of a piece of shit, though, you deserve the union that's going to wreck your life. You know, if you're Cenk Uygur and your employees are trying to unionize, they're obviously pissed off.
You suck.
You suck.
Yeah.
I hate that dude. He's a bad dude. Anyways.
Inexperienced, not bad though.
I mean,
as
sometimes.
far as the Young Turks go.
Yeah.
So the last little segment that we're going to hit for this fourth portion, because sports, we talked about sports already. I'll hit sports while you're there. We have, let's even look up the dates for us. March Madness 2022. So the Combine is happening right now. The NFL Combine, we've talked about that every year. The NFL Combine, for those of you who don't know, is, if you ask Colin Kaepernick, it is akin to a slave auction. But in reality, the NFL Combine is a place in which college football athletes are able to go, are invited, and are able to display their skills for NFL scouts, teams, and the teams are then able to look at their skills, evaluate them, and decide who they want to put on their draft board, who they might want to take, things like that. So the NFL draft is coming up soon. I will look up that one as well. March Madness. Let's see here. March Madness tournament schedule and dates. Selection Sunday is March 13th. The first four is March 15th and 16th. The final four is April 2nd. So first four is March 15 and 16. Selection Sunday, March 13. That is for March Madness. Of course, March Madness is the college tournament for basketball.
Yeah,
so it
big
starts
deal.
as an enormous bracket. By March 24th and 26th, we will have the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. And the Final Four is scheduled for April 2nd and 4th. We have lots of good things going on there.
It's about the only good thing. And I'm not even a basketball fan. But, like, what else happens in, like, the January to, like, March, April time? Nothing. Nothing happens. It's just
Especially,
basketball.
There's a baseball lockout right now, so there's nothing. Did you know about that?
No.
Yeah.
Because we're about to hit spring training, right? Or are we in spring training time?
It should be spring training.
But they're locked out.
Yes. MLB lockout. What's next for baseball after league cancels first week of 2022 regular season?
Yeah, what
Major League
happens?
Baseball's owner-initiated lockout has now been taking regular season games off the schedule. On Tuesday, Commissioner Rob Manfred announced the first two series of the season have been canceled after MLB and MLBPA are unable to strike a deal prior to the league's artificial 5 p.m. Eastern Time deadline for a new CBA. Today's a sad day. We came to Florida to navigate and negotiate for a fair collective bargaining agreement. Despite meeting daily, there is still significant work to be done, the MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark said Tuesday. The reason we are not playing is simple. A lockout is the ultimate economic weapon. In a $10 billion industry, the owners have decided to use this weapon against the greatest asset they have, the players. This is the first time games have been lost due to a work stoppage since '95. There are many reasons the deal was not struck in time to save an opening day. Well, let's click on that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
MLB lockout.
They say 2 series?
2 games.
Two
two
games.
series, yeah.
2 series, because that's what each series is 3 games, right?
It depends. You can have 2, 3, 4 game series. But they're probably 3 games.
Baseball, why are you so fucking complicated?
165 games. 3 reasons why owners and MLBPA
Greedy.
didn't reach a deal, including long wait for first proposal. This is from CBS. Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred made it good on the league's longstanding threat to cancel regular season games. Let's see. The season will mark, number 1, An unnecessary preemptive shot. Let's start from the top. The league didn't have to impose a lockout when it did. When the expiration of the last CBA on December 2nd, the two sides could have continued to operate under the sunset terms of the last CBA while negotiating on the side. The league nevertheless opted for the padlock, citing it as a defense mechanism that they hoped would hasten negotiations and prevent the loss of regular season contests. Obviously, that didn't work. Number 2, playing waiting games. As noted above, the league claimed the lockout would hasten negotiations. The owners then waited more than 6 weeks to make their first proposal to the players, eating into valuable time that could have used to preserve a 162-game regular season and undercutting one of the stated reasons for the lockout in the first place. Waiting has become a signature strategy for Manfred's watch, and it seems likely that the league and owners view it as a way to test the union's resolve. The league and players couldn't come to an agreement in 2020, allowing Manfred to unilaterally impose a 60-game season that June. Number 3, league's unwillingness to move on big issues. Most coverage of negotiations play up the idea of conceding and meeting in the middle. An honest analysis of the talks between the owners and players would find that the latter camp consistently ceded ground when the former did not. The league's CBT proposals, for instance, would have placed thresholds to $220 million in each of the next 3 seasons, a laughable increase when compared to the revenue gains the league would have experienced with an expanded postseason, seemingly the league's top priority throughout the negotiations. The players, for their part, requested a CBT threshold beginning at $245 million next season, and were willing to give the league 12-team postseason that would have created an additional $85 million in revenue in each October. CBT is the cap.
Okay.
That's how much money you can pay the players. The team cap.
Oh my God. Salary caps.
Yes. But another way a baseball references Sean Foreman did on Twitter, the players were asked for $1 to $2 million more per team per year in minimum salaries, $3 million more per team per year in pre-arbitration bonus pool money, and a CBT threshold that reflected the league's growth in revenues. The owners deemed that too much to give or come close to giving. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
There's so much money flowing around here.
Dude.
The fact that the nominal increases are $3 million
right?
is ridiculous.
Like, wait. What fucking number? This is governmental, numbers
Yes.
going. This is
They're
like
literally dealing
1940s government numbers, bro,
Yeah.
and it's happening within a single league of a
Right.
single type of
Right.
professional sports.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, my God.
Competitive balance tax.
I wonder-
offering deals that were wholly unreasonable.
Man,
competitive balance tax.
Have you heard of the new Daily Wire sports podcast?
No.
Okay, it's out now, and apparently it's the sports podcast you want without all the woke sports. Apparently, I don't know. I'm not a sports guy, but
Okay.
I might start listening to it because I wonder if I would imagine they'd be talking
I'm
about
sure.
this, right? And I'm like, what? I wonder what kind of perspective they offer, and I wonder what kind of perspective ESPN is offering. I mean, that sounds very. I mean, when you're all a bunch of elites arguing about, who's not as rich as the next person, I always come back to I don't really give a shit what you guys are doing, man. That's way too much money.
Yeah.
Those numbers are insane. I don't know what you're talking. You play baseball. This is entertainment dollars, man. I don't want to know about this,
That's
all
so
right?
much money.
At least in movies, when we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, there's thousands and thousands of employees.
Yeah.
This is professional sports, man. I know the bureaucracy behind the sports is big, but there's a lot of money in there, man.
So what am I looking at? So the combine is happening right now. What do I have? I wrote
Combine.
Yeah, I meant draft. Yeah, no,
because the draft
schedule, draft date schedule, TV channel. The
for-
combine is happening right now,
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The NFL draft will begin on Thursday, April 28th, and end Saturday, April 30th. So,
Okay.
yeah, just 2 months to the draft.
Yeah, so right now, the combine's about to go on.
It's happening right now.
Right now,
Thursday,
and then-
Friday, and today.
Yeah, and so then there's a little bit of time for teams to discuss,
Evaluate,
and,
put together the
yeah.
draft boards, decide kind of what they're going to
Yeah, that
do.
makes
There's
sense.
still some trading and stuff. I don't think that the league schedule has not opened yet.
Mhm.
There's time before the draft for trading and player acquisitions. Free agency opens up before that. So some shit to go on.
Some stuff to happen.
Yeah.
Well, snap, crackle, pop.
And no draft order for round 1. Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Jets, Giants, Panthers, Giants, pick from Chicago, Falcons, Broncos, Jets, Washington football team, which I think their name is going to be the Admirals.
Just leave it alone. Admiral Washington's.
Vikings, Browns, Ravens, Eagles, Chargers, Saints, Eagles, Steelers, Pats, Raiders, Cardinals, Cowboys, Bills, Titans, Bucks, Packers, Dolphins, Chiefs, and then it will be who just played. So it'll be Cincinnati and then LA.
I was gonna say, sounds like the Eagles had a bad year last year. They got a lot of picks.
Eagles made lots of trades. So the Eagles
they were offloading.
Yeah, the Eagles have had lots of picks for a long time. So the 16th pick is from Miami. The 15th pick is from Miami. The 16th is from Indianapolis. So they traded Carson Wentz to Indianapolis. So they got some picks from that.
Let's see. I don't know. Have any first round picks?
We traded ours to the Jets. The 10th round pick, or the 10th pick the Jets have is from
To
Seattle.
the Jets? Man, how desperate were we?
That was for
First round pick to the Jets.
What the fuck is his name? Jamal Adams. It's a safety we picked up. Was not worth the haul that we paid for him. Thought he was going to be at the
That
time.
does not sound like a good decision.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be at the time, but he was not.
Get all hyped for nothing.
So, yeah, that's
It's
that.
a good game.
The last thing that we had was a bill to stop Congress from trading, but we can talk about that next time. Don't need to. Let's just find out. We can hear on the sports. Next time we're going to talk about kids, I think. So, so we talked about, we had the Don't Say Gay bill that we're going to discuss next episode. There's also that trans bill happening in Texas. So we're going to talk about that. That will be one segment focusing on children. And then we will work the Stop Congress from Trading Stock Act in there, even if it's in the grab bag.
Yeah,
so,
because I'm sure Ukraine and Russia will still be
probably
on
still
deck
be happening. So those things will be going on.
time.
Is there anything else that you wanted to make sure that got into this episode here? This is about good for this segment.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's about it. I think that's 4 for 4, baby.
Cool. Well, with
We're
that,
there.
we'll go and hit the social more time.
Yeah.
I got a nice closer for us. I think that
Fantastic.
you'll like it. Comes from obviously
always do, baby.
out of this book here. So, with the social more time, I want to thank you guys again, everybody. For we go to the YouTube real quick, see if there's any last comments to hit, just to see if we.
Yeah, snap, crackle,
Nope,
pop.
no problem. Just to see if there's anything that we didn't hit. That's all.
Yep, wherever it is, there it is.
There it is. All right, Lonesome Monday, last one. So with that, I want to thank everybody for watching us here. If you enjoyed this, obviously, like, share it, subscribe, tell all your friends about it, leave some more comments here. We will be, we'll hit this now. We'll do a segment that we can put in the end.
Word.
These are going to be cut up as segments and
Yes.
released for, we didn't talk about it before, and what do you want, a Monday, Wednesday?
Monday, Wednesday.
Monday, Wednesday.
Yep. Monday, Wednesday,
these
clips in
pieces
between.
are going to come out. One on Monday, one on Wednesday, one on Monday, one on Wednesday. The following Saturday will be episode 124.
Ooh, that
You are
sounds
to
good.
get a segment every other day. So you can also, this stream will still be up. So you can go in and watch the whole thing if you want. There's no problem with that. It's going to be excellent, but it'll be broken up a little bit easier to consume for people who like smaller podcasts. We will still have some clips in between those days. We'll have the beer show still. We
Almost
have-
6 hours is a lot to handle for some people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're heavyweights. We don't mind
have-
that, but
So we have a clip. We have a segment on Monday, a clip on Tuesday, a segment on Wednesday, a live stream on Thursday, a beer show on Friday.
it's
There
just
will either
multiple
be,
layers of content.
There will either be a clip on Saturday or some type of something. Sunday is family day for both of us, so you hardly ever get content on Sundays because we're all doing family things.
Yep.
Everyone
We're
should
like
do on
super
Sundays.
dealerships like that, you know?
Exactly. Closed on Sundays for family day. Exactly. So that is how this is going to be released. Let us know what you guys think. Again, I want to thank you one more time for watching us here on youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We have our instagram.com/saltofthestreets. Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, help us make more better content. Obviously, we're on Facebook, fuckfacebook.com/saltofthestreets.
Fuck 'em.
You can find all this on our website at saltofthestreets.com as well as our personal social media. I'm at saltofthestreet on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. If you need a haircut in the next couple weeks, go to Swell Blended, get a haircut there. If you need a skateboard, go to the Location Skate Shop. If you want to watch some gaming, go to Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Some cakes, leggings, and aprons on Instagram for the next couple weeks. Also, the After Dark segment that we will record right after this. It's a Patreon exclusive.
That's right.
If you want to watch it, you have to subscribe to the Patreon.
That's right.
Who knows? We might talk about the Stock Act. Who knows what we're going to talk about?
We might. You never
Who
know.
knows? We might fuck up
That's
everything
right.
that I just said and talk about the Stock Act. We don't know.
Yeah.
So go to the Patreon, subscribe there. Go to saltofthestreets.com, subscribe there.
I'm excited about it because, like, this is the thing about the After Dark session. The part 5 of 4, if you will, depending
part 5
on
of 4.
part 5 of 4.
That's what we're calling it.
Nobody knows what we're going to talk about, so we're going to see where we land, and we get a little bit more loose in the tongue, I believe is how they say that. Back in the ye old days, from that time, I'm sure that the quote you're about to read is from.
So again, I want to remind you guys, beer shows on Friday. You can go there. Beer show came out yesterday for the Thaw Out. Silver City liked it themselves. We have the review preview that came out on the 1st of the month for In Order to Live and The Indifferent Stars Above. We have the newsletter that comes out on the last day of the month. And then clips. We have everything. It's going all the time.
How did we not get paid for this, Donovan?
We do. We do a little bit. Okay, so this is a piece from a speech entitled Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death.
Ooh.
Founding Father Patrick Henry delivered this rousing speech to encourage the colony of Virginia to send troops to fight in the Revolutionary War. He was successful, and in 1784 became the first governor of the new state of Virginia. So, this is from the mouth of Patrick Henry himself. Let's see, where do I want to start? There is a just God who presides over us, over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and in slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why we stand here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains or slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but for me, give me liberty or give me death.
Can I get a beast? Damn. Word.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Have a great weekend.